podcast here at ECUM.
Oh, I'm so retarded.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, we're live now. I'm sorry, I started recording instead of streaming because I'm stupid. So I fucked up the Southpaw.
Mark is
Fine.
I fucked up the Southpaw interest. That's great. I'm sorry,
You guys had an
Southpaw.
incredible intro planned, and then you messed it up. Truly incredible.
And is it
Yeah.
now? Okay, there we go.
Now
it's
we're
working.
live. Yeah. Okay. So hello everyone. Let me let me make the introduction again. So hello everyone. We're gonna be debating Spider-Man 2 with a few people today. From we have me and Jeb and Southpaw from the side that the film is very poorly written, and we have
Hello.
yeah, and we have Kronos, SK, and TheMathMaster defend on the other side, if I recall correctly.
What's up?
So, just so you know, I've already had a debate about Spider-Man 2 with a couple people earlier this week, and they weren't prepared for any of the criticisms that I had for it, and I'm curious to see how this discussion goes.
Sure,
But I managed to convince two people that were determined to defend the film's quality to me that it's actually very poorly written now. So now the thing is, I only have about 35 more minutes, so let's go ahead and get this started. What do we want to talk about
Sure.
first?
I sent
So-
a link to watch together, but I guess we can talk about that afterwards if we want to go through the biggest points, since you don't have a lot of time.
Mhm.
So
Sure. Okay.
yes.
Well, I guess let's see. Let me look at my little notes here. Okay, so first question that I have for the defense team. That's Kronos, SK, and MathMaster, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we all agree that the deleted scene from Captain Marvel with the Dawn is atrocious because of how the movie appears to endorse Carol's actions, how it seems to take her side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you
Um,
go ahead, SK.
sorry, I was just trying to remember what you were talking about. But yeah, is it the brown table sexual harassment one?
Yes, that one.
Okay,
So-
yeah. Now I got it.
So we all agree that when a story has a character acting in a certain way, that we could, fairly easily deem immoral. But the writer seems to side with them, and the story just glosses over how wrong their behavior is. We agree that this is not just a matter of, oh, I don't like the direction that this character went. This is actually an error on the writer's part, right?
I would say it depends on how it's developed, because obviously you can have a character that, because like you said, if they gloss over it, that's probably not the best option. If they do focus on it, I don't see a problem with the character having said immoral qualities.
Oh, that's not the point of criticism. The point of criticism is glossing over it, acting
Oh,
like this is
glossing over.
this is okay behavior. Yes.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Glad that we have that little baseline set. I have a couple more baselines to ask people real quick. So, what is a nitpick? And is the disappearing knife from TLJ a nitpick?
No, that is not a nitpick.
Okay,
Because
good.
if the knife didn't disappear, Ray would have died.
We all agree on that standard for what a nitpick is, right?
Yeah. A nitpick is
Yeah.
like in Spider-Man 1, the final battle. The
Mhm.
blood shows it's under his nose, and then it disappears, and then it reappears.
Yeah. It's inconsequential. It's like, yeah, it's objectively a continuity error. It's an inconsistency, but it doesn't change anything
Like the
significant.
car in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, that too. So does the fact that Spider-Man 2 is a superhero movie give it a free pass to break external consistency whenever it pleases? What I mean by this is
No.
I'm not going to complain about the physics and logistics of Doc Ock's tentacles being as light as they are, as well as resistant to heat and magnetism and super strong. I just say, you know what, made of comic book EM, I don't care. However, let's say there's a vehicle in this movie. We have a reason to believe that unless it's a very specialized sort of vehicle that's been clearly fictionalized from what we see in real life, we can expect it to operate the same way that it does in the real world, right?
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And then finally, when resources spawn out of thin air, as is the case with the First Order in the sequel trilogy, and especially the Star Destroyer's fleet in Rise of Skywalker, with no plausible way for the villains to get whatever shit they need for the plot to proceed, that is bad writing. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a pretty we're pretty much on the same level here.
The feet
So
go up.
moving on, if a story glosses over a love interest's toxic behavior, is it reasonable to not want the protagonist to get with that love interest or just not care about the romantic subplot of the story?
Yeah.
Okay, SK and Kronos?
Uh,
Sure. Yeah.
sure.
Okay. So when the story is placing a lot
Kronos,
of
did you hear the
emphasis...
question?
I said sure. SK. I know my mic quality is shit. Shut up.
I'm turning you up to 200%, buddy. So I have a question. How much emphasis is placed on Mary Jane and Peter's desire to be with her? Is it like a significant motivation for the Spider-Man No More arc?
Yeah.
It's a significant chunk of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's the only motivation, just a significant
Yeah.
chunk of it. And
Probably.
you would agree that... Well, you would agree that this is it drives the story in a very major way, yes?
Yes.
And there's
Yeah.
lots of scenes that are dedicated solely to developing those two's relationship.
Yep.
Okay.
This is the part where I'm pretty conflicted on like whether MJ is like
Well,
Like-
aren't we getting there?
Oh, yeah, we're getting there. I'm just trying to make sure that, because the thing is, I've had people say to me, "Oh, your criticisms of MJ, they aren't so-called objective criticisms." I don't believe my criticism is objective to begin with, but the idea is they're trying to dismiss it as, "Oh, I just don't like the character." When I think that the problem is, if I don't like Mary Jane, if Mary Jane gives me a reason to not sympathize with her, to actually kind of hate her, that's going to be a big mark against the film. Because if she's acting in a shitty way that the film glosses over, I'm not going to want Peter to get with her, and the writers clearly want me to get with her, want me to have Peter get with her. So that's like it's one of those things where there's a rift between authorial intent and then what the viewer actually interprets. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what happens to the emotional stakes of this story if it's reasonable to say that she's
Sorry.
bless you, that she acts unreasonable or morally detestable? Like what happens to a person's engagement when they come to that conclusion? Anyone?
Sorry, wait, what were you saying? I didn't like the
engagement.
last part. I didn't fully grasp what you were trying to say.
What happens to a
I mean,
person's
like engagement with
with
the love interest.
yeah, like
depends on the person.
emotional stakes? Well, I mean, like if it turns out that they're not a likable person, I mean, this is a pretty important part of the story, is it not?
Yeah, I would say
Yeah, but,
likability
like,
depends
someone's
on the person
engagement
watching.
Depends on the it
Yeah.
depends on the person.
Okay, but here's the thing: just because likability is very subjective, right? There's people that like Carol for what she did to the Dawn. It was still wrong of her to do that, though. Like, yeah, you can disagree with it, but I don't think that
Well, you
that
asked
means
what happens to someone's engagement. It depends on the person. I don't know.
Well, okay, when it comes to MJ, I think I thought of something that could be used. I'm not sure if it would be a good defense.
Well, I mean, I think we should. Well, hang on. We should wait until Southpaw gets to that part, so we know like what he actually has to say about it.
Sorry.
Okay. I'm just trying to set like a baseline here for like, would we agree that if Mary Jane turns out to be a pretty terrible person and there's reason to say, yeah, Peter shouldn't be like ending up with her, she's like really terrible and everything, that's a pretty significant pillar of the story that's been knocked down, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I think there needs to be good reasons for Peter to actually want to be with her, because if she, like, let's say if she unreasonably acts like really, bitchy, toxic or whatever to him for no reasonable basis, I'd be like, yeah, Peter, why you trying to get in her pants?
Yeah. I feel the same way. Okay, good. So next up, now we get into the actual facts of the matter. So the first movie's ending. What do you guys remember about it? Do you remember her having this implication that she knows or suspects Peter to be Spider-Man?
No.
That's
No,
incorrect.
it's that she has like a
No.
she has a feeling of deja vu. It's like this feels familiar. You get what I mean? But she doesn't
So-
know why it feels familiar.
So she says that she always knew at the end of the second movie.
Right, she means that like when she says she always knew, she means like she had like a slight suspicion at first, and then it only like it like her suspicion only grew to be more. She grew to have more reason to believe in it as like
She spends
So-
the
as
vast
time
majority
passed.
of the film acting like she doesn't have any suspicion at all.
Well, yeah, that's
So it's
because she only really like because what was it? After Peter quits and says, "I've changed, I'm different." That's when she starts to kiss John to see like, okay, is it when you kiss somebody, uh is it because it's Spider-Man that it felt the same as Peter, or is it just like is that just how it always is? So they do the kiss. John doesn't. It's not. John's clearly not Spider-Man. So she goes to Peter. She says, I need to know one thing. Just kiss me." And that's where she actually has like stronger reasons to believe that Peter is Spider-Man, and that's why she chooses to do it at that moment, not beforehand.
It's
So
weird
to-
though because that scene just it feels like it comes out of nowhere. Like she's spending most of the movie not having an inkling of a suspicion against Peter for being Spider-Man, and rather treating him kind of terribly, even though like even without this suspicion that he's Spider-Man. There's this issue of the fact that he is a low-income college student. She should know where his apartment is and how shitty it is, and how he's struggling to pay the rent, even working 2 jobs up until recently. A person that's in college and working just one job is going to be very busy and unavailable. Not to mention, the previous movie ended with him friend zoning her. So it's very strange of her to continue latching onto him and continue playing mind games with him when he's already basically said, "I can only be a friend to you."
So, are you trying to say that like this contradicts the ending of the first movie?
I would say that she acts very differently from how the ending of the first movie appears to set up. Yes. It's very strange because the movie has this implication that she suspects that he might be Spider-Man, and then that's just dropped entirely for most of this movie until she kisses John upside down, which seems to come out of nowhere. Like a lot of this feels like they're just basically doing this very drawn out forced conflict between Peter and MJ, especially given that what is really driving the conflict is the fact that he isn't able to make it to her play the one time that he buys a ticket to it, which shouldn't be easy for him to do given his financial situation. I think that the fact that he even bought a ticket should say a lot about what he was willing to do to try to make it to her play. Not to mention the fact that he had an airtight alibi that would have been verifiable. A car crashed into his bike on the way there, even without going into detail about how he had to stop a couple of carjackers or bank robbers, whatever those 2 thugs were. He could just say, "Yeah, a car crashed, like ran over my bike on my way over to the play. Here's my bike." He never does that. It's very interesting. Like he has information that can basically clear him very quickly and make it perfectly understandable, and he just doesn't share it with her, and that drives this whole conflict between him and MJ.
Okay. So when you mention that, just to make sure I'm getting your argument right, you're questioning why Peter didn't just say, "I got in an accident on my bike," to use as an excuse to MJ so she would understand. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's a very interesting. It's very interesting to me that he doesn't bring that up. Like it's just a very easy to verify alibi.
Well,
Okay.
very interesting.
So what I'd say
If she
about
showed
that
her
is
her
that can
bike,
create a
wouldn't
risk.
Wouldn't she question why he's not injured at all?
Well, I wasn't gonna. What I was going to say was because it could be a risk to his identity because tons of New York citizens witnessed this, and if this crime got reported on the news, they're likely going to mention the fact that a dude on a scooter did a flip while this was happening, and the street they'd report this on would happen to be on the exact like a nearby street on the way to MJ's show. Peter having an accident on the same day that information would be reported could be a risk to his identity.
So the issue with that is there weren't any news cameras there. There would just be eyewitness reports. There's hearsay. However, it's not like verifiable via video evidence. Also, all that he has to do is simply present his wrecked bike to her. And
What's the
as for
question why he's not injured?
because he was picking up flowers for her, which he was, and then the bike got ran over.
Not even that. He could just say he has internal injuries. Doesn't need to be external. That has been the case in some accidents for people.
Or he had to jump off the bike right before it got like not do a backflip, but just simply jump off the bike and get out of harm's way. There's any number of things that
so
he could have given her, but
Oh,
he
sorry.
just doesn't. No, it's fine. It's fine. Discord's weird.
Okay, so yeah. So you mentioned that there was no news. They only have eyewitness reports about the situation. They can't actually they have no evidence. I understand that, but let's say the news comes to talk about this, and somebody mentions let's say they're being interviewed, and they say, yeah, there was this dude who did this, who was in this tux or whatever. He did this flip on his bike. That could be in one of the interviews for because when the news talks about a police chase or something, if there's nearby eyewitnesses, they'll say, hey, what did you see? What happened? So that can be reported on the news, and not just that. Peter mentions that he ran into this obnoxious usher who is, which did happen in the movie. So the usher, because when he says, Miss Watson, she's a friend of mine, she asked me to come. So there's a chance that the usher might actually talk to MJ about it and ask him about Peter, because he's acting really bizarre, saying, yeah, I'm friends with MJ, and I just she asked me to come, and he had that whole debacle. There's a chance that he can mention that to MJ, so that could be that's also a reason why saying that.
But that's not going to be nearly as airtight as saying, hey, my bike got crashed into on the way there. Here's my wrecked bike.
Well, it's
New
not,
York
that's
as
not
well.
make it.
Wait a minute. If he had
Well, let's say the
internal
usher
injury,
does
he
talk
needed
with
to go to the
MJ.
hospital.
The usher talking to MJ about Peter being there would contradict his story.
I'm sorry, what?
Wait, did you hear where what I was
Well,
saying?
we've had multiple people talking at once, so I'm trying to follow you here. No, it's fine.
So what I was saying was that if the usher knew about Peter's, if the usher told MJ about their interaction, that would contradict the story that he couldn't be there because of the accident, is what I'm saying.
I don't see how that would necessarily contradict that. If he gets into an accident and he still runs over there and he just simply doesn't make it, not to mention, okay, so first off, the defense here appears to be he can't give this excuse because he uses this other excuse, right? Well, that's a contrivance. That's something that the writer chooses to have Peter use the usher excuse rather than the bike excuse, which would be more reliable. The second thing is it's not even necessarily a contradiction. He could say, yeah, a car crashed in my bike and I tried to run over here as fast as I could, but I just, I wasn't allowed to come in because I was late. So I don't believe in this defense either.
I want to add something as well. Why is it far-fetched for Peter to just go, he's in a crash? Why would it be a risk? Because they're in New York as well, a very busy city where crashes are common.
Also, the only eyewitnesses that saw Peter do his little backflip appear to be those two little kids.
Well,
no one else reacted to it.
Yeah, there were cops around. There were other people. There were lots of people. Let me pull up the scene.
The only people that we see say anything about it is those two little kids.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean they can't ask the other people that were around and they can say the same thing that they were saying.
Are they going to really stick around? Are they going to all wait for the news and the cops to arrive to do that?
But not necessarily.
Okay.
But there is a chance that the news will come and they'll explain the situation.
But they don't.
There was this dude on his.
They don't have any video evidence though.
Well, I mean, why would they lie about it?
Um, what do you mean? Why would they lie about it? People
Well,
will.
what I'm saying is
So
that it doesn't matter if there's video evidence or not. The eyewitnesses wouldn't have any reason to lie about it. So if MJ
no,
saw
it's not
this
a
on the
matter of
news,
lying. It's just a matter of like they may not be recalling the events properly. That happens all the time.
well, yeah, but when there's a
It,
lot
it,
of people that can attest to what happened, then I don't see why it would be unbelievable for MJ to assume that did happen when watching the news.
Sure. Also, I'm seeing the scene. So there are more people around the area, but none of them are commenting on it. Is that what I'm seeing here?
Yeah, I was just gonna mention that. I pulled up the scene on stream.
Yeah,
There are
but
a
they
few
can.
people behind the two kids.
Huh.
So wait,
Okay.
is it okay to ask a question here?
Sure.
Yeah, go
Sure,
ahead.
yeah.
Yeah.
So do you think that it's an issue? Because I remember writing in my notes, because I've went back and forth on this movie. I'm like in a place where I'm very conflicted with it. So would you say that it's an issue? Because I've been to plays in New York. Usually if you're late, they'll let you in. So would you say it's a plot convenience that the usher wouldn't let him in because, or do you think that that was realistic for the usher
I
not letting him
think
late?
I think it could have gone either way. He either gets let in or he doesn't. Like theaters could have different policies. This theater just simply establishes, their
Okay.
policy is no one comes in after the door is closed, which I think is fine.
The illusion.
Yeah.
So your issue
Like-
is that
Go ahead.
So your issue is that Peter didn't, tell MJ that, he told him about the usher instead of about the bike.
Basically, yeah, because the usher is going to be like far less of an airtight excuse rather than, by the way, my bike got wrecked on the way to the theater. If you want to come over and have a look at my bike, or anything really. Like, I don't know if he knows where she lives. She appears to know where he lives at least. But it seems just weird to me that he never thinks to bring up the fact that he got into an
Yeah.
accident, which is a very believable excuse anyways. Like, he doesn't even have to immediately verify it. She just has to come over at some point, and then he just shows his bike to her, and he just doesn't do it. And it's to contrive this little conflict between MJ and Peter, where MJ is just pissy about Peter not making it to her play, which is a really petty thing for a grown-ass woman like MJ to get mad over.
Yeah, like she knows that he's a very busy person, considering when they have the scene where they're celebrating Peter's birthday. She said I think it's Aunt May. She says like, "Oh, it's your birthday, whether you forgot about it or not." And MJ says he lives in another reality, and like that implies
let's
that she
assume-
knows that.
Let's assume that there is absolutely no suspicion whatsoever that Peter is Spider-Man. Let's just let's go ahead and throw that out the window, because it's not 100% likely that she does. It's like 80 to 90%, whatever. However, he's still a college student. He's broke. He's moved out of Harry's apartment. I can infer the reasons as to why after Harry lost his dad. But and of course he's struggling just to pay the rent. He's been working 2 jobs up until recently. Very busy person, and it seems like she's very mad at him for not being available at her beck and call the way that other people in her life are. Which is
You shouldn't have promised to be there if he's so busy.
So
But he was
here's the
going to
thing:
be
people
there
can
and
make
he got
commitments.
interested.
So people can make a commitment, and something comes up, and they just can't make it.
Yeah, and the thing that came up for Peter was he was in an accident
yeah,
and
it
his bike
was-
was destroyed. So
No. So he has not disappointed her again and again. DeVitos, that is incorrect. This is the one time. So it's one thing if they establish that this is like a pattern of his behavior where he commits, he makes a commitment to her to make it to her play or do something with her, and he just doesn't show up. It's one thing if they establish that. This is the first time in the movie that he does that, and she gets real pissed at him for it. The idea is he just hasn't been available lately.
Okay, so what I would say is they do also establish, just to add some extra context, that MJ doesn't trust Peter very much because in the background scene, what's the impression she was getting from his behavior is that he's not a very honest person. Like for example, when he said like the "oh boy yeah" thing, it's like "oh boy yeah what," and then he immediately like "oh nothing." So clear that he's hiding something, that he's not being clear with her, he's not being straight with her. Um, she's saying, "Oh, do you want to say something?" And she just says, "I'm wondering if you're still in the village." After she just got the impression that Peter was making indications that he was interested in her, and obviously, he's flip flopping back and forth. It's really confusing from her perspective. And later on, she even clarifies at the cafe scene, when Peter came up to her saying, "I'm different. I'm a changed man." She confirms that she was afraid to trust him. She straight up is established not to trust Peter very much.
It doesn't
also-
seem
and
to.
also-
I'm sorry, that flies in the face of her saying that Peter's her best friend, which she says later in the film. It's just weird. Like if I have a
Well-
best friend who I am not able to communicate with all that much, and he makes he agrees. I'll Southpaw. I'll go to your Krav Maga belt testing or something, right? And he just doesn't show up because of whatever unknown reason. I'm not going to hold that against him. He's my best friend. I'm not like my friendship with him is stronger than that.
Well, I could say this. I could say this about MJ. So at the end of the first movie, the first movie shows that how she's also dealt with a lot of struggles, and given like what happened with her family, and she's
Not
also
an
been dealing
excuse.
with a lot of struggles and depression in the first movie. So she saw Peter as that one person that she could trust.
So it's a
It's
codependent relationship.
not an excuse.
It's not. That's
Well,
not
here's
good
the
either.
thing.
Well,
Like-
what if your best friend gave you a reason as to why you couldn't make it, and you got the impression he was lying about it?
Yeah.
Oh no, I was trying to
No,
come
it's
from
not
some
But
place.
but like if he showed the bike, how
Why-
would he lie about it? Would he
Well,
destroy his
yes.
own bike to prove it? That's retarded.
Seriously, just like have okay. First off, just have him show her the bike, and also, it doesn't seem like he's lying to her about it at all in the payphone scene. Like it's really strange. The way that they contrive this conflict. It's all over. He doesn't make it to her play this one time. It's one time that he says, "I'll make it." She says, "Don't let me down." Now, someone's trying to argue that this is proof of like a pattern, like he does this over and over again. It's not. This is the first time he does this in the movie. It's the one and only time. It's just because of this one time that he doesn't make it to her play when he's generally a very busy and unavailable person that she gets pissy with him. And again, super petty for a grown-ass woman. When Jake Lloyd does it to Arnold Schwarzenegger and Jingle All the Way, I understand it. Jake Lloyd's a little shit. He's a 6-year-old little shit that wanted his dad to be there for his karate belt testing. Okay, Mary Jane's a grown-ass woman. Grow the fuck up, bitch.
Okay, so
Oh, shit, I forgot
back-
Jake Lloyd was in
So, do
Jingle
you
All the
think
Way.
that-
Holy
So
shit!
even given like what she went through in the first movie, like like given like the pain and depression that she went through, and like she saw something in Peter that she wanted to be with him but couldn't be with him, and got depressed because of it, and was trying to. Do you think that she might be because I think it's possible that she was doing all of this, being hard on Peter, just so he can get with her, even if her actions weren't right. Like she was doing it to like get Peter back on her side and try to let her know how she was feeling, but didn't know how to communicate it properly. What are your thoughts on that?
It still results in a character that's not likable. It still results in a character that just like the film glosses over what a bitch she's being, especially given how unreasonable she's also being to him. And it's portrayed as though this is all Peter's fault, and she isn't called out at all on the shitty behavior. And I have a major issue with that. MJ is a really toxic person in this film. I hate using the word toxic because of how cliched it's become, but it describes MJ perfectly.
Especially at the end of the film where they literally celebrate the action she does and there's no consequences.
Oh,
from
Yeah,
Just one
and
thing as well. The people are saying in chat that it's established that he let MJ down as well. But one of the first things that MJ says when we see the when we see the scene in the birthday scene for Peter, it's her saying "long time no see." So like he hasn't let her down in a while, unless it's just like not seeing her,
he
but he's been busy. So and she knows that.
he friend zoned her at the end of the first movie. It's so strange. It's like okay, if you like someone and you tell them you like them or you love them or whatever, and they're like, okay, but I like you as a friend. You know the appropriate thing to do is you let them go. You're like, okay, like yeah, unrequited love sucks, but guys, do you realize the articles and think pieces that would be written if the character that MJ is in this film were a man doing this to a woman? It'd be very creepy. Like, got friend zoned 2 years ago, is still holding on to it, and is now dating someone, and then being like, "Hey, I'm seeing someone. The door is closing. You better come in and steal me from the person I'm seeing, from the girl I'm seeing." So it's like, oh God, you're like emotionally abusing two different women at a time. This is oof, people would hate this person. They would hate this character. They would have good reason to hate this character. And like if a character like that is made, a male character like that is made, I'm like, yeah, he's an asshole. Fucking kill him. But MJ, and it's like I have to have the same principle with MJ here. I just described exactly how she acts in this film. It's bad when a woman does it. It's bad when a man does it. That's all I have to say.
I got a question. I got a question for SK Kronos to do with MJ.
Yeah.
So, do you believe the reason why she left John at the altar ultimately was because she realised Pete was Spider-Man and understood all the reasons that he did things and was ready to be with him? Do you believe that?
Well, I mean, I would say the reason she left him at the altar was obviously because she wanted to be with Peter. She even clarifies, it's wrong to be half alive, half of ourselves. I love you, right there. But I guess this is kind of like not relevant to the question, but I kind of wanted to go back to something Southpaw said because he said something that I wanted to respond to, and then a lot of people were talking. I didn't get to respond to it yet. So Southpaw, just
Yes.
to clarify in case my memory's playing with my head or whatever. So you said that it's not an excuse that MJ doesn't necessarily trust him or it falls apart because she says like Peter's her best friend and stuff like that. Do you mind just like summing up what the point you were trying to make was in your response, just so I get it right?
Well, it's strange that like you have someone saying, calling Peter her best friend, and then the defense for how she's acting this way is she doesn't trust him, which is really strange to me. I don't recall having a best friend that I didn't trust, and it's a very strange behavior for someone to have, where they refer to someone as their best friend, but they don't trust them.
I mean, I don't think. Well, I mean, I think friendships in general can have problems like that where there isn't full trust in each other. Like I've had. Well, I know this
Best
is
friends?
anecdotal, but I have had best friends that were close to me that I didn't fully trust, but they were still my friends. So
But
I don't see why that's.
Well, if it was a best friend that made a commitment to go, like you had a play or you had some event thing, maybe a baseball game or something. You play baseball, and they said, "Hey, I'm gonna come in and watch you play baseball or football or whatever," and then they never end up showing up, and then they call you later and they're like, "Hey, I'm really sorry. I really want to make it. This stuff happened. Something came up. If they're your best friend that you're talking about." I have a feeling that you're not going to distrust them enough to just dismiss their attempt to apologize after they claimed that they attempted to make it and just couldn't show up. Especially given like he's calling her the day after this happened. It's not like he didn't show up and he's ghosting her. He is like reaching out to her and trying to make it up to her, and she's
Well,
just like,
I don't trust people and I don't have friends, so I can't relate.
Oh. What I was gonna say is, well, if somebody makes a promise and they don't go through with it, like what that comes across as is one, that they're not that they're dishonest, and two, that I'm not worth making promises for. That's what it comes across as when someone who's supposed to be a friend of you isn't doing enough to be a friend.
Not being able to make it to this, well, especially given, again, college student, broke as fuck, living in a shitty apartment, failing to pay the rent on that shitty apartment with 2 jobs. He's busy. And if we want to really add it, add a little cherry on top, she should also be suspecting that he might be Spider-Man. She had that suspicion long ago. He's very busy. They've established she is literally standing next to Harry when Harry says, "You haven't been returning my calls," and he says, "I've been busy." Like, Peter hasn't even been able to stay in touch with his actual childhood best friend. Like, I think it's well established that he's been friends with Harry Osborn a lot longer than he's been friends with Mary Jane. And my time is up, so I have to go. Hopefully, you guys are still streaming when I'm back. But I just wanted to establish here, if he isn't able to stay in touch with Harry, then Mary Jane, who he friend zoned 2 years ago, should not be acting this petty over it. I would be happy to continue the discussion another time with you, of course, and hopefully, you guys are still streaming. Hopefully, you guys aren't just doing a 2-hour stream, because there's a lot of ground to cover.
If you want to expand upon the discussion, or just any other parts of Spider-Man 2, when we do like South Podcast 16, if you want to move some of it there, if we have time, that's totally fine.
We'll have more time, because the original reason why I wasn't able to do longer than a few hours was because I had a nephew in town and I had to be available at a very specific time. But if you come on, I mean, I could potentially go for 12 hours. So as long as I have
I understand why you have
it.
to go now. I understand. I'm not going to hold it against you.
Oh, fuck, man.
All good. All good.
Children is horrible. Can relate.
Well, thank you for having me on. Oh yeah. I'm happy to have gotten to talk to you too, Math. I'm glad that you guys let me come on. Hopefully, if you guys are still on when I come back home, I will come back on. All right.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Later.
See ya. So did you guys want to continue the MJ conversation, or did you want to wait for Southpaw to return?
No, I think we can continue, because Jeb was asking. I think it was you asking. He was asking something.
Yeah. We can get to. You want to move on to Jeb's question then, I guess, in that case?
Yeah, if I rephrase my question better, would you say that MJ finding out that Peter is Spider-Man is a motivation for her to go fully commit to loving him and trusting him, because she knows the reasons... What's up?
Sorry, you cut out in the middle of your sentence, so I don't know what point you're making.
Okay, I'll restate. Would you say that MJ finding out Peter is Spider-Man is the motivation to fully commit with him and trust him, because she knows the reason he's not been able to commit to things is due to being Spider-Man?
Yeah. That would be the crux of why she forgives him, why she comes back to him. Yeah.
Okay, so, and that coming back to him is established when she leaves John at the altar, yes? For him.
Wait, sorry, what were you saying?
Her leaving John at the altar to come back to him is when that's established, yes?
Yeah, when she was, reflecting on what decision she was gonna make in the mirror, yeah.
Okay, so what if she didn't find that out? What would she have done with John? Would she still leave him, would you think?
I wouldn't. Well, it really depends on where she leaves off with Peter Parker. Let's say Spider-Man's mask is still on, and he never is the hypothetical that the mask stays on and Otto sacrificed himself, but she never actually saw his face.
She just never knows Peter is Spider-Man, basically.
Okay. I would say, she probably wouldn't have left him, because the only reason she was, that she didn't have passion for him to begin with, because she was thinking about, hey, Peter's coming back to me. I could have a life with him again, or I could have another chance with him again.
And I actually,
maybe it seems like Peter has actually changed. So that's why when she kisses John, she looks down and she's like, it looks like she's just very let down or like just passionless. You
Disappointed.
know what I mean?
So you agree that she'd be getting into a marriage she wasn't going to be happy in, and further be with someone she doesn't want to be with.
Well, the reason she was unhappy to be with him, like the reason that was there, is because of the fact she could be with Peter, um, and that's kind of like her, that's like her number one pick of any other guy.
Oh, I agree, but would you say she would end up in an unhappy marriage, therefore, because she never got with Peter?
Sorry, what? I didn't catch that.
If she married John, would it be like an unhappy marriage?
I'm not sure actually. That would take I think in the short term they would be happy together, but in the long term probably not because
Yeah.
I don't know because it seems like they just she just thought okay, John's this he's always there for me. He can you know he seems to be the right man for me. It's almost like she projects a lot of Peter's qualities onto him.
Or
So
what
I
she
guess
wants
in the
Peter
short
to
term,
be?
yes, but in the long term, yeah. So yeah, I guess in the short term, probably yes. Long term, probably no.
So, but like, would you say that she knew that she wasn't in love with him? Because you just said that when she kissed him, she looked down like passionless, like it was there wasn't passion behind that kiss. So, would you say that she knew that she knew she wouldn't be happy with John?
She's unhappy with John because of the fact that she could be with Peter.
Okay.
Like she's basically like her chances kind of like out the window.
Toby, quiet. That was my dog. I'm sorry.
He does this a lot.
Those my
But yeah,
dog. Forgive me.
Okay, so wait, so she's unhappy because she can't be with Peter, but like that still doesn't address what I'm saying. I'm saying that is she going to be unhappy with John? You said that on the long term, yes, and I'm asking if she knew that because like considering when she kisses John, she says that she looks passionless, like you said. It seems like she's unhappy. She's just rushing into things with marrying John. So I'm asking you if her marrying John would be a bad decision for her, in terms of like just if it would make her unhappy, regardless of Peter like being there or not.
So are you saying that would she know if it would be a good decision or not? Is my question.
Yes, pretty much.
Like,
If
is that
she
what you're
knew.
saying?
Yeah, if I'm asking
Okay.
if she knew that she would end up being unhappy.
Since she left off with Peter just saying no, I don't love you, just basically telling her no, then yeah, she'll probably assume that it's gonna, she'll probably assume, okay, I was right to go with to be with John. He is better than Peter Parker for me. So, yeah, I would say yeah.
Okay, so if okay, so she would think that it's the best option for her to marry John at that point. If like after Peter let her down again and she is just moving on to marry John.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
just reaffirms that yeah, she's correct to move on from Peter.
Right. Okay.
So she's going to be forcing herself to move on from Peter, even though she doesn't know she can, by getting married,
What do you mean?
thus leading someone on in some way.
Sorry, you cut out at the
So
beginning.
she's still, she's still not with. She's still got feelings for Peter, as we know, and now she's close to marrying John. She's got to marry John and force herself to remove those feelings. What she doesn't or can't, because she clearly hasn't been able to yet.
I'm so I kind of missed the last like few sentences because I don't know if it's my internet or your internet, but you
I
kind of
can
keep like cutting out in
I
between.
can change the region here. Wait a
Unless
sec.
Marcus wants to.
Yeah.
Okay.
I changed it. Let's see if it's better now.
Okay, so
It went silent for me.
basically she still has feelings for Peter, as we know, and she's about to get married to John. At least the wedding date's close. She'd be forcing herself into a marriage where she does still have feelings for someone else. Why would you push yourself into a marriage if you're not fully committed? Because that's the point of a marriage.
Is it in the hypothetical we talked about, or the actual film we got?
It's in the actual film because that's why the cafe scene happens, and she wants him to kiss her before Doc Ock comes along.
Okay. So what I would say to that, she isn't forcing herself into the marriage. She's still deciding on whether, because we see that in the mirror scene. She's deciding, okay, do I leave John and go with Peter, or do I, after Peter, especially Peter was all like, you and I can never be, and like firmly established that. So if she goes back to him, there's a chance that he'll just be like no again, and she would have wasted her time. Or she can be with John and fully move on from Peter. Yeah.
But the thing is,
So she's not necessarily that she forced herself into it. She's still conflicted, if you get what I mean.
if she's not forcing herself into it. I think that's like because like she decides ultimately not to be with John anymore. She runs off at the wedding. So like, if you're saying that she figures it out while she's just thinking to herself in the mirror, why did it take her so long to do that? Like, she went through with rehearsal dinners and wedding planning and everything. And considering she knew she was in love with Peter, especially after she saw that he was Spider-Man in the scene after Doc Ock, the scene after they fight Doc Ock in the climax. Why would she just not break up with him then? Why wait until the wedding?
Well, you mentioned all the wedding, was it the wedding practices or whatever, or
rehearsal dinner I mentioned.
I'm pretty sure those would happen like days beforehand. Excuse me.
I mean, rehearsal dinner is usually the day before the wedding, but I'm just saying, like, going through all of that, like wedding preparations and all of that, why take so long to decide to break up with him? Why on the wedding day? Because like that's extremely cruel to do to someone.
Pretty big decision.
I mean, that's the only
get married to someone
that she only had one day.
She only had was the wedding on the next day after she was saved by Spider-Man?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
Can I ask something?
Yeah.
Okay. So the question would be, given she's going to marry John to try and get over Peter permanently, why would she believe she could do that if she still has these feelings in the time gap between Spider-Man 1 and the end, roughly the end of Spider-Man 2? Why would it suddenly be permanent then?
What would be permanent? What are you talking about?
Shutting the door on Peter, removing all feelings, if she has been able to in all that time, and even with someone else all the way up to that point.
Because Peter's making indications that he might still be into her.
But he didn't at the end of Spider-Man 1. He literally said no and walked away. In that time span, there's no indication he was doing it then.
Well, no, she was, at the graveyard scene, he was kind of flip-flopping there as well. Not exactly as to the degree he did in the backyard scene, but he said, I can't, like, there's so much to tell. So that indicates, yeah, he probably has feelings for her, and there's probably something he wants to say. And then right afterwards, he goes back and says, I'll always be your friend. Hold on. Sorry, okay. I just got a DM from Spidey Panel saying he wanted to join in on the debate. Is it okay if I bring him?
I mean, we're pretty full now. I don't think it would be...
Pretty full?
Yeah. If someone leaves, then sure, but we already have 6 people here.
Said he had to go, and he left.
Alright, I'm back.
He's back. Mention him and he appears. I'm a magician. I'm a magician.
What's that in the background?
What do you mean?
You have an echo, I think.
Yeah, you do.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, it's
MathMaster, yeah,
Mathmaster.
So-
Yeah.
So go, going back to the okay, yeah,
Yeah,
Master, you able to mute
hold on,
yourself
yeah.
quick?
Oh, what's
Please
up?
mute yourself.
Yeah, just use push to talk.
Okay, so go back to the point where Peter says no, Spider-Man 1. Yeah, he's making clear that he may want to, but when he goes, I'll always be your friend, wouldn't that be a concrete decision? Yeah, let's try to move on, which she does, but she's never able to. So again,
Right, but
why would committing to a marriage and being in this marriage suddenly change things if she has been able to in all this time?
wait, what do you mean? Being committed to a marriage would suddenly change things?
He's asking you why MJ would think that getting married would remove her feelings for Peter.
Yeah, that's my point. Why would that?
What do you mean getting married? What the fuck?
Okay,
Alright,
so
what do
why
you
would
mean?
hold up? So why would you're making the point she's going to get married to John to try and permanently move on from Peter? Yes.
Yeah.
Why would that do that if all this time taken so far hasn't done a thing? She still keeps having the feelings for him and keeps flip flopping on it.
Because this is like a lot more concrete that like when he says you and I can never be, like there's firm reasons why they can't, because Peter just said um like he didn't give any reasons back in Spider-Man 1 as well as Spider-Man 2, where he was just in the backyard flip-flopping, saying making indications that he wants to be with her and then immediately going back on those indications. Like there's no reason that she can pull from him as to why he's acting this way. And as for when she finds out that he's Spider-Man, there is a firm reason for why he would be acting that way.
Yeah, I'd agree when she knows he's Spider-Man, of course. I'd agree to that. But between, for example, Spider-Man 1 and 2, there's 2 years, isn't there? There's a time span? 2? She still hasn't gotten over him.
Yeah, I think it's 2 years.
She still
That's
hasn't
true.
gotten over him. The feelings haven't gone. So, being with John to try and get over them,
Well, yeah,
it
because
feels a bit fruitless. Is the point I'm
Like-
making?
like I said, okay. So now I see what you're saying. Okay. So back in Spider-Man 1, she didn't have a reason. She was
Yeah.
just left in
She's
the
like,
dark as
"You
to
can't
why
be."
he's acting this way. And in Spider-Man 2, she has a reason for why like they can't be a thing.
Yeah, but she still goes back to Peter
Oh, yeah.
saying that they should be together. Like
Yeah,
Peter tries to
yeah,
close the door and
the
she
reason-
doesn't let him.
Oh,
She's
sorry.
like, fuck, I don't know the word. It's gaslighting. I don't know if that's the word. But like she just forcing herself onto Peter, even though Peter has said countless times that they can't be together. And she's also just like, she's with a guy who she's just about to marry, and she knows that she loves someone else, but yet she still doesn't break up with this guy. Like that seems like very cunty behavior on her part.
Okay, so the difference between like the gap between Spider-Man 1 and 2 versus the end of Spider-Man 2 is that in the gap between Spider-Man 1 and 2, it looks like bullshit, where he's like where he just wants to, all he has to offer is that he's a friend. That's it. It looks like bullshit from her perspective, but when it's actually revealed that he is Spider-Man, like it's not just bullshit. Like there's an actual reason. That's why she's conflicted on the at the end. All right, do I go with John or do I go with Peter?
But
But
like you just
I'm
sorry, go on, Jack.
hold on. I'll go first here. I mainly referred to before she finds out he's Spider-Man, agrees to the proposal, goes through all that, to the moment she
Oh,
finds
okay.
out. All of that. She doesn't know the reasons or anything, obviously. And she still has feelings for him. She still agrees to marry John. She's still trying to use John to move on from Peter. None of it's working. There comes a point where it's like, why are you still with John
What do you mean it wasn't
if
working?
none of this is working?
Because it
Which
clearly
clearly
shows
wasn't.
that
Well,
she
it's-
is not
it's-
into the relationship.
Oh when she well, obviously it'll take time to adjust to, but when she actually like is with John for a significant amount of time, by then she would have moved on from Peter, is what I was saying.
Okay, so do we know how long she has been with John? We could say like at least a few
Um,
months, and by the time we see the
so
start.
the backyard scene is like, I'm seeing somebody now. I like him. So I guess maybe a few weeks or a month or months.
But I mean,
Time
if it's a
wouldn't
few
matter.
weeks, then John would just ask her to marry him after a few weeks. That seems weird.
I want to point
So
something
yeah, I
out.
guess maybe a month or two.
Time wouldn't matter in this. It'd be more how you feel for someone instead of the time taken. It's a bit odd for her to agree to a marriage proposal if she isn't fully committed to John and is still uncertain. That's illogical from MJ. It's,
No, because the what happened with Peter not showing up to her show, and she says, he's nothing to me but an empty seat. At that point, yeah, she has moved on from Peter. Or
But she
yeah, yeah.
clearly hasn't. Like we know she hasn't.
yeah,
We
but
see
she,
scenes that
She
contradict that. That she hasn't moved on from Peter after that.
like where? But so up before, I'm talking about scenes before Peter actually goes to her. Um, unless that's what you're gonna reference, because I have things to say about that.
I mean, just well, she says you're saying that she moved on from Peter after she says
Yeah,
that
at
he's
that point,
an
like,
empty
well, she's at
seat.
least trying to move on from him,
Uh,
and she thinks that being with John
Yeah, well, trying to move
will
on and
solidify
having
that she
moved
has
on is
moved on from
completely
him.
different, though. Like, yeah, sure, she could be trying to move on, but even so, we know because of what happens later in the film that she's still in love with Peter. Like, we,
No, not at the point. Not when. Sorry. Not when she's telling him. You're nothing to me but an empty seat, and she leaves him there. Not at that point.
she's not in love with him at that point, but then Peter says something to her. She says, "I'm getting married," rejects him, and then she's in love with him again.
Well, yeah, because she explained that by saying she was afraid to trust him.
Wait, am I allowed to chime in?
Sure.
yeah, chime
Um,
in.
if you like, yeah, yeah, sure.
I
There's no
think
rule against it.
since I was a bit conflicted on this, I think I now take the position where MJ is like really badly written in this movie. I think I'm safe. I think I can concede with that point because I get what the movie's trying to go for,
It's
in
a minor
terms
net
of
or greater net that's acting up.
like she's trying to get with Peter. I understand that. The problem is with the execution. She comes off, like Southpaw said, she comes off as very unlikable, and also she also comes off as abusive because the whole she's being with John, then she's being with Peter, and she's not clearly communicating with him. And also, it's like, let's not forget what she did at the end to John was like a really horrible thing to do. They spent so much money on that wedding. They spent so much money on that wedding, only for her to just run out at the very last minute.
I mean, they already spent money like before she even knew that he was Spider-Man. Like, it was already set in stone, so they're obviously already paying for it.
Exactly, like
Yeah, but
they paid for it. They paid for the entire wedding, and she still just runs off at the wedding instead of breaking up before and sparing
yeah.
at least J. Jonah Jameson from the humiliation, or John himself. Like it shows that she like basically doesn't care about John the way she does it.
Yeah, and like Southpaw said, another issue with the movie is that they don't paint MJ in the wrong. So
Yeah, like
that's
the
another
thing
problem.
is that in that last scene where she's running off to Peter, and she's running off to find Peter to go to Peter's house. It seemed like as a triumphant scene with a happy music, but like it's not really considering how cunty she acts during the film. So like what she does to John, it doesn't really seem triumphant. It seems like she just led this guy on for a few months or like whatever a year, however long they were together until the day of their wedding, until she ran off. Like this really doesn't
Yeah,
make
her
her
words,
be.
MJ. Like based off the music, like they play
Well,
the
I don't know why in context it makes sense, and she didn't do it with any ill intent.
But it's
She
still a
didn't.
terrible decision to make
She
and
left the
hurt
guy at the
someone
altar. It
and
doesn't
feel
matter if
between.
she doesn't do it with ill intent.
Well, I mean, I don't know why it's a problem. It's in
Because
character.
well,
Well,
it's
if it
still
is
a
in character, then
terrible
she's
move
a
in the film.
Yeah.
The film's still celebrating this terrible move and hurting someone and traumatizing them for the rest of their life. That will cause trust
Well,
issues.
I mean,
It's celebrating this and
traumatizing
making us
him
go,
for the rest
we
of
should
his.
root for
also
this, and I'm not
being
sure how we can.
She's also being a hypocrite in a sense because she's saying, "Oh, how Peter isn't trustworthy," but look at how she treated John at the end.
Yeah. Yeah, like she was actually, yeah, that's a very good point. She was in the scene at the cafe, she was about to cheat on John. Like, and she's talking to Peter about being trustworthy. How is she trustworthy when she was gonna cheat on her fiance? Like,
Yeah, she reminds me of this. She reminds me of Johan from Scenes from a Marriage. If you, I remember writing that in my notes. She reminds me from Johan from Scenes of a Marriage, which is a film made from one of my favorite directors. Basically, it's a movie about where a guy cheats on his wife, and then he ends up getting cheated on himself. He loses the person that he loves, and he ends up with the cheater. Yeah, that's he honestly, I think MJ is as unlikable as that. But the difference between Scenes from a Marriage and Spider-Man 2 is like Scenes from a Marriage, the point of that character was to be unlikable, so it worked. Whereas in this movie, the movie tries to paint MJ as a likable character, but she's not, and that's why her arc fails in this movie.
Okay.
yeah.
So you bring up that sorry, never mind. It was probably just a voice in my head. So apparently
You should get
so,
that checked out, dude. That's not normal.
So what was it? I don't know if it was I think it was TLJ fan. So you said that the fact that it doesn't matter like what her intent was, she still left him at the altar.
I said that.
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, you said. Oh, I'm confusing you two. So, what would you have expected her to do in that situation?
Break up
based
with
on what we
John
know about her
before the
character?
wedding? That's the only thing I wanted her
Okay,
to.
Right, but she was still conflicted on whether or not she mean
okay, so
John and Peter, like
so-
I mentioned earlier.
So what I'm going to suggest is this. I'm going to suggest two things. One, what you're stating is a catch-22 situation where she put herself into a situation where she was going to do a wrong choice, so it's on her. And two, she could postpone this wedding to a later date, given reasons such as her traumatic experience with Doc Ock. She needs to recover. She doesn't feel safe. She's in the right state of mind. Those would be valid reasons to postpone a wedding.
Okay. So what's the difference between calling? Well, I guess like in terms of how this would affect John, like she's still leaving him no matter what.
Yeah,
So I
but
don't see how that makes her any better in comparison.
dude, do you know there's a huge difference between breaking up with someone and then just leaving them at the altar? Like the wedding was going on. Like he was already at the altar waiting for her to come in. What happens is he
Wouldn't-
sees a bridesmaid that tells him like, "Oh no, she's not coming," and gives him the note. Like, dude, that's a big difference.
Well, yeah,
between
because she at first because she was conflicted between staying with John or going with Peter. That's why she went to the wedding to begin with.
Why did then
Yes,
postpone the
and
wedding?
I
If
also
you're
have,
if you're conflicted like that, why the fuck would you say, yeah, let's go through with the wedding? Like, and
Or
then
don't
she
even-
leaves him at the
don't
altar,
even
bro.
post
Well,
sorry,
in
go
the
on,
end, she's
MathMaster.
gonna choose Peter, but wouldn't her postponing the wedding and then calling it off to go with Peter, wouldn't John get the impression that she was leading him on for even longer?
But I mean,
Yeah,
she was
that would
leading him
sound-
on
that
either
would-
way. But
that
leaving
wouldn't-
him at the altar is a huge humiliation for him and his father.
It's a humiliation either way.
Well,
Yeah, which she put in herself, so therefore it's her fault.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So
Either way.
when it said that when she leaves him, like it doesn't matter either way. It's going to be a humiliation that she left him and he's saying, yeah, I'm gonna have to call off the wedding that I publicly announced. She left me at like the last minute, basically. It's still like it's the last minute anyways. Well, last day if you get what I mean.
I'm just. I'm
It's
sorry.
like
I mean,
either way, he's
but
going to
like,
be humiliated from that. I don't. It's pretty much inevitable.
I don't see how it's a humiliation to break up with them before the wedding at some point instead of breaking up, like not even breaking up, just leaving him.
Well, it's a humiliation either way.
But what's
If
that
he,
humiliating?
he
Why it's a
he,
Why is it a
proposed to her
humiliation
in this, like,
actually?
huge part, because he proposed to her in this like huge fancy party,
Incorrect.
and she said,
And then she just doesn't go through with it.
Yeah, like people breaking up
What do you mean? Wait, Jeb, you
while
said
they're
Like
engaged is
incorrect.
not
literally,
a.
What did you mean by
in the
incorrect?
papers. It was in the papers, and then the next paper would be like wedding called off, basically.
Yeah, wedding called off better than
It's
she
gonna- it's
left
gonna
him at the
happen either
wedding.
way.
She could.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say.
One
Jeb,
is
you
more
said
humiliating.
incorrect. What did I say was incorrect?
So, I might have jumped the gun, but were you implying that she was pressured to get married to him due to that situation?
Well, no. You asked why it would be a humiliation. I said, well, he proposed to her in this big party with a bunch of people, and then she just doesn't go through with it.
Okay.
She postpones the wedding and then.
And it
still
was
ends
in
up
the
being
paper.
Okay, hold
half.
on. I'm gonna get on to Kronos' point. She didn't actually get proposed there. She got proposed privately, and the announcement was made. Hence why they had to make the announcement.
Yeah, like the proposal itself wasn't a public thing, just to everyone. What was public was John saying that they were married.
Yeah,
So they just announced the
yeah,
wedding.
that's what
fancy
I'm
party.
pretty sure that's what he said. Is that what he said?
No, I said he proposed to her, which was wrong.
Oh
because
no,
it
no. What
changed
was
fam-
public
they,
was
like-
that him announcing the marriage.
Yeah, they just publicly announced their marriage in this huge fancy party, and then
I still don't see how
postponed
it's
it only
like
to go like, nah.
it's still
Nah,
going to
fam.
be humiliating either way.
Okay, so my point would be to counteract yours. Let's say they're both humiliating. One is less humiliating than the other, and the point of the newspaper, wouldn't it be worse on MJ to say left at the altar than breaking up further on with the postponement of the wedding?
Well, I mean, like you said, if it was, if leaving it, if leaving him at the altar would be more embarrassing, then I don't think that's what they were gonna print. They're just gonna print that she left him.
No, my point is, out of the two options, which one would be less humiliating for MJ and John? Would it
For
be
MJ
Would it be, yeah, for MJ and John, which one would be less humiliating? Would it be postponing the wedding and then break up, or leaving at the altar?
I don't think MJ was really. I don't think she'd be humiliated by either of those things. I think because she has like strong reasons to stand by her decision. But as for John, like leaving at the altar versus just being broken up. I guess at the altar because like they would see and like it would be like in front of everyone. So I guess it's more like in the moment, if you get what I mean. Like they actually see it happen versus reading about it.
Yeah, it make him look like less of a tool as well.
How?
So
I
therefore,
still don't see the problem because either way, like that was going to happen, and like I said, MJ was already conflicted. Like, all right, am I going to go through with this or not?
okay, so a few things then. One,
I-
the reason,
Okay.
so a few things. One, the reason why it's an issue is because if we're meant to see MJ as this character we're meant to root for and like and such, surely she would be doing the kinder decision at least, even if both are bad. Two, she put herself in that situation based on her own choices. She wasn't forced, and she kept doing these decisions that the film refuses to really give consequences for. and just keep painting her as this good person, when they could, for example, go, she's been abused by her father and such, and this causes these traits to do, and the film focuses on her improving as a person. And
Yeah, that's
yeah,
another thing I
Wait,
have in my
wait,
notes.
wait. What did you say about MJ's father? I didn't catch that.
he's abusive to her and such. So why not have her have these traits, and then the film is focused on her trying to overcome these traits, rather than celebrating all these negative decisions she does and all this hurt she does towards other people, like John.
So that's another thing I have in my notes right there. Like if the movie had established, had explained why MJ's, being as unlikable as she is, or how MJ got to this point, then I think it would have been a little bit more justified. But the problem is there's no transition between how she was at the end of Spider-Man 1 to the beginning of this movie, where she's very unlikable and cruel to Peter, because she wasn't that way at the end of Spider-Man 1. So if
I
if her being, if it was her harsh history that she's had, Peter not being there for him, and that she was broken at the end of Spider-Man 1, then the movie needed to do a better job bridging that gap
what gap?
How
between Spider-Man 1 and 2.
yeah, how she
Wait,
changed
Like,
which?
from
how,
one film to the other, to the first
in
Spider-Man to the
terms of
second one.
dealing with the rejection and wanting Peter in her life.
Wait, what? I didn't catch that last part. What did you say?
You know, okay, let me try to explain this. So at the end of, okay, so in Spider-Man 1, like I mentioned earlier to Southpaw, you know, we see that MJ had a very hard life. We know that she had an abusive father. We know that, she was dealing with loneliness and depression. And, she saw something in Peter, and Peter wasn't there for him. That it makes a lot of sense for MJ to be upset. Like, that actually genuinely makes sense. However, the movie doesn't establish, the movie doesn't do a
Hmm?
good job,
No.
explaining why she's unlikable. She just is. Like, we know that, oh, Peter isn't there for her, or she doesn't understand Peter. I get that part, but I think there needed to be something a lot more than that for her to be as cruel as she is. Now, if there was a lot of bad stuff going on in her life, like let's say her plays were struggling, she was in a financial situation similar to him, and and then Peter wasn't there for him, and she didn't really fully understand his struggles, then that could potentially make sense. But there's no way that relationship with John could have worked in the movie. Like, that should have been completely cut out from the film, like completely, because everything involving that relationship with John was really bad.
If I can if I could expand on that point, I think also the fact that like in the first film we see like even the first scene of the first film, we see MJ being compassionate towards Peter. She like tells no, I don't think it's the first scene actually, but anyway, we see her being compassionate towards Peter. Oh yeah, she tells the bus to stop. Like yeah, she doesn't even know Peter yet. She's being compassionate towards him. But in the second film, where she knows that he's in financial trouble, she knows that he's always busy. She just acts like a total cunt to him, just being like, "Oh yeah, you're never there for me. You always disappoint me." Even though we only see one scene of him disappointing her in quotations, and it's a scene where he had a perfectly reasonable excuse to have been late to the play, and like he even bought the ticket, which is pretty like a pretty big thing considering he has no money, like not no money, but not a lot of money. So like I don't know, I feel like it's like her character in the second film, she acts like completely against what she was set up as in the first film.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you have anything to say, SK?
Oh, SK. I'm
Sorry,
thinking.
I was in the middle of a text conversation, but yeah, I was listening as you were making these points. So, Last Jedi fan, you said that that Peter should be, or that MJ should be more, because in the first film she was more understanding and compassionate to Peter before they really knew each other, and then in this film, in this in this film, like she's not being very understanding of what Peter of why Peter didn't show up to the show.
Yeah.
Not just that, like in general, like throughout the entire movie, because like she gets mad even when he does show up. Let's not forget that. Like when Peter shows up, and actually, she still gets mad at him.
Where?
Remember that part is like, you could have told me you were showing up. Like,
Yeah, that's not getting mad.
No, yeah, she
Oh,
wasn't mad about at him at that point.
Oh.
No. She said like, oh, she's like pleasantly surprised, and she says, oh, you could have told me you were showing up, and
Okay.
he says, I didn't know if you'd want me to. That's fine.
Okay, never mind. So, sorry about that. I made a mistake there.
Yeah, sure.
So when it comes to why do I think it was important for them to show the change? Because she's a drastically different character than she was in the first film. Like if she's a lot more understanding, if she's a lot more understanding and wasn't cruel to Peter at all in the first film,
she has less
second-
reasons to be understanding in this movie.
Huh?
Peter,
Does she?
the way that Peter presents himself, he gives off the impression that he's just dishonest.
Yeah, but
I mean,
MJ
he is dishonest.
MJ
He didn't say the truth about why he was late to the play for some reason. Like, yeah, that is dishonest, but because the writers wanted it that way and it's contrived. But actually, I have something that I want to say. You said that she has more reason to be like not compassionate or whatever towards Peter in this film, right?
More so like not trustworthy.
Sure. But don't you think she'd be a bit more understanding? For example, in the scene where they meet at the party where she gets proposed to, because that was right after Aunt May almost died. She doesn't even mention Aunt May. She doesn't ask if Aunt May is okay. She just blasts on Peter. Like that seems very, like that doesn't seem like her character. She knows who Aunt May is. She'd want Aunt May to know if Aunt May is okay, how she's doing, and she doesn't say anything. And like I'm not just grasping at straws here. This is something that like would make perfect sense with her character in the first film with how she was established, and especially being living in a house that is not right next to Aunt May's for like most of her life.
I can agree. They could have had an interaction, because in Spider-Man 1 they did show when Aunt May was like in the hospital because of what happened with the Green Goblin. Like she went like, hey, I wanted to know how she was doing. So yeah, I think they could have benefited from a scene establishing her reaction to that. But yeah, did you say that she doesn't bring that it's a problem that she doesn't bring it up in her conversation with Peter?
I mean, yeah, it's the first time they meet after Aunt May almost died, and it was what, the same day, the next day, and she
was
doesn't-
it?
I think-
Did they? It was. Hold on, I think it was the same day. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Was it planetarium?
But did
tomorrow?
MJ know
Yeah.
MJ know about Aunt May?
I was gonna ask that.
I mean, Aunt May was she was a hostage grabbed by this guy with 4 tentacles running around in the city. It was reported by it was reported in the news, and like.
Oh, okay.
And like, just if you think about it as well, it's Aunt May.
Yeah.
She'd know if something happened to her, considering Aunt May lives right next to her father as well. But yeah.
I need to interject.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think she should have brought it up.
I need to interject something. It's irrelevant, but I think it's important. People in chat, can you stop demanding for Spidey panels to come on? He's not going to come on, and stop targeting TLJ fan. It's getting to the point where it's pushing a line.
And I've been quietly laughing.
Yeah, it's pushing a line at this point.
I didn't check I'm looking at the chat right now.
I saw one
Um,
person say
SK,
replace me with
I noticed,
lighting
much
panels.
like
That was
me,
pretty
you
funny.
now have the permanent green circle that appears.
I do. Oh, that was
Oh, actually, no, it's cutting in and out, but for some reason, earlier on, it was kind of permanent.
probably because of my
When
stupid internet.
it was
Wait.
permanent earlier on for a little bit.
Okay. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, where were we? Talking about.
Still
Oh yeah, we're talking
about
about MJ. Talking about Aunt May. Yeah, I still think she should have brought her up. However, I don't see how the fact that Aunt May was in trouble alleviates the fact that Peter is still doing things that MJ would deem worthy of criticism.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that considering how
Yeah, I know. I'm just bringing it up.
no, yeah, just because like it was on the same day that shit happened with that May, you'd think MJ would be a bit more understanding and she'd talk to Peter like instead of just blasting him in front of like, just blasting him here, just saying, oh, you always let me down, you're nothing to me but an empty seat. You'd think she'd be more worried about Aunt May, considering we know she likes Aunt May, that Aunt May she's important to MJ as well. Like it seems super self-centered, egotistical, selfish for MJ to just talk about how Peter wasn't there when the stuff with Aunt May happened on the same day.
Sure, yeah, I think that's a fair point. However, I don't see what the Last Jedi fan. You gotta fix your echo. Yeah, I still don't see why her having
I'm
reasons
on
to.
Singapore. Which one should I switch to?
I don't.
Whichever one doesn't echo.
Try headphones. I don't know. But what
I don't-
I was gonna say is
call them
I think
actually.
I think that's a fair point there. However, I don't think it's illogical that MJ was as upset with Peter as she was. Like I think it's completely in line with her character. I don't see
Completely
why it
in
wouldn't-
line, but
why it wouldn't work.
in the first film she goes to visit Aunt May to see if she's okay after she gets attacked by the goblin. Basically same thing happens here. She was
No,
kidnapped
I mean
by
her.
by
No, I know, no. Wait, hang on. Let me clarify my statement.
Okay.
I'm saying yes, they should have had her bring it up. What I'm saying is that her reasons for being upset with Peter are in line with her character. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, sure, but there's the fact that he just doesn't tell her about the accident he was in, which is a problem. Like
I mean,
she says she's
well, I guess
nothing to her
we'll
but an
wait
empty
for.
seat because of this.
Well, yeah, but like I said, there's reasons for him not to bring up the bike accident because if people in interviews talk about what happened, um, they say, yeah, this guy got in a bike accident. He like did this huge flip over it, like almost like he was really acrobatic, and obviously Peter Parker is not acrobatic. Like that would be very convenient on the same day that Peter is heading to her show on a bike. He gets in a bike accident on the same day where it's reported that this dude on a bike which happened to be on a street that was on the way to her show.
Just
Was got
one
his
thing
bike
that kind of
crushed.
fucks up your argument is the fact that Peter drives the fucked up car to the fucking play. He gets the car the like the criminals they were driving it. He drives it to the play.
Okay.
And like he even changes
If-
costumes when he's inside the car. Gets out of his costume and puts on the suit. Like that was a way bigger thing to
So
let
then,
let
so
people
then,
know
if he
that
has
he's
a
Spider-Man.
car, then what? If okay, so as for like him bringing the car there, that doesn't really contradict anything because, like I said, if the excuse is I was on my bike and it got destroyed, that doesn't change the fact that it could potentially be reported based on like interviews with eyewitnesses that a dude
Exactly,
was
that's
on
what I'm
his bike on the
saying.
way.
Like
Hang
he
on.
drives the
Well,
car
I
that
don't
was
get what.
that the like, okay, so Spider-Man was at the scene. People know that. Spider-Man stopped the criminals. What he does is Spider-Man gets into the car, starts driving it. He changes clothes inside the car because we see him straightening his tie and putting on his blazer as he's walking out of the car. And like that car is all beat up. They know that the car is the criminal's car. Because it just happened, the car's all beat up. It's only logical. And what Peter does is he drives it. There's a security guard there who says you can't park here, and he says whatever. A security guard. Don't you think that the car is being towed? The police is gonna be talking to the security guard like, who was driving this car? Like, Peter just stole the car there. That's a way bigger thing that would give his identity away, instead of just saying my bike got broken, because like
that in itself. Well, there's a couple things I have to say about that. One, I agree it's stupid. Two, that doesn't. I don't see how that alleviates the fact that. I don't see how that contradicts anything that I've just said.
No,
but it does,
it's a stupid decision.
Because if Peter cares, if your reasoning is Peter's not wanted to run the risk of the bike situation, why would he drive the car to the place? It's contradicting information.
No, the fact he used the car is dumb to begin with. So the problem with that is it's a contradiction that he would even use the car at all. And as for the police, well, I guess I don't entirely agree with your reasons for why it's a contradiction. So I would say it's stupid because he could have just swung there. Like, you know, can we agree?
Exactly. Swinging would be faster, and he'd be able to get to the play faster, as we know. So that's retarded.
So not just that. As for him getting caught with the car, when we actually saw the so it started off with obviously the robbers or whatever driving the car. The police are chasing it. They shot the police at like the light or whatever. The police car turned. It blocked one of the other police cars, and the final police car was flipped over, and Spider-Man had to web that. And then when we see Spider-Man hang up the thugs, and they're like, "Let me go," there's no cop cars around.
Okay, so
and the cop that's there, he's just a cop standing there. He wasn't part of the whole debacle that went down there.
Okay, so my issues here. So to clarify something, you're saying we don't go with him driving in the car as a reason why this is a. Let me rephrase. So we don't go with him in the car as a refutation because that's a contradiction. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the fact that he uses the car is a contradiction. Yeah, it's stupid.
Okay, so
not for the reasons that he would get caught. I don't think for that reason.
Okay, so probably to state my point, the reason why we have an issue with you saying no to the bike thing, well, I do. One, it's New York. There could be multiple bike crashes ongoing. You kind of make a leap saying, "Oh, Peter could be that one," and MJ's going to jump to that one. Two, just because the car thing's a contradiction doesn't refute our point, because that's the problem. It is a contradiction.
Exactly.
If Peter if Peter cared about the risk, he wouldn't be driving in that car. He would park the car with Spider-Man and swing away to MJ.
Well,
and three, the cop.
No,
that
he does care about the risks. That's why the car thing is a contradiction. But okay, here's the thing.
Okay,
it's in character for him to for him to not use the the whole bike situation, because again that would be convenient timing. And as for because obviously for what I mentioned beforehand, but for Spider-Man appearing with not Spider-Man appearing, but for Peter appearing with the car, the fact that he does that is, like, I wouldn't cite that as a reason for him not caring about the risk, because the fact that he does that when he does care about the risk is a contradiction.
Exactly. So we set.
Basically, what I'm saying is, you shouldn't cite a contradiction for why he would have made another choice. Would have made another choice during or why he should have made another choice during the phone call.
I think that would be more reason because it's inconsistent with what you're trying to establish. And one final point that I didn't get to make. Why wasn't any more police trying to tail a stolen car, and why wouldn't that officer know that in the area there is a stolen car that looks like this with this number plate, and Peter's rolled up with that car. Because that's what police officers do.
As far as they know, the police that were chasing the car, like, they didn't. What was it? The police that was there, didn't know that there was like it could just be the same model, and there's no evidence that ties Peter Parker being the one that stole it, that took the stolen
There's two
car.
things. One, damage to the car, and two, the license plate. License plate is a unique
Yeah, but
identifier for a
cars
car.
can be damaged. Cars can be damaged. In general, just because the car is damaged doesn't mean it's stolen.
Okay, the license plate. It's the same license plate.
Well, yeah, but the cops aren't gonna care to cite the license plate when they're chasing it. It's like, well,
Yes, they are. That'd be one of the main things they'll use.
Chasing.
Yeah, that'd be one of the main things.
Their objective is to chase the car, and they think that when they're chasing it, they believe, okay, the plan is chase the car. They don't need to waste time with the license plate. At the moment.
Let me just
Just really quick. Hold on.
Just let me make this point, Jeb. So let's say there is one police car chasing this car. Like the car is in front of them. What does he say to the other people, to the other police officers, the ones who are going to come help him? They're gonna say, we're chasing X car, X model with Y license plate. So they chase the right car. They say where they're heading down. But if you say the license plate, then there is no confusion. It's not a problem. Like they have the time to do that. Police officers would do that. Like it's the obvious thing that
do that.
Yeah.
But there's but the model itself is enough for them to know what they need to be chasing.
I thought it was just the model and location.
So if the model's
you just
enough,
need to tell them the model. Like telling them the license plate is not going to help them with the location.
Okay, so you're saying that for the police, telling where the car is,
and plus there's like two men shooting at like openly shooting at the police, so it would be pretty obvious. You don't need a license plate to piece together what you're supposed to be chasing.
Hold on. So if the model is enough, then therefore they would be able to narrow it down that Peter's in the car.
It's like,
yeah.
We're chasing X model of car, heading down X avenue, going to X avenue.
Yeah, they don't.
So I'll finish my point quick. So you've established that just now. So Peter is nearby the location where the situation happened, and he's with the model car. One, that would be enough to place a suspicion, and two, back to the license plate thing. Police always, even in chase, will try and get the license plate because that's a unique identifier for a car, and that can help track down a car, no matter what. It's a key bit of information they will need in case do.
It was a shootout. It was a shootout. There's not going to be lots of time for them to actually record the license plate. Like their main objective is to stop them, not to get the license plate. It's especially going to be difficult to collect the license plate when they're being shot at.
But they still try to do it, and more often than not, police do actually do it, even in shootouts.
In this case, they weren't trying to get the license plate. They just need to. What's important is the model and who's in it and where they are.
Okay, so the
Which
thing
would
is,
then make it easier to find Peter.
Yeah, like
by that logic.
The thing is, if it matters where it was and the model, so Peter arrives with a car with the same model, close to where the accident first happened, to where these criminals were reported to be. Like there are eyewitnesses there. People saw that that Spider-Man showed up at the scene, and there is the fact that
right, but the
no, go
on. Okay, so what I was gonna say is the criminals were already taken in, like the people that were in the car, so they wouldn't assume like they know that the car is like they wouldn't I guess the car would just have disappeared. They can assume it just drove, like Spider-Man took them out of the car and the car just went somewhere else. I guess they didn't find it. I don't know, it doesn't matter. The car it's not important.
Hang on.
At that point, because they're already taken in.
Studio's made a point, and Studio tends to be quite knowledgeable on this. Studio's just gone, the first thing they always do is report the model, the colour, occupied X, and plate.
Wait, sorry, what did Studio say?
In a comment, they went, the first thing they always do is report the model, colour, occupied X, so who's in there, and the license plate of the car to help track this down.
Okay, let me just can I read one paragraph here? It's from
Yeah, I'm just going through chat.
okay, so this page is called How Stuff Works. Just googled it, how police chases work.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, so let's examine
Yeah,
the
yeah.
various decisions that an officer has to make when starting, engaging in, and finishing a pursuit. Suppose an officer is patrolling a highway when he spots a car passing him at a faster than the posted speed limit. He accelerates and tails the car, but doesn't turn on his lights and sirens yet. He uses the radio to call in the license plate numbers and finds out if the car is stolen or if there are warrants out for the owner. So one of the first things they do is call in the license plate. Like, what are the first things? Like, you wouldn't argue as well that the robbers would just because they were shooting at the police, the police officers, because if they started shooting just as they were getting into the car, they're retarded. So that's you'd be using bad writing to justify bad writing as well. So
What do you mean it would be bad writing? What
if
part would be
if
bad
you're
writing?
if you're justifying with saying that the robbers were trying to, like, they were shooting at the police before they got into the car, like, I don't even know if they're robbers, the people they're chasing, if they shot at the police beforehand, then that just means they're retarded, and having characters like retarded for no reason isn't good writing as well.
I didn't say that they were
No, yeah,
doing
I'm
that,
saying
and
it
that's not the only. That's not. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that's not the only reason that this whole thing could have happened. It could have been like police were a police officer was in the area, and then there's reports. There's like a 911 call. Hey, there's this car. That's they describe what the car looks like. Obviously, if the car is speeding, they're not going to know what the license plate is. They're not going to have enough time to read it.
Incorrect.
So no. If the car is speeding and they only see it from the side, like if they see it from the side, and they report it, they're not going to see. There's no guarantee that they're going to be able to read it off right away.
Okay, so there are at least 3 police cars behind the car they're chasing. At least one of them would be directly behind it. There's also the fact that there are 2 people in each police car. One person could write down the license plate number, and while the other drives. Like, it's not a huge issue. Well, a huge problem for them either.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Okay.
But yeah. But the main point I wanted to bring is that just because he was being careless there, which is again stupid, doesn't mean that he wouldn't care about the risk of the whole bike situation. That was the point I was making.
Yeah, but the
I
thing
understand
is
that
that
it's careless and dumb for him to do the thing with the car, but like we said, there's a contradiction that he even did it to begin with.
like
That's the issue. It's that contradiction existing kind of makes you question even more why didn't he tell her about the bike by that president. It takes you more out of the scene.
Because if he were, that would be taking a risk. And like I said, it's just stupid in general that that he would even use the car. So I don't think it's a good basis for why saying that he wouldn't want to risk his identity. Like I don't think like citing a contradiction as your basis for why he shouldn't why he should have done what I'm saying he didn't do, and like as using that as a basis as for why my explanation doesn't work. It doesn't. Like what I'm saying is, don't use a contradiction. Use something that's in character.
Okay, but the thing is, considering it's a contradiction in canon, this is in character for him, because like it's what the film establishes. Well, if it's not, then it wouldn't be in the film. It's in canon. It is. It's something that his character decides to do.
It's in canon. It's out of character for him to do that.
Yes, it is a problem, but that doesn't mean he didn't do that. So if he did, you'd have to try to understand what's going on in his mind for doing that. Like, it sets a precedent, because if one scene contradicts the other, the information of a previous scene can be retroactively.
It contradicts the notion. It contradicts the general notion that Peter Parker doesn't take risks when it comes to his identity. Kronos, you're quiet right now. What are you saying?
Oh, nothing. I'm not saying anything.
Oh, okay. What I was saying is, citing a contradiction for why me explaining that why it's in character for him not to bring up the motorcycle thing is in character. Like, I wouldn't cite a contradiction as a basis for, like, that's where the problem is, not the fact that he didn't tell her about the motorcycle thing as an excuse.
Okay.
I think it makes sense for him to go with the Usher thing.
Okay, so my next question for this would be, why would MJ automatically assume he'd be in that particular area when he's in New York and bike crashes or even crashes in general are very common? He could say he was somewhere else.
Yeah, like he was on
Going
his
there.
way to the play, and like it's a car chase. It could have happened anywhere near the play. Like it wouldn't just be like, oh yeah, he was at at exact spot. It was exactly him, the
Well,
person who did that
it was near the play. Well, it was at least on the way to the play.
Yeah,
But
but
what we're
how?
saying is, why couldn't he have said somewhere else, given it's New York, crashes are common, especially for bikes.
Wait, sorry, what?
So what I'm arguing is, why would he have to say it's in that area? Why couldn't he say it was somewhere else in New
No,
York
you
on the
okay.
way?
I didn't say he had to say it was in a specific area. It's that in the news it would be reported in that area.
But like he hit a bunch of cars. Why would it? How would he? How would MJ figure out that it was exactly in that area that Peter was hit?
Because it would be on the news.
Like
And
Or
if
what
it's
do you
on-
mean?
said,
Like, how would she know that?
No,
No, if Peter just says no, if Peter just says that he was hit, like his motorcycle was hit while he was on his bike or whatever, that would be an indicator. Like that could be an indicator that the bike that was where the dude jumped, like he flipped over it, and it happened to be on the way to her show. Like that could raise suspicion.
Wouldn't it
That
be-
could be a risk.
Wouldn't it be in the news to do that anyway?
That about the whole bike thing.
Yeah, wouldn't that be suspicion anyway, given it is on the route
Yeah, but he's
to
using
the play on a
he's
bike?
it would only reaffirm the suspicion if he confirms, yes, I was in a car crash, not car crash, bike crash. That's why I wasn't able to make it.
So if that's his reason in mind, it could be on the news, wouldn't that give him more incentive to say somewhere else the bike crash happened?
Well, I mean, he could, but here's the thing. The thing is, like, if he says like it happened somewhere else, it's like it's still really convenient timing, and really it's convenient that it's on the way to her show, so it can be seen as like she could end up seeing through it, being like she could note these things and it'll just not add up to her, if you get what I'm saying. Like she can just she can reach the what just happened?
Kronos, left
Kronos
for some reason.
left.
Oh shit, he just blipped. But yeah, I still think it's reasonable that he would assume that she has reasons to doubt his story. Oh shit.
Oh. Okay.
Um,
You good? Kronos?
I like that. All right, I'm back.
Okay.
So
So,
you're
okay,
saying-
basically,
go on, go on.
sorry, what?
No, go on.
Okay. Jeez, what was I saying? I was saying, yeah, if he says it's a different location, she could still doubt the story, because it's convenient timing, it's a convenient circumstance. Like you know what I mean? It seems pretty coincidental. So there's a chance that she could just be doubting that she could doubt it based on those reasons, based on those coincidences.
Wait, doubt what
doubt,
exactly?
Like doubt the fact that it, like if he says no, like if he says I was on my bike and this and this happened, and she would be like, well, this happened, well, even if she doesn't bring it up, that would just be in her head, like, yeah, but that also happened at a similar time, nearby, like somewhere nearby the play. It would still be really suspicious from her perspective. Like the fact
Okay, you just said that
his excuse rides on coincidences.
you just said that Peter is not the type of person to do these backflips. Why would MJ's first thing that she would think about would be, oh, maybe Peter is Spider-Man? Like you contradicted yourself there.
How did I contradict myself? I said she could. There's a risk.
Okay, that's okay. So Peter, you said that Peter, like him doing backflips is not like in character for him. Like it's not someone you would expect to do something like that. You said that earlier.
No, it's
What?
what do you mean?
Like you said earlier, like Peter doing backflips is not something you'd expect from him. You said
Yeah.
like I don't know, an hour ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
if it's like that, then why would Peter say, "Oh yeah, my bike was destroyed in a car accident"? Why would she instantly assume, considering she knows Peter, why would she instantly assume that, oh, maybe he was the guy on the bike and he did the backflip, and for that reason he's Spider-Man?
Well,
Like there's just
he
some
did do a
huge leaps.
backflip at the high school.
Oh, so he can do a backflip. So the time you said that he's not the type of person to do that, you just contradicted yourself.
No. I'm saying, when if she notes that, if it becomes like a pattern, she would know, hey, but he also did this in high school. Oh, and Peter Parker is not very like athletic or anything like that generally. So it's like, okay, maybe he is Spider-Man. That can lead her to that conclusion.
But like you
What,
just
an
said that
event happening 2 years apart?
yeah, true. That as well. But like if he's able
So
to do a
she can't-
backflip when he's in high school and he's able to do a backflip when he's not in high school anymore 2 years later, how would that correlate to him being Spider-Man? That's something
Because
he
that
was able
should
to.
be that should be, because if if it's chalked up as to like a one-time situation, then whatever. It's still suspicious. But if he does it again, that's even more suspicious, especially for someone like Peter Parker. Like, he's not an acrobatic person. He's not supposed to be.
But she knows that he is because she saw the backflip.
Well, yeah, but well, that can be chalked up as like a one-time situation,
You
not
can't
something
just do
that
a
he
one.
can like you know what I mean? Like those kind of like, I guess,
Ask
well,
something. If
kind of
he
like
uses
beginner's
the
luck, that concept.
You can't
if he
just
uses
do a.
I was gonna ask something. If he uses the bike excuse, Peter better have insurance on the bike, because when you get into an accident, right? You have to check the other person. You have to call 911. You have to document the accident. You have to report it to the cops. You guys have to exchange insurance details. If the cops show up and you don't have
Not exactly
insurance,
when the
it's
car
kind it's
accident
kind of
happened
illegal.
because of the car accident happened because of a police chase. He's not gonna exchange insurance details to the fucking criminals who were just arrested.
Hang on, Studio's just made a good point about the whole bike thing apparently making the news. The bit that would actually be the focus would be the multiple cars hit, 3 cops threat, then Spider-Man stopping the robbers, not a random bike being hit.
Yeah, a random bike got hit and nobody got hurt with that. So like, it being reported is even like not likely as well.
What do you mean it being reported isn't likely? Is it not
Because
likely that the news would ask questions to the people that were watching?
Yeah, the
it would
people
be
that
more
were almost
focused on
hit.
the police cars
Yeah, the people that
and
were almost
such.
hit by the police car, but that Spider-Man saved. Yeah, the people who saw a guy who didn't get hurt. Just why ask them? Like that's not interesting. That's not what journalists would do.
Are you cut out in the middle of it? Were you saying that oh, excuse me. Were you saying that the journalists wouldn't be interested in asking them about it?
Exactly.
focus-
They
No,
ask,
no,
what
no.
did you
They were
see? And
first
then the
they were
witnesses would be like,
first-hand
oh, I saw
witnesses.
this guy jump off a bike and did this incredible
No,
fucking flip over a
Yeah,
car.
they're like the first. They're like right there when it happened.
Yeah,
but the
so were the
focus
people
would
that almost
be
died with the car, the police car that was about to hit them, but Spider-Man stopped it.
Well,
Like
journ-
they're gonna say, "Oh yeah, there's
journal-
this dude. He was about to get hit, but then he survived." And it's just like, "Oh, okay. So why would they
Well,
report that?
well,
Why would
just
they say
yeah.
who that guy
That's
was as well? Why
they
say
can
that he's
they can
Spider-Man?"
report more than one part of the chase.
Yeah,
They
but
can
what I'm
Well,
report
saying is
more
I
that
than
then
one
they
part of it.
wouldn't
when the
have motivation to do
they
so.
just ask, hey, what did you see? It's like, oh, I saw this guy flip over a car after jumping off a motorcycle.
Yeah.
well to make the point. What every journalist does, and news reporter and such, especially for example the Daily Bugle, they'll focus on what grabs the most attention. What would grab the most attention would be Spider-Man in this case, and how police cars got wrecked, and how Spider-Man saved the day. It would be someone avoiding a crash and surviving. The focus of the story and the forefront, and most of the people who are going to notice, is the Spider-Man section.
Right, but they can still mention it. Just
But they
because
probably
Spider-Man
won't.
is no, just because Spider-Man, well, they can. There's a possibility that they can. It is probable.
It's not even probable because it just doesn't attract attention in the same way Spider-Man does, and the police cars getting wrecked.
It won't attract as much attention, but there is a chance that it could be reported.
And then you're jumping to the leap that Peter would have this in mind for not telling MJ, whilst MJ having the leap that Peter can't be somewhere else in a bike accident in New York. It seems like a very big leap to make with all these in mind.
Right, but it's very coincidental too. That's the thing.
I wouldn't even say it's really coincidental. It's such a low probability to actually put together that, yeah, he could be Spider-Man because of this. Because by your scenario, you've got to rely. MJ sees the news report and sees that. MJ doesn't believe the story, and Peter has all this in mind as well to not tell MJ. That's a pretty big contrivance.
What is?
The facts you're establishing as to why Peter wouldn't say what needs to happen as a situation for him to get suspicious by MJ.
Wait. I'm confused on what you said about the last part. I don't think I heard that info.
Okay, so probably to rephrase. So you're stating that Peter doesn't say it because it could be in the news. So firstly, we need it to be in the news. Bearing in mind we've had Spider-Man save the day and such. Secondly, we need MJ to see that news herself. Thirdly, we need her to have suspicion of Peter not being in a different place for the crash, but in the same place.
Oh,
And then fourthly, you would also need Peter to have this thought in his head as to why he wouldn't tell MJ anyway. That's a contrivance to have all those four things.
I don't see how it's contrived. As for Peter, as for the news thing, it's still probable that they would report on that happening, even if Spider-Man is like the main attraction. There's still a chance that that piece of information could get on the news. Like, it can still be talked about. And as for MJ seeing the news, again, it's people check the news. Like, most of the time, people do check the news every day. There is a chance that MJ will see this. Peter doesn't know what her news routine or how often she checks the news or whatever, but there is still a chance that she can see it.
Okay, so
Um,
Peter would be thinking like, okay, I was in this bike accident. It's the reason why I was late. I'm gonna tell to her that I was late, but I'm not gonna tell her why. So because if she happens to read the news and it happens to be reported that I was in the car accident in a car accident where my bike got
Well, I mean-
destroyed, she may figure out
Actually,
that
yeah,
I'm
like,
Spider-Man. Like, that's a huge leap in terms of like MJ figuring out he's Spider-Man. Like, that doesn't correlate. Like, how would she go from one to the other? It's a like.
Well, okay.
All we
Well, why
know is
would-
that he
okay,
jumped away
why
from the
would-
car. All we'd know, and he wasn't hit.
Okay, well, would Peter present himself as somebody who's very acrobatic?
Yeah, and she knows that because she's seen him do something like that in high school.
No, he wouldn't. I don't know why Peter. No, I don't think Peter would present himself as somebody who's very acrobatic. Like, she can just chalk that up to being luck if he doesn't do anything like that moving forward.
Luck. In the first film, he fucking punches Flash and he
He
goes
doesn't-
half of the way of the hallway. Like, he gets thrown far back, dude.
Well, he did. Well, yeah, but he did plan he does say to I mean, I know he doesn't say this to MJ, but I mean, this is something that he could potentially, like, if it were brought up, he would use as an excuse. He said he's been exercising lately to Aunt May, so you can I guess that's what he would go with if he were questioned about, hey, how did you do that? But as for like moving forward, like because that was at a time where he was irresponsible. When he becomes responsible after Uncle Ben dies, why would he continue to present himself as somebody who has those capabilities?
I mean, I'm not saying he's gonna continue. I'm saying that he has presented himself that
Right,
way
and
to MJ, and
if he
MJ knows
does
that.
that, if he does it again, like if it looks like, oh, this is just a common skill for him, this is just a pattern, then that can lead her to the conclusion. Because remember, Peter Parker's not supposed to present himself as this really athletic person. He's supposed to present himself as it's more like meek, wimpy, whatever, like a nerd. Doing the whole jump thing over the car would go against that, and it would make it seem more. It's like it's just a skill that he has,
Okay, so
which would
so he jumped.
which would
he,
go
he
against what he wants
Okay.
his
Okay.
like image to be.
Okay, sure,
Okay,
but
so
like
I got
he just a sec, Jeb. Just jumped
Yeah.
over the car. It's okay, that shows his acrobatic. But then MJ would think, huh? Out of like the 10 million people that live in New York, this guy is Spider-Man because he is acrobatic. Like that doesn't correlate at all. Like Spider-Man is way
Well,
more
yeah,
than
it
that.
is. It's
Like you'd only think it's Spider-Man if you had the suspicion already.
well, I mean, Spider-Man did show up after the whole thing, so that might also lead her to that conclusion.
another thing to ask. Alright, so you've gone on the basis, oh, a pattern's emerging that Peter's done these backflips, right?
Yeah.
It's been 2 years. One, would you even remember, and two, how's there a pattern in 2 years?
Okay. So if she remembers it, well, like you said, it was 2 years. If he still has those skills, like 2 years later, it would seem okay. This is something Peter Parker can do, and he hides it.
Well, I mean,
So
yeah,
you're
he
running
did
on the
do it
basis
once.
that MJ. So you're running on the basis that MJ remembers this event from 2 odd years ago to also add it to this
Yeah,
factor.
I don't see why she. That's something she can't remember. There is a possibility that yes, she does remember it.
That's never established that she does remember it though.
But you don't need to establish that someone has a memory.
In your explanation as to why,
She has a brain, so I think yes, it's highly probable that she does remember it. Excuse me.
Okay, yeah, I do actually think it's kind of probable that she remembers it because it's like out of the ordinary thing to happen at high school. But the thing is, Peter being able to do like to be acrobatic isn't just gonna be like directly be like, oh yeah, now he's Spider-Man. Because like there are 10 million people in New York. Why would you think that your best friend happens to be Spider-Man? Oh, because he did a backflip that was reported on the news, and news can be sensationalistic in trying to get more people to read it. So
Right, but that's not like him being acrobatic like that. That's not really how he wants to present himself now, does it? Like it seems like he would be hiding these abilities that he can do.
I mean, if
It would seem like he's hiding that he can do these things. You know what I mean? Like it's just not something that is like it doesn't seem like Peter Parker.
okay, okay, so if it
It's
doesn't
not really in
seem
line with the way he presents himself.
okay, so if it doesn't seem like Peter Parker, wouldn't you say that instead of doing a backflip over the car, he would like jump differently. He would like whatever he'd jump away in front of the car, like to his side, just jump to his right, jump to his left, trying to not to get hit by
That's
the
not
car.
a good idea. Oh, okay. So the car. Let me pull up the picture actually, so I can show you the visual, because that'll be easier to explain it. Spider-Man 2 car.
Yeah, I mean, I have it.
chase.
I have it open here. Let me show it on stream. Let me get you the.
Oh,
another
right,
point,
oh.
another point, and it's more of an issue for Spider-Man 1. She saw this happen in the Flash fight, yet this is never added or established as shown in her suspicion for Peter as Spider-Man.
Okay. All right, I got the clip. All right. So you said, why doesn't he jump to the side?
Yeah, like wait, let me show it
Okay.
on stream here.
I'll just
Here,
show
explain.
this in a moment.
He sees that the car is going behind him, what he does is he jumps up. He could have jumped to his right, for example, where there are no cars, a road
Okay.
away.
There is a car on the. There are cars. There's police cars. So if he were to jump
No, I'm
to the
saying like
right,
where
that
he is,
would be a risk.
the police cars would be behind. He jumps over the car and behind it. The police cars whiz past him. Like it's actually contrived that the police cars don't hit him at all.
No. He jumped over. Let me look at the scene. Hold on.
He jumped over and then fuck.
Oh, the cop cars were shown to be going to the sides of the car.
They
Like
were
that's where
not.
that's where the police cars were. Yeah, we did. We do see it. I'll have it
Let me
up
share
so
you
we
this screenshot then. You can see at least one car behind directly behind it.
Yeah, it's
Here
it's
as
not
well.
directly behind the police car is trying to go next to it.
Yeah, it's kind of trying to be close, so it's like behind. So then what Peter does is he jumps over the car, and for some reason that
Well, yeah,
he's
because
okay
in
with
the-
doing that,
I mean-
but not okay with jumping to the side, which would be way less
Hang on.
inconspicuous, like you said. Actually,
Okay, so hold
here
up.
when he
The
jumps
police
over
car
the
that you're
car,
pointing out, the police car was moving to the.
yeah, it actually
It's
stays.
right.
It actually
Yeah.
stays behind the car they were chasing for a while. But this one, that's when he's jumping. There's a car behind, like just 90 degrees, or not 90.
Yeah, I
0.
can see the car.
Yeah. And then he lands, and that car just swerves away. Apparently, yeah, he just turns away.
It was sticking. It was sticking to the right, I believe,
No, that one is directly behind the last picture I sent you.
or the left. Well, either way, there's still cars on the. What I was pointing out, the point of it is there's still cars on the side. So if he were to jump to the side, he would end up hitting one of the cars. At least if he's in the air, he'll have more. The cars can breeze like right under him.
Also, the fact that this whole
But wait. The cars breathe under him. He doesn't spend that long on the air. Like that point doesn't really correlate. He just jumps over one car. He wouldn't be able to get the other cars to.
Well, no, the cars. Well, yeah. No, what I mean is that's a better option than jumping to the sides. Because if he were to
Why?
do that, he would hit the police cars.
But the police cars could have hit him
What do you
anyway
mean,
when
why?
jumping behind the car. Like I said, there were at least 3 police cars
No,
behind the car they were chasing.
The police car behind him has more time to turn away from his direction.
Why?
Whereas
But
were to
if he
do it on
jumps
the side,
but if he
they have
jumps
less time.
no, but
They
if he
have
jumps
less
to
time
the side,
have-
then he's jumping at least a bit forward because he's carrying momentum because he was on the bike. So then
no,
it would
he's-
the police car would have even more time to get away from him.
No, the police cars are closer when they're on the side.
What? They're
No, you okay? If he were to jump to the side, all right, the police are already going at high speeds, and they would hit him.
yeah, they were going to have speeds anyway. He jumps behind them, thus getting closer to the cars.
No, but because of the fact that the police car in the back is further, it has more time to either shift directions or come to a halt.
and it wouldn't be able to do either in time.
Kronos,
Because
are you
that's-
speaking? Because your voice sounds really quiet. Or is it Jed?
No. No.
And it wouldn't have time to do.
That's Jeb's talking right now.
Okay. And it wouldn't have time. It wouldn't have time to halt or swerve either, because it has to anticipate the sudden jump by someone with the sudden high speed it's going at. Peter would be dead, or hit, with the car behind him.
Yeah, like either way, it's a stupid decision to jump, especially considering what you said about him trying to keep it undercover. Like if he sees that the car is actually, another point, if he sees that the car is going to hit him, why doesn't he just turn away? There is space for him to do it. He is close to the front of a taxi. He could just do that, and it seemed.
Let me see that.
And he could just swerve to the right as well, which then the car wouldn't hit him, hit his bike,
I'm gonna
and
see
then he
if
could just
there's,
stop.
space in front of him. Yeah, there actually is space in front of him. So I guess, I mean, then again, it is in the moment, so it's kind of like, he kind of has to act like now. But yeah, I can see. Yeah, he definitely could have turned directions. um, with the bike. Yeah.
I want to add one more thing with the pattern thing you mentioned, and MJ maybe getting suspicion. I
Wait.
would.
Sorry, I didn't. What were you saying?
Let's. Yeah.
Okay, so with the whole MJ may get suspicion from the backflip. Now, MJ saw Peter have the flash fight and do what he did to Flash. Now, if I were Peter, or if Peter were thinking, if she didn't get suspicion then of that, this would be less likely to get suspicion and to say, my bike crashed somewhere else.
Yeah, like it's just him doing a backflip when in the flash fight he just like he dodged stuff that he wasn't even seeing, like a punch that was coming towards him, and he punched the flash and he was sent and he was thrown across the
Sure.
hallway.
Yeah.
For like half of
Here's
the
what I'll
hall.
say. Here's what I'll say after talking about it. Peter's plan, like, in regarding to this plot point, is not good. That's what I'll say.
Okay, good.
Because one, he could have turned away from the thing. I know it's like it is in the moment that he has to make a decision, but then again, it's like he could have avoided the fact that the car would have hit him if he just like sped up and turned. And as for him going to the show with the car, that's dumb as well. It risks suspicion, and obviously it's slower. And I don't know why you would. If he did change into the car, then he's dumb. They fuck. Sorry, I'm getting an important text.
All right.
You're right, Paul.
Okay, so yeah, sorry about that. And as for what is it? Yeah, him showing up to the show with the car, dumb. What else? Okay. Oh God. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I keep getting texts. But yeah.
Speaking of text, I wanted to address someone who's probably watching the stream right now. Lumen, $20 and I'll do it. That's it. So he
But
DM'd me.
yeah, the call.
He DM'd
The call.
DM'd
I'm not.
me,
I'm not
and,
convinced that
$20 I'll
him
do
bringing up the motorcycle thing. I still believe he has reasons to believe that could risk his identity. But yeah, I'll conceive that it is contrived. It is contrived.
Sure. I mean, this another thing that I find
Um,
contrived is that like
oh
as
my
he's
God.
heading to the play, like there is a police chase just happening to go on at the exact place he's at. Like it's pretty contrived, and it's a way to force the Spider-Man No More arc, because it begins with him wanting to be there for MJ, but he can't. So like this happening is actually one of the biggest like driving forces for that arc, and I actually think it being contrived detracts a lot from it.
Wait, I have a question,
Sure.
Marcus.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
So, because then
Um,
I've been having
I-
this thought, I've been having this thought. Wouldn't Peter Parker's arc not really work because a lot of it is connected to MJ, treating him really horribly, but also at the same time,
Yeah, it's my internet.
also what I haven't seen brought up by many people is everyone is very unrealistically cruel to him. Not just MJ, but other people as well, and that's the driving force of him wanting to give up.
Sure. I mean, it's kind of like the premise. Like, what if all this shit was happening to Spider-Man? Like, I don't actually know if it's a problem that people are being mean, because it's just like, oh,
Let me
he
switch,
can't. He's trying.
devices real quick.
He's trying to,
But
for
the
example,
way-
at the party, he's trying to get like something to eat, and he isn't able to. Like, yeah, that's unfortunate for him,
Yeah,
but
and
it's not
that's-
like a huge thing. It's just trying to make it
Yeah.
like more campy. I think. I don't think it's an issue, like per se.
Sorry, that might,
Yeah.
that might have been my fault. I pressed the button.
What I
I read.
think here is it relies on writing sympathy trick 101. Just have like a lot of bad things happen to the character, and we're supposed to feel bad for him in a sense.
Sorry, I was gonna ask.
Like,
Did did you want to because we already I guess we went over this this whole thing. Do you want to move on to some stuff with Otto Octavius?
Sure.
Oh
yeah,
god, yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, God.
cool with that.
Do you want to start?
there's a
then?
lot.
So okay, where do we begin? His experiment. So one of the points that was brought up, I believe, was why would he be allowed to do it in his apartment?
Yeah.
If you want to clarify or add anything to that.
Okay, so for example, there's arguments for both sides for 9/11 happening or not in this film, like in this universe.
I don't. Yeah, what I would say to this is whether it happened or not. I don't think it's relevant to what I would argue against it.
Sure. He does this experiment he creates a sun, or at least he's going to create a miniature sun to power the entire city, or he's trying to do something like that. And then he says that he knows what happens if the slightest miscalculations occur. So the thing is, he says that, and when he uses the sun he created, the sun actually does go unstable, and it almost destroys the city. Is what he said would happen if it did go on. Like it could destroy the city. So like, how would he be allowed to do something like that in the middle of New York City, one of the most populated cities in the world, and just having a permit to do that from the government and whatnot?
And also another thing, let me add on that. Another thing, why didn't he make sure this thing was working before he tested it in public? Like, why didn't he test it before? Because he should have ran. Usually, when you test something, whether it could be in engineering or science, you run the experiment multiple times. So with a device like this, they should have ran that multiple times with no one there to make sure that that thing works properly. And if it doesn't, fix it. So then when they present it in public, it works properly. So that's another thing.
Okay. All right. So we'll go with this. Okay. First, with what I want to say to the Last Jedi fan, Otto Octavius, it's established like very firmly that he is overconfident and he believes that it's going to work. He doesn't believe it's going. Oh shit. He doesn't believe that the experiment's going to go wrong. They make a very clear point about this. Even when it starts sucking in metal, he says it'll stabilize. It's under my control.
Yeah, I get that, but still, like.
Octavius can be overconfident but not being stupid. Like not running tests seems really stupid, especially for someone with his level.
Not even that's needed because this.
No. I don't see why this would be out of character for him because they clearly established he thinks he has it under control. He thinks it works just fine. I don't see why it would be out of character for him.
Oh, well, it's not that it's out of character, it's just that it's out of practicality. I mean, he's not just this... So, when you're a scientist who's especially in, like, the field of nuclear physics, which he is when you're doing an experiment like this, it's not just you. You have to get permits to do this kind of stuff. So it's completely unrealistic, and yeah, it's a character flaw that it's overconfident, but it's also incompetent on the people who gave him the permit to do this, like in his apartment and also with zero safety equipment. That's the issue.
Right. So I'm going to address that, but first I wanted to quickly address what Last Jedi fan said. He said it was stupid of Otto Octavius, but it is in character for Otto Octavius based on what we know about him. That's what I first want to check off. Do we agree that it's in character?
No.
It could be in character, but that still doesn't make it good.
I'll explain why. So it's in character that it's in character that he's overconfident, but you can't prove your calculations are correct without doing the actual calculations. You can't make that confirmation, even as someone that's overconfident.
You can make a mistake in your calculations and think it's correct and not actually check if it is.
But he wouldn't know till the experiment. Yeah, in some form you would do that.
If you think your calculations are 100% correct, why do you need to test it?
Exactly.
because
how
you
does he
end
know
up
that's
killing
100%
people if it
correct?
fails.
He thinks no. He went
because he doesn't think
because
he can be wrong.
yeah, that's the point.
But the problem is, okay, so there's a fine line between arrogance and recklessness. If this fails, people die. People will die, and we see people do die. Ark is arrogant, but he isn't reckless. Even if he thinks his calculations are correct, he would still check over the calculations.
Yeah.
Because of the risk factor involved. Even arrogant
Right, but
scientists
he
will do
doesn't.
this.
He knows the
And
consequences, but he doesn't think it's going to fail.
Especially in
So
especially
as far as like what as far as Otto Octavius knows, to redo the to go through the calculations again is pointless if he thinks it works.
but again, the recklessness of the risk factor, and someone mentioned the post 9/11 world. We're in a post Chernobyl world as well, where this same kind of event happened with arrogance as such. And if he has no basis for his calculations to be correct either, he can't make that statement. He's
He's run the calculations. He did make a mistake, but in his eyes, him running the calculations himself should be enough to assume yes, it's going to work. Yes, it's safe.
But then how did he
and there's
run?
even a real world example. I know Kronos, you like to talk about this one, so do you want to bring it up?
Well, yeah, you mentioned someone's talking about the fact you would have to have permits to build this shit. So are we all familiar with Elon Musk, right?
Yeah.
We're all familiar with him.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. He didn't come up, but he has this idea. It's called the Hyperloop. It was a big capsule traveling in a vacuum at 700 miles per hour. The first test track he built for this was in the middle of a city. Now, if it failed, right, you would have had this big-ass capsule jettisoning forward at the speed of sound, breaking through the tube, and that's just if there's a small hole, if there's a pressure differential, pretty dangerous. He built the first test track in, like, the middle of a city in California.
Not to mention that the issue with this actual experiment is that his containment field is too small for the sun. I want that to be crystal fucking clear because that's going to be very important later on.
Can I ask?
Sorry, I cut out. What was happening?
Also, that's another thing. If he's making a sun, then like, why isn't it like really, really, really hot in the room?
Because the containment failed.
I'm in a containment field, comic bookium.
Okay.
That part I'm fine with.
Okay. But it should. I agree that it should totally be tested, and like before it's tested out in the public, it should be tested in private, and they should have ran multiple tests.
If he's so confident, then just test it out before, because he's gonna know that it works. Like it would boost his confidence even more.
There is a difference between overconfidence and stupidity. Okay, this is stupidity.
He's stupid.
Like not only Otto is stupid, but the city of New York is stupid for signing off on this.
Did you hear what Kronos said about the Hyperloop?
Yeah, I have a question.
I cut out while he was talking about it, so I didn't know what was said afterwards.
I have a question on it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you established that he did it in California, he built this could have been dangerous. Has it ever been confirmed he never ran computer simulators or anything beforehand, rather than practical tests?
They had a bunch of artist renditions on how it would work. They weren't accurate at all. They all had different models and everything.
But has it been confirmed or denied about any simulations, any virtual tests, given this is Elon Musk?
There was no testing at all. They didn't even build the chamber properly. It couldn't even hold the vacuum. It was filled up with air immediately after the first capsule ran out. So clearly they didn't do anything. Otherwise, it might have worked.
Yeah, there's no protective barrier that's keeping the witnesses, the people that are watching this experiment. There's nothing protecting them or their possessions or anything like that from getting sucked into the sun in case anything goes wrong. It's Pretty
was asking about,
fucking reckless.
He was asking about Elon Musk's Hyperloop, the test track he built in California. It's pretty small. It was pretty small. They couldn't even hold the vacuum properly. The people were sitting in bleachers like 20 feet away. They had this white paper detailing how it would work, but then they didn't actually build the chamber properly. They put the chamber in such a way that it was rusty on the inside and it was expanding more on the top than on the bottom. They put the metal tubes on wet concrete, meaning the water seeped into the tubes when the concrete was setting.
Like,
DeVito's is saying.
If he had done the computer calculations, you'd think these would have all been worked out.
First off, hang on, I'm sorry. DeVito's is saying it's not a sun. In the movie, Otto Octavius says a huge amount of energy, like a perpetual sun providing renewable power for the whole world. Not to mention, kind of looks like a sun to me and has the properties of a sun. It's a sun. It's an artificial, miniaturized sun. Don't dispute this. It was one thing for you to say that MJ gave the ticket to Peter instead of him buying it, which was also bullshit. Don't make shit up like this, especially to defend this movie. It doesn't make the movie look any better. Thank you.
Yeah, he's doing nuclear fusion, which is a reaction the sun does. The sun is in the palm of my hands is another line.
Oh yeah.
He literally says the power of the sun in the palm of my hands twice in this movie. It's so obviously supposed to be a sun. Are you kidding me? Are you, like, seriously, is this where we're at with the defenses for this movie? Guys, this is supposed to be the best Spider-Man movie. This is supposed to be one of the best superhero movies ever made, and you can't mount a defense worth a shit? Seriously?
Here's a question I have. I don't know if you brought this up, but so Otto's sun thing, it's really, really bright, and I know Otto has he has like protection for his eyes. So shouldn't the other people, like the people watching the experiment, have some sort of eye protection? I mean, I know it doesn't light up the entire room, but you know, I think I would have given them,
weird,
like,
yeah.
I guess some sort of, I don't know, maybe glasses or something, like safety goggles, like Otto was wearing. That is something I find questionable.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I would. I think that it's strange that they don't have to put sunglasses on, but also it's like with Otto being there. I mean, he's right up next to the sun, whereas everyone else is like staying back. I don't know what the exact. I don't know how bright they want the sun, this little artificial one, to be compared to the one that we have in the real world. But I will grant you that it's weird. Yes.
It also seems that people don't have enough protection. People watching the experiment, like they're not wearing protective gear and nothing else, and it seems. Really,
where's like a protective barrier of glass?
Yeah. Which is
really
one of the other reasons why I think doing this in this place wouldn't be allowed by the government, considering how
it was
unsafe
allowed
the
for
situation
Elon
is.
Musk. It was allowed for Elon Musk in like 2016. Like they just allowed him to build the test track in the middle of a city in California.
Seriously, the city of New York, like the city of New York, not just any city, but the city of New York, looked at this and they were like, "Oh, you're building a fusion reactor that could possibly result in a nuclear explosion in the middle of Manhattan? Yeah, it'll be fine."
That will destroy the city, as Harry said.
Fuck right off. No, this is we're not doing this. We are not contesting this. This is see. Here's the thing. It's almost, I want to say it's almost nitpicky, just because of the fact that if you move it over to a more remote location, it doesn't really change anything about how the scene plays out. I guess it just raises the stakes if it's happening right here in the city as opposed to in a more remote place.
DeVito, saying it's a power source means it's not a sun. Do you not know what the sun does?
Oh my god. Alright.
Oh
You're not aware? Do you need to go back to GCSE fucking science?
Well, isn't that the whole point for them to generate renewable energy through the power of the sun? I mean, the whole point was to make a miniaturized sun with virtually infinite energy output.
Yeah.
You know what? I agree. It's not a sun, it's a star. Does that make you happier?
And we're getting caught on. And we're getting
Someone
caught
tell
on
him that the
some
sun
Fusion
is a star.
energy.
Also, I have a question. So, like, when it comes, I've mentioned in my notes that, you know, like how the arms work isn't really like fully explained. Like, when the chip gets blown, when a chip gets destroyed, you know, the arms take control of Doc Ock. Like, why are they evil? Like, why are they causing him to do?
Like,
causing
they're
him
not
to do
That's-
evil
evil
things?
That's a
person.
really good
Like,
question.
Like, the problem
It's-
with this
they
that
have no morals. They don't have morals. They're just like, you know, they're just arms. They have no morality.
yeah,
Well,
they,
they're
they,
like-
they have
they're
a
like-
Why
successful
does the hospital
fusion.
scene happen?
Yeah, they're like murder happy, dude. It's really strange.
Like-
When they're fully autonomous, ooh, they love killing people.
like the thing
it's
is
really
they,
weird.
they should just want you to create successful fusion because that's what Ox said that they wanted to do. But then we get to the hospital scene and it kills some of the doctors very like out of nowhere, like for no reason at all, and like it's just so that Sam Raimi can have his like his horror scene in his film, but it's like super out of place because it doesn't make
Well,
sense
they-
with
I
the
mean,
motivations
they
of
were
the
being
arms.
they were
It's
being
pretty cool.
They were
seeing
being
that it doesn't make
they
any
were being
sense.
yeah, they were being cut off.
Yeah, so that's why
Yeah.
I'm saying it kills some of the doctors unwarranted. Like killing the ones that were trying to saw it off. Okay, the doctors are running away. Why kill them?
Well, I guess in the event they might try to get help to, they could try to get help. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, getting help doesn't do
SK.
anything. It's shown by the cell.
SK,
So
I have
basically,
to
the
mention your
arms.
mic just took a shit.
Basically, he's invincible because of the arms. Basically, like, do you have any issues with him getting electrocuted with a bunch of metal and him somehow surviving? But let's not forget that happens again when he's in water. You know, he gets electrocuted and he survives both
Does get
times.
hospitalized for it. He gets hospitalized for it, so I don't really think it's a problem. I think it's.
So what about the
it-
second time?
Oh, the second time?
Yeah, when he's literally in water and gets electrocuted.
Isn't it also strange that he doesn't protect his inhibitor chip? That's super important.
Yes, that's a big issue.
Yeah, it
It's
has
very
basically no
vulnerable.
protection at all. It's
Like,
super
I think things like that can be attributed to because I'll agree Otto does make some retarded decisions in the movie, but I don't think this one really is specifically out of character because if he thinks the experiment's going to work and that he can contain it, then why would he need to provide any more protection?
because he's not retarded.
Because
Your Honor, my client is arrogant.
Because if
I mean, it's an established trait and it applies here.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. The guy's
Again,
retarded, so
difference
let's just
between-
not protect the only thing that's keeping him
Difference-
from going insane.
Difference, huge difference between arrogance and just being plain incompetent and having no safety measures whatsoever. So weird.
Well, sorry. Wait. Were you saying anything else?
No, I'm all I'm saying is that it's there's a difference between he's arrogant and he's retarded, and this is a point where he's retarded. It's
I
really
don't
strange
see
that
it.
he just. Why?
I don't really see why it's retarded because if he thinks the experiment is going to work and if he thinks nothing is going to go wrong, then there's pretty much no point in adding any extra protections.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
No,
Actually,
no,
let
no.
me
I'm not
make a
doing this.
comparison.
I'm not doing this. You can think that things are going to go perfectly fine, but you'll still want to have safety precautions just in case.
No, let me make a comparison. Just interesting. Okay, so a soccer team, it's going to play. It's against a very a terrible team, and like it's Liverpool against fucking League 4 team, a League 2 team. So okay, it's going to play. The Liverpool knows it's going to win. Like it's just guaranteed. They're arrogant. They know they're going to win. Are they not gonna have a goalkeeper anymore? Are they just gonna be like, no, it's fine? Like that's retarded. Like you would have some of these safety precautions.
That depends. That depends. If the people on the other team literally can't kick for shit, then sure, you might as well just keep kicking the ball in over and over again. If they can't even get past the midline, and if they're really bad at keeping the ball out of their side, then yeah, it's not necessarily out of character to do that. To assume that nothing is
Okay. So let me ask. So you're saying just if the team is playing incompetent, basically they're brain dead. So that would be
No,
like
no, no,
the
no.
safest option that they would go against, right? Like the worst team ever in history that doesn't even know how to play, just fucking babies rolling around on the ground.
What do you mean, babies? No, I don't mean babies rolling around on the ground. I just mean like, let's say they're all like they're really skinny nerds. So like Kronos, basically a team of Kronoses.
Wow. Wow.
Skinny nerds?
Wow.
What the fuck?
Shots fired. Shots fired.
So they're really incompetent. They don't know how to kick. Like if they were to kick a ball, they would kick it like on the like to the side, so it would go out of bounds, basically.
Okay,
like, that's how bad,
so it's a team that is just plain incompetent, that they don't even know how to play soccer properly, basically. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, they don't. They straight up. Even if they tried, they would. Even if nobody was there, they would suck at kicking the ball in.
Okay,
basically.
so but if it's a team that's better than that, they're still gonna use a goalkeeper, right?
Well, it depends. If the goalkeeper is like, "No, this is boring. I'm gonna go in there," it's like I
No,
think
they would
that
fill the
it's
fucking goalkeeper.
it's reasonable to assume that the goalkeeper would be like, they're not even close to the goal. They haven't even gotten to this side, so it would make sense that they would think, okay, I don't even need to be a goalie at this point.
Okay, sure. So you'd say that if it was harder, then of course they would use a goalkeeper, right?
Sorry, what?
If it was harder, if it was a team that's way harder to play against, they would use a goalkeeper 100%, right?
It really depends on how difficult. Well, how hard are we talking?
Like, I don't know, Liverpool and Manchester City. Like, I don't know, just if it was harder.
If
Or
it was
even
harder.
like
So,
Liverpool
let's
against
say-
fucking
let's say
bottom
they
place,
have
whatever.
players that can bring it to the to the other side, but they're not very successful when they do get to the other side. Is that a good level to go with?
Sure, but you'd still want a goalkeeper to make sure you wouldn't get scored against, right?
Yeah. If they manage to get it to the other side, probably, yeah.
Okay, so you're saying, so if there's like at least some risk of being scored on, if the team is at least somewhat competent to get to the other side, so then they use a goalkeeper. So let's think about this Ox scenario. He says that I know the consequences of the slightest miscalculation, and he says, Rosie, this boy thinks I'm going to blow up the entire city. So he says, so basically he's admitting, if I miscalculate even a little, even just a comma, anything, is the slightest miscalculation, the entire city is going to blow up. Don't you think that's a very big risk he's putting on, even if he is arrogant? He would want to try to have some insurance that, like, he wouldn't destroy the city.
Okay, from Otto's perspective, he doesn't see it as a risk. He thinks it's completely safe.
Okay, no, I'm not gonna accept that. Wait, I'm not gonna accept that. I'm not gonna accept that. Hold on.
I don't know why it worked.
Hold on. I'll make my point. Why? Most scientists, most mathematicians, most people with tech are arrogant. They believe they are right in what they do. A lot of theoretical physicists would say they believe their theory is correct. They have arrogance. I don't really see any of them risking blowing up an entire city based on their arrogance. You cannot use the arrogance argument when an entire city, and Nock himself, is at stake. Ock wouldn't have no risk. That point cannot stand. The risk outweighs the arrogance.
From his perspective, he doesn't see it as a risk. He doesn't think it's the whole point is he guarantees that it's not going to happen.
Then he's being retarded.
No, well,
it's not arrogant. It's not arrogance at that point. That's retardedness because you're risking an entire city. That is retardedness. You can't risk an entire city blowing up just because you believe your calculations are correct with no basis or other approval.
The point is he doesn't see it as a risk.
Okay.
That's the point of overconfidence.
But that makes it retarded. That's the point.
No, it's not. If he thinks it's going to work, if he thinks there's no risk, if he thinks it's not going to, if he thinks there's no chance it's going to go wrong, then it makes sense as to why he wouldn't be very careful with it.
That doesn't correlate because even scientists who believe their experiments and that work, they still have safety measures because they know that's part of the act, and that's without even bringing in
Also,
making sure there's safety measures.
I'm I'm asking if this is in character for Otto Octavius, not for the other scientists. We're talking specifically about Otto Octavius. In this
I don't make-
context, what we have established about Otto Octavius, it makes sense as to why he would believe that he wouldn't need these measures, because he thinks that there's not even a chance that he's going to fail.
And I'm making the case of making a comparison point with other scientists who have this same mindset that they still do it.
He's
There's
a
not-
really shitty scientist. We're supposed to believe that he's a brilliant mastermind scientist, and he's terrible at his job.
Like a very famous quote for scientists is discovery requires experimentation. He just does an experiment. The first test he does is in front of everyone here, and he's just gonna do it trying to basically kill people, like not trying to kill people, but with putting at a risk of killing a bunch of people, because he said he knows the risks of the slightest miscalculations, and those risks would be that the entire city could blow up. Like, okay, he's arrogant, but he's not stupid. There's this level of arrogance that is way too
Calculated. That's the point. If he doesn't think he miscalculated, then doing a test to make sure it's safe would be pointless from his perspective.
But that ignores the principles of being a scientist, which he's meant to be a brilliant one. Arrogant. The problem is we've used arrogance as a defense. Arrogance only does so much. It's established.
It can only get you so far.
Sorry, what?
I mean, listen, if you, it can only get you so far. Listen, if you're going to say that this makes sense because arrogance, then, like, by this logic, you would have to be okay with Hux not blowing up the Radis immediately in The Last Jedi because that's arrogant.
I mean,
Oh yeah, that's a huge issue.
I don't have a very good memory of The Last Jedi. I just remember it being terrible. But no, obviously there is a line you have to draw. But I'll give an example. I'll do it in this movie, actually. So Otto Octavius throwing a car at Peter and throwing Peter at the brick wall. Do we agree that those are dumb decisions?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
They're dumb
They're
decisions.
insane.
There was absolutely no reason for Otto to believe that his plan will work if he chucks the fucking car at Peter, because he knows Peter Parker, he is a human, and he needs him to get Spider-Man. When you throw a car at a fucking human, they're not gonna live. He's done. He's dead. If you throw him at a brick wall where everything falls at him on his head, like, no, he's
No,
not
you
gonna
know what?
live.
You know what? No. Otto knew that Peter would be able to dodge it because he's arrogant.
That logic can
He was
apply.
just so sure. He was just so sure that Peter would be able to dodge it anyways, just
He's
by
so
having
sure that his
no
plan makes
information
sense.
that could back that up.
Yeah.
He's arrogant.
Hold on.
He's arrogant, SK.
Hang on. He's not in this instance. He has absolutely no reason to believe that what he's going to do is going to work. But in the context of him,
Sure he does. He just knows that's going to work because he's arrogant.
He believes that the experiment is like, he doesn't think it's going to fail in any way. He thinks he guarantees that it's going to work and that there's nothing wrong with it. Okay, if he has that belief set in mind, of course he's not going to go through any kind of safety measures or do any kind of experimentation. It makes sense that he would believe that it's not going to go wrong. Therefore, doing all these.
Okay. Finish your point. I've got a question for you. All right.
So basically, so just to sum it all up, just so I'm clear, the difference between the experiment, he has reasons to believe that what he's about to do is safe. The reasons he has is he's done the calculations. He's a smart person, so he obviously trusts that what he's about to do, that what he's done with the calculations, he trusts that they're correct. He trusts that the experiment is done correctly. So he has reasons to believe that it's going to work. As for Otto Octavius throwing the car at Peter Parker, he knows for a fact that Peter Parker is a human. He knows for a fact that when you throw a car at somebody, they're going to either die or be severely injured to the point where you're like, what are you going to do? Pull Peter's corpse and say, hey, get Spider-Man for me. Like, no.
He's arrogant,
he
SK.
has firm reasons to believe that it's not going to work. And you can't say...
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I'm done. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question. Do you think that Otto doesn't fasten his seatbelt when he goes out driving because he just knows for sure that he's not going to get into a car crash?
No. No, because that's different.
No, it's not.
funny.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it is not. It is absolutely not. Listen, I can when I'm driving, I can be sure that I'm not going to get into an accident. I'm still going to fasten my seatbelt though, not just because it's the law, but because just in case.
Let me explain. All right, there actually are people in the real world that when they're driving, they don't actually have their seatbelts on.
Yeah, they're
And I'm not
stupid.
saying, I'm not using this as like a defense for auto. What I'm saying is that there are people in the real world that actually because they believe it'll be fine, it'll be safe. Uh, they're they're fine with doing that because of the fact
They're
like they
stupid.
think it's gonna be fine. But as for Otto Octavius, why I wouldn't compare the seatbelts to this is because when you're driving, like obviously, like it's very probable that when something like for example, if there's a car in front of you, and they're not being safe, like they come to a very quick stop, and you're a little bit too close to them, you'd want to stop like real quickly. And if the car is if the car is like it's so close that you have to hit the brakes, there's a chance like you're gonna, if you don't have the seatbelt on, you can hit your head against the wheel. You can hit your, lot bad things can happen basically due to the fact that there is inertia. These are things that just about.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Just to continue on, this also applies to red lights. Let's say you're driving to a red light, and then you stop at the red light, because you have to come to a sudden stop because obviously the yellow light comes in when like really quick, and you have to act fast and hit the brakes. Like there are going to be times when you hit the this is something that comes with the training. You all right there, Chris? Kronos?
Yeah. Just give me a second.
Okay. So basically, what I'm getting at is, when you drive, like there's pretty much a guarantee that at one point when you're driving, you're gonna run into something where that requires you to hit the brakes. Otto doesn't have the same guarantee that something is gonna happen to somebody in the area or to himself, because he believes that the machine is not that nothing's gonna go wrong with it. Basically. It's like,
I don't think that does not address why. So again, you can think that there's nothing that's going to, because we wear seatbelts not because we're going to break the car, stop the car. We're going to wear a seatbelt because if we get into an accident, wearing it is better than not wearing it in terms of survivability probability.
Of course, yeah.
So listen, the stakes involve a nuclear blast destroying New York. It's super risky.
If car crashes were like super rare, then yeah, no, I don't think people would be actively wearing seatbelts for their safety. But car crashes are very common.
So you're saying that if nuclear explosions were more common?
Oh, sorry. One thing I'd like to add is that.
Yes, because actually I found this in the I found this map on the EIA, the Energy Information Agency, which is part of the U.S. government. I found this map of nuclear reactors. I'm gonna put it in our little group chat. If you want, I'll link the page where that's from.
Sure.
Okay, location of U.S. nuclear power plants. Okay, so
it's like,
what's the point you're trying to prove with that?
At least one in New York. Okay.
Yeah, look how many there are. Like there's look at how many are near Washington D.C., the capital of the U.S.
And I want to point something out about them. They all have they all have proper safety measurements, and they have the software and such to ensure they're operated properly. OC doesn't.
If a thing is super rare, you don't need to have safety for it. Are you kidding me? Is this the argument?
One would, what I was say, one would think that, but I saw a news report of this. Where they showed the state of these nuclear power plants and nuclear reactors, so to speak. One of them was still using floppy disks. So I don't know about advanced hardware you're talking about.
Jeb didn't say advanced. He said they have security measures.
Well, someone said something about hardware. They're still using floppy disks.
Okay, and
there's not correct and safety measures, not hardware.
Yeah, Jeb said they have the software to try to prevent stuff from going
software,
wrong.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, floppy disks wouldn't prevent the software.
I watched. It was actually on last week tonight, and they showed the multiple clips of the state of a bunch of these. Uh, state's not very good. One of them was
And
being kept held open with a pizza box. One of them's using floppy disks.
and using this as your argument would refute ours because that is still a problem.
So all these nuclear reactors, a lot of them aren't in good state. So why wouldn't they let Otto build his in the populated city?
I mean, like Kronos mentioned with the Hyperloop, they allowed him to build it within a highly populated city. And let's say, for example, let's say someone shot like a gun at the Hyperloop or something like that, or something went wrong with the Hyperloop. The car, like the people inside, would be like dead in the same way you would die in, like, let's say, what was it that video said, like space or whatever?
Yeah, because it's a vacuum.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Well,
they
it's
had
not even
people
that
within
because
the
the
Hyperloop,
test they
like,
were doing was unmanned. But if you run a capsule in the vacuum, the capsule's rocketing forward at the speed of sound. If it properly worked, you shoot a hole in that, the capsule is now going to still be rocketing forward at the speed of sound. It's going to crash right through everything.
Also, can I just highlight the fact that they still need to get a permit from the city, and if they don't have safety protocols in place, they're not getting that permit.
Elon Musk had people sitting in bleachers like 20 feet away from the test.
Yeah, they're like, it's so implausible.
But he was still able to build it though. So clearly they did give him the permit there.
Okay, without the safety protocols though, then the city of New York is retarded.
No. This was in California.
Oh, in California. I'm sorry.
Example
I thought you were. Sorry. I thought we were talking about the same thing.
It's in Los Angeles.
Example. It's a real life example.
Yeah, it's
Someone
stupid
built this
either way.
huge-
Yeah. We're talking about, like, the city of New York apparently saw this project for nuclear fusion. They saw that they don't have enough safety precautions ready, and they're like, "Yeah, we'll give you a permit for this. We'll let you experiment on something that, if it goes wrong, will result in a nuclear blast that destroys New York." Totally fine. We'll let you do it right in the middle of the city.
And I want to add something
Bullshit.
else.
It's just
And
nonsense.
I want to add something else. Ock would have to outline the risks to get the permit, and to say he's arrogant means he's ignoring logical steps to do the experiment. See, your arrogance, as Southpaw said, can only get you so far. But as an arrogant person, you still wouldn't ignore logical safety measures.
Especially if they're going to be required to get a permit.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on. Or what were you saying, Chelsea?
It's just funny. Like, you know, Otto went up to the city of New York, and they're like, "Create a sun in your bedroom." Yeah, go for it. No problem.
Well, I wanted to get back to the car accident, or the car example you went to. So, with the cars that are around the area, that is like what the other cars do isn't within, or what happens while you're driving isn't within your control. And as far as Otto knows, it is what happens with the reactor is within his control.
Obviously, it's not.
But he literally
He thinks it is. That's the point.
But he has to
The point
literally
is,
outline.
it is.
But he has to literally outline the risks that could happen to get the permit, and he's ignoring outright logical safety measures for the sake of arrogance, which a scientist never does anyway, because they would act in logic. If you're going to use the arrogant argument, okay.
But
If you are going to use the arrogant argument, you're going to shoot yourself in the foot later on. You definitely will be. Especially when it comes to the arms themselves.
Oh, that's a can of worms with the arms.
If this is your line you're setting now, you're going to shoot yourself in the foot later on.
Oh, no matter what line you set, no matter what answer you give, there's going to be a way that it fucks over a different part of the movie.
Well, I mean, yeah, we can definitely talk about that at some point. But right now, I just want to establish that I don't see why Otto would feel the need to do these safety measures if he believes that it has a 100% chance of working. I just don't see why it would be absolutely necessary
in his eyes to do so.
But as a scientist, you know nothing's 100%. Even if you're arrogant, you know nothing's 100%.
Well, in this case, he does think it is going to work. He's done the calculations. He's done it at, like.
So are you saying that arrogance is kind of just a ticket for the writers to allow him to do stupid decisions for the rest of the movie?
No,
Is that the argument you're making?
No. What I'm saying is that if he has, because of his overconfidence, he has reasons to believe that what he's doing is going to work and that it won't result in any failure. And because if he thinks from his perspective it's not going to result in any failure, then at that point, doing safety measures or anything like that would be pointless in his eyes.
Yeah, but it's.
Like it wouldn't
Do
change
you think
anything.
that's stupid?
What? Sorry, what is that?
Do you think that's stupid of Ock to think that that's fine?
I think it's in canon. It's stupid, but for him to do it, like, is it illogical that it happens in the story? No, I don't think it's illogical that it happens.
I have a question, SK. Just
I think
go
it's
ahead.
stupid, just not from his perspective.
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, Southpaw, what's your question?
So I just have a question, trying to gauge your consistency here. And Into the Spider-Verse, Fisk wanted to bring back his family through the Collider, despite knowing that it'll have some negative effects. Is that good or bad?
Okay, so I would say it's bad, and we can definitely talk more about this on South Podcast. But the basic reason I would give for why it's a problem is that Fisk has physically shown that, in fact, like a 100% fact, yes, this thing does cause damage to the world, and he knows for a fact like these things will happen. Like, he's shown evidence of like the
But he
buildings
doesn't care.
going
His
into each
character
other,
is that he doesn't
the
care.
glitch.
His character is that he doesn't care about that, though.
Well, yeah,
and it's like
This is
I
where
understand. The main
I
problem I
disagree.
have, the main problem with that is not
I disagree
necessarily
with
about
SK.
like him being too confident. Because I'll put it this way: if it was established that that Olivia Octavius tells him, let's say Olivia Octavius let's say she's arrogant and says it's going to work just fine to Fisk. This is just hypothetical. If she tells him it's going to work just fine, and she just tells him this, then I think it is reasonable at that point, because
she does tell him that, actually. She says, yes, she does. When
She does tell him.
When Gwen and Peter B and Miles get away, there's that scene where she's talking to Fisk and Tombstone afterwards, and she says, yeah, there's 3 spider people now, actually. This is good. This is really, really good. This is proof that my collider works. So that means that you can bring your family back. You can bring as many families as we want. So, like, Fisk is literally operating on the assumption that it's going to work because Liv tells him that it'll work.
And also, let's not forget, with Kingpin's character, it's like the movie establishes that he doesn't care about the consequences. He cares about getting his family back. He's not a top tier scientist.
I understand. Okay.
This
So
is where
the problem.
this can I. This is where I
Yeah,
disagree with SK. The problem isn't that he's willing to do it. The problem is she asks him for more time and he rushes her.
That's where the
if
issue
you've
is.
waited X amount of time to see your family, what's waiting like a month more if it's 100% chance you're gonna see them anyways?
Oh, but Kingpin doesn't want to wait, so that's not really a flaw with the movie, because he doesn't want to wait. He wants to see his family as soon as possible.
He doesn't want to wait. They're gonna show up and they're gonna die.
Also,
but that's his character.
He's gonna die.
He's impatient.
The problem is that Kingpin already has like so many reasons to conclude that if he were to bring them here, they would be brought under very dangerous circumstances, and he knows this. With Otto Octavius, he's not under the belief that that doing the experiment is going to put anybody in dangerous circumstances.
The dangerous circumstances being what? The cellular decay?
The cellular, and I know you mentioned like there's reasons for Olivia not to mention it. We can definitely talk about that when we do the South Podcast thing. But yeah, that's one of the reasons. The other reasons would be the fact that the last experiment when it went unstable, it blew up, and Fisk was told during the climax, that what was it, that it's unstable, and that what is it, what were the exact words? He says
She doesn't tell him about the cellular decay, dude.
okay.
I just have to stop you. I just have to stop you right here. Like, look, this is I believe this is a double standard that we have right here. Into the Spider-Verse clearly establishes that Fisk's character is he does not care about the consequences about possibly opening up a black hole under Brooklyn to bring his family back. He doesn't care about this stuff. He wants to see his family again, and he's in charge. Doc Ock, he's making these retarded decisions. It's like you would think that he would get everything in order to best nail this project, which is, by the way, this is his life's work. He would want to make sure that this goes down perfectly. And it's just deliciously hilarious that he's doing something that's unprecedented, and he will change the face of the world forever, and he cannot be fucked to make it all super safe. It's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. It's not a valid defense in the case of Spider-Man 2 that this guy who is trying to, he is about to achieve his life's work right here. He's been building up to this for a long time, and he's not going to try to make it all safe. Really?
Okay.
Doesn't seem to.
Yeah, he thinks it's already safe. That's the point. And
Okay,
not just
so
that,
here's the problem with that as well, right? You can think anything is safe as a scientist, but if you're Dr. Octavius, right, and you are a renowned scientist, number one, if you are so arrogant that you blatantly ignore safety precautions, you will never be a renowned scientist. Number two, if he's arrogant, he wants to protect himself as well. Number three, as Jeb already pointed out, if you're a scientist, you already know as by default, nothing is 100%. So there is zero argument to be made, even in character, that he wouldn't have safety precautions.
Okay, so the first point you made was that Otto should. What was it? That Otto being arrogant, that means he should protect himself from it.
Yeah, well, if he's arrogant, he's obviously going to care about self-protection as well, and if there's even any risk, which he clearly knows because the entire city could be destroyed, then he's going to have the safety precautions for himself, if not anybody else.
Okay. Otto would Okay, so what he uses is the arms to do the thing, and that he thinks that he's at a safe distance from the thing, from the sun, to do whatever he needs to do with the experiment. At that point, he doesn't think that the sun is going to be acting up or anything like that. He thinks it's going to work just fine in his favor.
Well, that's the point of an experiment. I mean, if you're going to experiment on something with calculations that you've made, you're going to go in with the assumption that it's going to work, but every single experiment also has the possibility for failure, which is why precautions are taken.
He's also doing this in front of an audience, by the way.
Yep.
You literally have to do a risk assessment as well and outline the risk yourself, and you're still telling me his arrogance is going to take him that far.
This is not arrogance. This is stupidity.
So wait, what? So with risk assessment, excuse me, risk. You bring up risk assessments. You mean like with whoever he's doing the permits with?
Ark himself would have to outline all the risks that could happen and all the variables. Reading all that himself, are you really going to tell me he's still going to be arrogant? This will all work to that extent where you do no safety precautions, bar the eyeglasses.
Right, but he doesn't think he needs the precautions. That's the point. And I wanted to go back to what Southpaw said about the Spider-Verse stuff with the Kingpin. So it has more so to do with the fact that it's literally firmly shown to him that if it goes unstable, it would kill his family. It's putting them in dangerous circumstances, and even when the collider, even when they're doing it in the climax, a scientist tells him, "Hey, the experiment's going wrong. It's going unstable," or whatever he said. He still tells him to do it. He tells him to turn it up, even though it's a very dangerous circumstance to put his family in. And not just that, he can see that there are buildings popping out right from the portal where they're supposed to be coming out from. So those buildings are it's very probable that they're going to be hitting whatever pillar thing that they put in there for his family to appear in. Did I cut out?
No, I heard you.
No.
Sorry, yeah.
No, we're just kind of
McDonald's.
dumbstruck by this.
I'm gonna be back in 15 minutes and go to
SK,
McDonald's
can I-
real fast.
Right.
SK, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Did you say earlier the scene where Ock throws Peter into the brick wall is flawed and can't be used as arrogance?
I'm sorry. What? I didn't hear the first part.
Did you say the scene where Ock throws Peter into the wall and does what he does can't be used as arrogance and is a flaw?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so to instantly refute you, I could go, Ock knew he was just going to survive. Ock's a scientist, he knew.
He knows for a fact. He knows for a fact that he's not gonna. Well, even if he does survive, there's no way he's gonna be able to lift it up without anybody helping him. Which only stalls his process.
But to
Oh
Ock, he
man,
does.
he's
To Ock's
already
perspective,
agreed
he
to.
does.
He's already agreed to a really stupid deal that he shouldn't have agreed to. I can't wait for us to get into that. There's
Yeah,
no
but
way
to-
out of that. You're not wiggling your way out of that one, SK. that's a slam dunk right there. I mean, this whole third act is fucking retarded before we even get to the car scene.
One thing that I find interesting is that when Doc Ock, after he does the experiment, after he gets out, after he fails, and after he gets out of the hospital, he's at the abandoned place and he's talking to his arms, and he said that he says, I made a mistake, but then then he says, no, I couldn't have, my calculations were correct, which you could argue is enhanced because of the arms, like the arms trying to convince him. But if he's able to admit that I made a mistake, wouldn't it just show that he's not purely arrogant? He says I made a mistake, so I don't know. That line seems to show that he's not just 100% arrogant. That he still has at least a little bit of intelligence in him.
Well,
also, what's really dumb, like, is Doc Ock is rebuilding the machine again, but like, he isn't trying to make it better. Like, he isn't trying to improve on the weaknesses. He just rebuilds a machine and makes it just as bad as the first time.
I want to get back to what Marcus said. So the reason Otto said that is because there was literally, like, he was presented with the reality that the experiment went wrong. So the reason he came to that conclusion in that scene was because, like, it's like there was proof that it didn't work. He didn't have any sort of proof that it wasn't going to work when going into the experiment.
But he didn't have any proof that it would work going into the experiments either.
No, he does.
How does he have proof? He hasn't made any other experiments. He just said that he didn't test it out before.
What he considers to be proof is that he thinks that the calculations are correct, and if the calculations are correct, then it's going to work.
With no basis but his own stupidity.
What do you mean? There is a basis. He knows. He thinks that his calculations are correct. He thinks that he's done it. They've made it very clear that he thinks he's done it correctly.
I couldn't care if the film done it clearly. It's still stupid, because at the end of the day, he has no basis to confirm. Hold on. Let me finish. He has no basis for those calculations to be correct. He has no proofing for those calculations to be correct at all. He just runs with the calculations are correct. You keep reiterating him saying, "Oh, he believes the calculations are correct." It's just reinforcing our point that he is being stupid. That isn't a refutation. We're outlining that issue to you.
Well, why would it not make sense that he thinks that the calculations that he did were correct?
Okay, so to put it like this, we'll go to conspiracy theorists. They believe their ideas are right. They could be presented with any actors. They believe their ideas are right, no matter what. They're still being stupid. Just because they believe they're right, they're still being stupid.
Right, I'm not saying it's not stupid. I do think he is being stupid, but I think it makes sense. That's what I'm getting at. It makes sense why he would think it would work.
But everything else goes on the contrary as a scientist of what you should be doing, what procedures you should be doing, especially as a renowned scientist. If Ock has always had this arrogance, that means you were also stating in all the other previous experiments he's ever done, he has never used safety equipment. How has he
Well, then
become a
they've
renowned
worked in his
scientist?
favor. Then that just means they've worked in his favor, or maybe he did. And you can consider this. Maybe he did, but he realized, I'm so good at what I do. I don't even need this. Need to do any kind of safety precautions or anything.
Okay, so I can refute that instantly with those experiments were less dangerous. So now let's do for the ultra dangerous one, we remove all safety. That doesn't follow.
Well, I mean, we don't really know what the experiments were back then, so I don't know.
But they're not going to be more severe than doing nuclear fusion and having the power of the sun. Let's be honest there.
Well, what if there is a form of severity? You know what I mean? Like, let's say, we can do it at a basic level. Like, let's say he's trying to create like some sort of, I don't know, chemical reaction, and then let's say maybe there's a risk that the chemicals can splatter or whatever. I don't know. Like there can be an imbalance. I don't know.
You can apply this to Fisk and Into the Spider-Verse, by the way.
Apply what?
Like this whole argument that you're laying out here.
Do it right now. Just so I know what you mean by that.
I don't have to. I just have to hear you. Just keep talking. Keep talking. I just want you to be aware that what you're saying here is going to apply to Fisk and Into the Spider-Verse too.
Well, Fisk.
Like this whole thing. I've already established that you have a double standard against that movie, by the way. Because listen, Fisk is a mob boss type who loves his family, and he's choosing something irrational. That's nonsense. But a scientist choosing something irrational, that's good writing.
Well, no,
like
the reason
I've already proven that this is a double standard, and whatever argument you're going to use to defend Doc Ock here can be used to defend Fisk. Although the thing is, it's not even fucking equivalent. Like it's way more justified Into the Spider-Verse because Fisk is not a scientist. He's it's crazy.
And he has emotional instability issues.
Yes, he's established to be that way, but it's bad when they do that because I don't know. Into the Spider-Verse is just a bad movie.
I don't think it's a bad movie. I watched the stream. Yeah, a lot of what I said inaccurate. Obviously, I'm gonna make a follow-up addressing that, but what was I gonna say? Okay. So you were saying that that it can be what I said about what I said about Otto can be applied to Fisk. No, because Otto hasn't been shown that what he's about to do is going to result in anything bad. Like
he knew that the slightest miscalculation could destroy the entire city.
He literally says that he knows the dangers of the slightest miscalculation.
No. But he doesn't think he miscalculated. But when you compare this to Into the Spider-Verse, Kingpin was shown that the machine wasn't stable, and that yes, he is putting his family in unsafe circumstances if he were to do it. Like I said, in the area of the portal, there were buildings being shot out right from that, and you know what that means? Since they're supposed to be being pulled from the portal, while the buildings are being like blown out of the portal, like that is nearly a guarantee that it's going to hit them.
So when he said that he can't have miscalculated and that it was working, it was because he was able to make a sun. However, the problem is the sun turned out to be unstable. The sun being unstable is not a mark of success. Okay? So here's what he's thinking. He's thinking, let's build a bigger fusion reactor. Oh, we'll get to that. But the idea is to enlarge the containment field, which it makes sense. You use the same amount of tritium with a larger reactor, a larger containment field. It won't breach containment this time. Never mind what he ends up doing later on in the film, but as of that scene, that makes sense. However,
doesn't he use more tritium?
Yes, that's the problem. He enlarges the containment field and it uses more tritium, which makes no sense at all. He should use the same amount as he did before, but he doesn't. He uses more. Really strange.
What's also dumb is like, why would he like improve the experiment? Like he would just make the same exact mistakes he made the first time for some weird reason.
Okay, so
I kind of wanted to, because we're kind of going ahead. I kind of wanted to, get back on like what we were just discussing. I don't see what what was the point you made about
about McDonald's. What did I miss?
we were just talking about like saying that like we were comparing Spider-Verse Kingpin to like to Otto. So again, I don't see why it's a double. Why you're saying it's a double standard. As far as Otto knows, like with the experiment at the beginning, he doesn't know. Like he doesn't have reasons to. It just comes down to him not having reasons to believe that it's not gonna work.
Then he's not a smart scientist.
Kingpin literally sees the collider acting unstable, and again, he sees the buildings being blown out right from the portal, and that's the place where his family is supposed to come from.
And he doesn't care. He wants to see his family
so he
again.
doesn't care that they can be hit by
If they
buildings.
die when they come out.
So
he doesn't
he's
care
able
that they're
to
gonna
bring
die.
Olivia tells him you can have as many families as you want. If one of those
Yeah.
families survives, then good for him. Like that's enough.
Right, but he still placed them in dangerous circumstances based on how the collider works.
Okay, so then why is it wrong? Sorry, why is it then okay for Ock to place the entire city in dangerous circumstances with this fusion reactor?
Because he doesn't believe that the circumstances will turn out dangerous, because again, he's overconfident that he's done it correctly.
And
like
But he
these things
hasn't done it correctly before.
What? Sorry, what?
But he hasn't done it correctly before.
Well, no, he thinks it's no. He's done the calculations for it, is what I mean.
Dude, calculations on paper do not translate to literal So number
Well,
one,
you
in the
said the
film, it's
consequences of
established
the
that he's
of a
aware.
miscalculation.
He is aware that the slightest miscalculation could destroy everything. Number one, okay, the reactor is not the only variable in the situation. There's the location, there's the time, there's the people who are helping him, there's the people who are watching, there's the arms that he's using. It's not just the calculations that are 100% like trustworthy. So you're kind of left with two scenarios. Either the film is written poorly or he's a stupid scientist. Which one is it?
I would say he's more so overconfident, and like, okay, you can say he's stupid, but what he's doing is in character.
Also, by the way, you said that they would be in danger. They were going to be in this retrieval box thing. That's what that thing is for.
But right. But the box thing, like that can be knocked away by the buildings, like the several buildings that are just popping out of the collider.
Okay, so they just know that it's not going to be popped out. Boom, arrogance. It's the same exact argument that you're using with Doc Ock. Yes.
He sees it right there. No, he would know because he can see it right there. He would see that the buildings are popping out. So yes, he would know. Otto Octavius, did he foresee that the
No, he just knows that the buildings
reactor
aren't going to knock over the retrieval box.
Sorry, what?
No, he just knows that they're not going to knock over the retrieval box.
No,
he's arrogant.
No. He
Yes,
wouldn't
he
know
is.
that.
Yes, he is.
No, that's not a
He's
valid.
arrogant. He's arrogant. SK.
That's not that's not a good comparison.
Yeah, it's not a good comparison because you like to have this double standard against Into the Spider-Verse in favor of Spider-Man 2, which is like really fucking absurd. It's really annoying to sit through here because
it's not a double standard because there's clear differences that I've laid out for you, and you're just not like you seem to be ignoring them.
No,
because,
these are
again,
really stupid. Like these aren't even like consequential differences at all.
All right, well, let me ask you something. What's an example of a character that you would consider like makes a really terrible, dumb mistake, but it can be attributed to arrogance? I just want to know where would you draw the line?
Arrogance. So Anakin Skywalker in Attack of the Clones charging at Dooku. He believes that he is strong enough to take on Dooku by himself rather than wait until Obi-Wan can back him up, and he fucks up.
Okay,
that's a sensible kind of. Go ahead.
Right. I understand. So with Otto Octavius, he believes that what he's doing, his creation, he believes that he's competent enough to make sure that he's competent enough that his machine is going to work. He believes that what he's done to construct the machine is going to work and that it's safe. All right. The same thing can be said for that for the experiments. Again, Anakin believes that what he's doing with the going in head first when Dooku can do whatever he does. I don't remember the movie that much, but Yeah, the same applies. He thinks it'll work, and it doesn't work.
But okay, so my counterpoint to that would be Anakin has a precedent for why he would think he would win with his thing. Ock, again, is running it off math on paper. Math on paper will never translate to the actual experiment. And if Ock is so sure it will work, it's funny that he made arms that are magnet proof but ignored people where magnet based objects around him or would have magnet based objects.
Right, but it would only be magnetized within the containment field, and the arms would have to be in the containment field.
Is that how it works? Is it explained to work like that?
Yeah, because when it's like at first, like because we know like those like spiral thingies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when they're within the experiment and they're kept in there, and that's what the arms are supposed to do. The people's jewelry or whatever, like their metallic objects, they're fine. It's only when the spiral like just jumps out of the reactor. That's when they're like
flares. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, the flares basically. That's
Okay.
when it starts sucking in the metal, and he doesn't believe that it would spike that much.
Again, this isn't arrogance. This is fucking stupidity. The whole thing.
I mean,
not having the safety precautions just because you think that it's gonna go fine. It's like, okay, well, I'm not gonna fasten my seatbelt on because I think that I'm safe. Sorry, what?
Well,
With
if I
Anakin
thought there was
Skywalker,
a
you can.
100% chance that I.
Oh,
would
so a
never get into
19-year-old
car
Jedi
crash,
apprentice
I
is the same exact
probably-
thing as a middle-aged scientist?
And this is
We
his
really-
life's
we really wanna
work.
go there?
It's his life's
We're
work. It's
talking
what he
about,
always
like,
wanted to do when
we
he has
we
no
have
safety
different
precautions.
characters, different personalities going on here, different
Right,
contexts.
but part of
and
Otto's
with
personality is
Kingpin,
arrogance and his
he's a
overconfidence.
mob boss. Kingpin's like a sociopathic mob boss with anger issues. He loves his family. Of course, he's going to be irrational. You've got Doc Ock. He is a scientist. This is his life's work. This does not apply here. You've got it completely inverted, my friend.
Again, I can you explain? Well, again, I've pointed out that there is Otto does have a basis because Jeb said the difference between Anakin and Otto is that Anakin has precedent for it, but again, Otto has precedent for it as well. He thinks that what he's doing with this experiment, again, he thinks that he's competent enough that it'll work in his favor.
So
he thinks that because
go ahead.
he thinks that because he thinks the calculations are correct. He thinks he's done the process correctly. Like, I don't see why it's a problem that he thinks it'll work when he's competent in his own abilities.
It's
'Cause
still
it's
bad
stupid.
scientific practice.
It goes against
Well, yeah, you can
sci-
argue it's sorry, what?
it goes against literally the scientific principles of what you should be doing. You can't establish he's a renowned scientist and then contradict yourself by breaking those principles.
This is also the first thing in history of its kind. Like, why wouldn't you have every single thing in place just in case? Because he's arrogant. That it's the catch-all answer. Hux didn't fire on the Raddus when they jumped straight in from hyperspace because he's arrogant. He shot at the base instead, the empty base. He's arrogant. It makes perfect sense. He's just arrogant. Like, this is, again, fucking the amount of people that like to tout themselves as they believe in objective quality, or they think that they're engaging in objective film criticism, when then they resort to TLJ style defenses like this for this movie. Dude, like, I mean, I can't believe that you like to say, oh, you're all about this objective quality stuff, but then you can't even be objective. You can't even be impartial and realize you're basically making arguments that can be used to defend The Last Jedi that we have, like, these are arguments that we've been knocking down for almost 3 entire years now. But we're going to throw all of those principles away because now we're coming for these loved ones of ours and realizing, oh, this movie doesn't make as much sense as I thought it did.
Okay, but well, I mean, I haven't. Granted, I don't pay. I haven't seen The Last Jedi in a really long time.
I guarantee you. So, guys, hey, The Last Jedi fan. I'm just gonna do Socratic method here.
He said he has to
Last
go
Jedi fan.
to eat dinner
The movie
and come back
opens.
in.
The First Order arrives
fan
above.
isn't here.
What? God damn
He
it.
said
Okay.
he went to the dinner.
I went to go to dinner a while ago. It's like,
Okay.
wait a
Well,
minute, he's
I'll
back? I didn't hear him come
you know
back.
what? We'll put a pin in that. I'm gonna ask TLJ fan to recap it. He will know. He'll remember the movie better than I do.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, what I was gonna say is that with the Last Jedi, you keep bringing that up. I'm not really familiar with the Last Jedi. I haven't really gone deep into criticizing it at all. So, I mean,
You want to know what's
really-
amusing to me?
I
You want to know what's very
see how-
amusing?
Then you know what? Maybe I won't use the Last Jedi. The Amazing Spider-Man 2 can be defended with this. Hey, Thought, you remember the attempts to defend the Amazing Spider-Man 2 early on in that conversation with Mahler and Rags?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like these are very similar arguments. Like these are arguments that I think you were trying to make for Richard Parker being as stupid as he is in the first scene in the movie.
What scene what was he stupid about? More specifically.
Thought, take it away from here. You're the Amazing Spider-Man 2 expert, all right?
Well, actually, have been having some conversations. So, like, the arguments that we made to defend Richard Parker were really bad. So, basically, Richard Parker was trying to run away from Oscorp because Oscorp was trying to use his research to make bioweapons. And so the way he does this is by trying to delete the files and then killing the spiders. And that would obviously alert the Oscorp people. And then Oscorp would have been much more smart if they had just kidnapped him and taken him out of the scenario instead of them allowing him to kill the spiders if they knew that he was going to try and run away. So, like, the way that we are trying to defend this was by creating false narratives and loopholes that could have been, like, potential or, like, theoretical threads that were never actually established in the film. So, the way that translates to what you're doing is you're saying that Auk is basically covered by his arrogance, but like saying he's arrogant is not something that can defend a terribly written plot point, and that's exactly what this is.
I was gonna use the car example Southpaw keeps bringing up. If I think there is a 0% chance that I will ever get into a car crash, and it wasn't illegal, of course, then no, I wouldn't be wearing a seatbelt because there's a absolute 0% chance.
Interesting that, like, he says, I know the consequences of the slightest miscalculation. Doesn't that mean that there is more than a 0% chance that it's going to be wrong? And he knows that if it does go wrong, the entire city could be blown up?
He knows what will happen if miscalculation. He is wrong, but he does not think he is wrong. He thinks he is 100%.
Yeah, so he doesn't think. He can prove that he's right. So because he can't prove, why wouldn't he have security measures? He hasn't proven that he's right. You just said he thinks he's right. It's very different. Yeah. Especially when he's a scientist.
He's 100% sure that he is right. Like he thinks there is 0 chance of him being wrong. So he doesn't take any safety precautions.
Yeah, that's stupid.
I wanted to ask a thought real quick. So, and I'm not getting too deep into this because maybe I'm misremembering it, but didn't they already send in an assassin on like the and I agree it's stupid to send him like on the plane, but isn't that their kind of their way of going after Richard? Unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, but why would they let him delete the files and kill the spiders?
So when did they know that he was trying to run away or trying to do that?
Well, like, given everything they know about Richard, it would be in his character to run away, but it would also be in his character to try and prevent the research from being stolen. So the moment they know that Richard Parker finds out about it, which they do, considering they send someone to break into his house, then they would have removed the files and the spiders from anywhere Richard Parker could access them. So it would make sense that they would have removed all of that from the situation before even allowing Richard to delete or remove anything.
So did they figure out? Did they figure out that that Richard figured out about them before he started deleting it? Just to
well, it's implied that he was at Oscorp deleting the files, and then he went home and his house was broken into. But if that was the sequence of events, why did they not just send someone to Oscorp to stop him at that moment, or intercept him before he even got home, which is a little weird as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess that's valid. And what was your? Because I'm just trying to understand your comparison.
What was your defense for that?
Well, I wasn't saying I had a defense for it, but I was saying that, like, Richard Parker was arrogant in the method in which he went about the killing the spiders and deleting the files, and he wasn't very safe or secretive about it, as opposed, like, that's kind of the connection. It was still dumb the way that Richard Parker did it, just like it's dumb how Otto does his plan in this film.
Okay.
Well, I was gonna say.
Well, what
is
else
it
could he
dumb
do?
that
Is my question.
Otto did the experiment without any safety precautions? It is a dumb idea, but not from his perspective. From his perspective, he is 100% justified.
Okay,
Yes,
but
from his
like saying
perspective,
something is
this scientist who is about to to change the world, he's going to finish his life's work. He's going to do what he always wanted to do as a scientist. He says that the slightest miscalculation may cause the entire city to blow. What he's gonna he like, I just can't believe it. You can't concede on the fact that he would have safety measures. Like, sure, he's arrogant, but if it's his life's work, don't you think he'd try to do it in a more contained environment, in a way that wouldn't blow up the entire city if he was wrong? Because if he's wrong, he can just try again. If he's wrong at this moment, the entire city blows up.
He said, if I'm wrong, X will happen. He does not believe he is wrong in any way, shape, or form. He thinks he's 100% correct. He 100% believes that he is in the right.
So I've got a question here for SK mainly. Even though you think you're right, would it be smart to have the safety measures, even if you think you're right?
Even if you think you're right, would it be smart?
Would it be smart?
Yeah.
In the same way, for example, you believe your house is secure, would it be smart to have certain security measures anyway?
Yeah.
Okay. So we've hold on. I'll continue. We've established that it would be smart. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be smart.
So, would it not follow a scientist, a genius, someone capable of this, would know to do that because it is a smart decision? Because you're defending it with Ok is being stupid, which contradicts him being a renowned scientist.
Okay, but when he...
Ok is established as a genius, but then you're saying, okay, he has to be stupid to allow this as well. Okay. That's what you're saying.
Okay, no, what I'm saying is there is a weakness in his intelligence. There's obviously a limit. Like, people can have weaknesses in their level of intelligence, and this is Otto's weakness. He thinks that what he's done, he thinks that it's going to work. He doesn't think anything. He doesn't think he's wrong, so therefore he's going to go through with it without safety measures because he would think, he doesn't need that. That's the point that they were making in the movie. So
I'll ask you this: why is his weakness in intelligence established by the film a basic scientific principle? Why is it? So why is his weakness for intelligence break a basic scientific principle? Why is it written like that? That would contradict the notion he's a renowned scientist.
Not necessarily, because again, you can be a scientist and still have weaknesses that conflict with scientific values.
But this is basic scientific values, is my point. This is like introductory science that he has a weakness in doing. How can he be a renowned scientist but can't adhere to the very basic stuff?
He can neglect it because he doesn't believe that any of these safety measures would be necessary.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if he doesn't believe it be necessary.
If he thinks it's going to work, then again, I don't see a reason as to why he would see it as necessary to do these things.
It doesn't matter whether it's necessary or not. It's still a basic scientific principle, and it'd be smarter to have them there anyway.
It would be smarter to have it there, but does not think they are necessary. Therefore, he refuses to do them.
But you're both saying his weakness in intelligence, in this case, is breaching a basic scientific principle. But then you're saying, as per the film, he's a renowned scientist. These facts contradict.
No, they don't contradict each other.
He would never become a renowned scientist if this is the way he used his scientific principles in actual practicality. Like, you would have to establish that in previous circumstances, when Ogg believed he was 100% right, that you wouldn't have safety protocol. If you don't have safety protocol, you're not going to get permits for stuff like this. So either
you
this
will.
is something
You will.
completely
You
out of
will.
character.
It's literally happened in real life before.
Yeah.
Even if it
Yeah.
happened in like I can't say enough on that either way, but like if it did happen, it was still stupid that it did.
Doesn't matter.
But it's happened. There's a precedent for it.
Hang on. You said it wouldn't happen. Now you're saying it's stupid.
No, I didn't say that it wouldn't happen. I'm saying I don't know enough about that specific scenario to know either way. But if it did happen, it was still stupid. And the point I'm trying to make is whether it's in real life or in this circumstance, it's still stupid.
No, but you said okay. The whole
said
point
he
of
would
you
not
bringing
get a
up that it's
permit,
stupid.
though.
Yeah, you said he wouldn't get a permit.
Yeah, I'm saying based off of everything we know about, like, something of this caliber, something with the inherent risk of destroying the city, if you're going to go through with that to get the permit to actually be able to do something like this, then I think there's going to be a very low likelihood that if you're going to not have any safety protocol or have anybody there verifying that you do have correct safety protocol, that you're going to get the permit. Now, whether or not it happened in real life is, I guess, not. I don't know what that has to do with the film. I mean, I think
But
that's
such
just
a
saying, well,
precedent that
You
the
said they
U.S.
wouldn't do
government
that.
has given a
You-
permit for stupid shit like this in the past, like things that can
Yeah.
threaten the city.
so do you think it is appropriate for them to give him a permit in this scenario?
Yes, because again, we can pull real life examples where similar things have happened.
Okay, so in real life, do you think it was okay for them to give him the permit?
That doesn't matter. We're talking about whether it would be possible.
Well, yeah. I think based on the fact the U.S. government is retarded in, yeah, they would definitely give him a permit.
Well,
Once again, I'd have to do more research into that, but I
That's
guess
fine.
I don't know how you can say, like, how you can invoke the Elon Musk scenario as an argument, and then when I ask you if that's stupid, you say it doesn't matter. So I'm just asking you to be
But it doesn't
consistent.
matter.
Hey,
because-
what was there a
Okay,
time in
so
real
we
life?
can-
Was there a time in real life that someone built a sun in their apartment?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, we're talking about external consistency here, right? Whether it's possible.
Yeah. What
Okay.
about it?
Has there been a point in history where anyone has made a sun in their apartment?
That's possible.
I don't believe so.
Okay, so if someone were to try that, wouldn't the government want to make sure that it's as safe as possible before giving someone a permit for it?
Also, I just adding one thing to that.
Well-
Wouldn't Oscorp want to know that that it's
Well-
completely safe, considering they're funding that, and then Harry says like after they fuck up this experiment is fucked up, Harry he gets down on his luck, like basically Oscorp is gonna fucking. I don't actually know if he says it's gonna go under, but anyway, Oscorp would want to have security measures for that experiment. Of course, it's not just the government. Oscorp is also very interested in having it so that experiment can go through properly.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm just getting something real quick. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Sure. So, how's everyone doing?
I just want to add a nice little detail. This won't just affect New York, by the way, if it goes wrong. This will affect the entirety of America, and probably even South America. This is worse than Chernobyl. We know the impact of Chernobyl. And we're going to rest on arrogance is ludicrous. Even Chernobyl, as flawed as it was, still had some basic safety principles. This has none.
I'm sorry, my brain hurts at this point. I'm actually getting a headache now, but it's just.
Guess you might wonder how I feel.
Yeah, it's.
I want to die.
I don't get.
I want to fucking die. This is the most fucking circular argument I've ever been in my entire life. Like, he is ridiculously stubborn in ways that I didn't realize were fucking possible when discussing a film. Like, I don't look forward to fucking having him on for my podcast discussing Into the Spider-Verse, because he's gonna be doing this all fucking night.
Also,
I'm just being I'm just being completely honest, okay? I have to be blunt.
Hawk's weakness in intelligence is
Hey,
not to
hey,
basic
SK, or not
symptoms.
SK. Hey, Southpaw.
Yeah.
Did you work today?
No.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes.
How
But here's the
confident
thing.
were?
Oh, go ahead.
How confident were you that you were going to get to work safely?
I was very confident. I do it 5 times a week.
Did you stop at stoplights?
Yes, I did.
Did you
And
wear a
stop signs
seatbelt?
too. I did. And I'd use my turn signal too, even when I
Really?
didn't think that there was someone behind me.
It's just because you're not arrogant, Southpaw. We know that's a trait of you, not being arrogant.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah, I don't drive, but I do that shit too, but only because it's against the law.
If the Sun Project fucks up, by the way, are we to believe that there will be a point where it just stops sucking shit in? That there's a limit to how big it'll get once it's sucked enough shit in, like how wide the radius will be, assuming that it doesn't even result in a nuclear blast, which it probably should. It might mean the world ends. So you would think that this is something that gets not only the approval of the city of New York, but basically the entire world. This is supposed to be a project that will affect the entire world's energy source. And if it goes wrong, it will kill everyone, erase all life as we know it. I am not buying for a single second that because Ak is just arrogant, he gets to override these little protocols and standard procedures that scientists have to do when playing with this shit. You don't fuck around with nuclear energy. This is nuclear energy.
You know the funniest thing? The closest real-life example is CERN, and there was so much restraint towards them in fears that it would cause a black hole, and they were colliding particles. This is creating a sun that would suck in the entire Earth due to its gravitational pull. This is fucking ridiculous.
I also find it funny that Ock doesn't tell the people who are there to just be like, don't wear anything that magnetic, watches.
This is the entire premise of the film, by the way.
Yeah.
I hate the argument of arrogance as well, because, for example, Tony Stark, his biggest character trait is arrogance, but he uses safety measures. So.
Safety measures are for pussies.
If you generally think Ock wouldn't use safety measures, I'm sorry, you're fucking retarded, and I don't care.
He's not a brilliant scientist. If he's not the brilliant scientist that the film says he is, if he's not going to give a shit about safety measures to any degree.
I wonder why he wears those glasses.
If he's certain that he's gonna
oh, you're right. You know what? He should just be confident that he's not going to get blind.
And if he's going to be consistent, why does he wear glasses but not put any protection over the inhibitor chip?
Hey, why is he using the tentacles to begin with? He should just try to manage that thing with his bare hands. He doesn't care about safety. He's arrogant.
He's confident it'll work.
Actually,
so why not?
The inhibitor chip is just in case
there's no limit to this argument. There's no limit to the arrogance defense.
Yeah,
there really isn't.
Say that. Why does he have the inhibitor chip? Because if he is arrogant, just say that he is arrogant enough to think that he's going to be able to control the arms by himself without having the inhibitor
Yeah, why
chip.
does he have the inhibitor chip if he's arrogant?
Do you know what makes this worse? His president he's arrogant enough to level a city, and that's a problem. But yeeting Peter into a wall is a problem, and it can't be used for arrogance.
All right, sorry, I had to take care of something. What's up?
We noticed a few issues with your arguments.
Yeah.
So Thor and others pointed out how if he was that arrogant and doesn't need safety measures, he still uses an inhibitor chip and glasses.
Yeah, but that's like saying, well, he still uses arms instead of just using his actual hands to contain the sun. Like,
Point still remains.
Let me explain the comparison.
No, it's not.
So if he were to use his hands to contain this, like his physical hands to contain the sun, like he knows for a fact that's going to burn his hands. So obviously, yes, that's why he has the arms. As for the inhibitor chip, he knows for a fact that's going to burn his hands. So obviously, yes, that's why he has the arms. As for the inhibitor chip, he knows for a fact that the arms, like the AI being connected with the arms, that it's going to corrupt his mind if he doesn't have any kind of protection for his higher brain function. Like that is going to happen. So that's why it's not comparable.
So you want to explain the goggles then?
The what?
The goggles. You want to explain them?
So he can see.
But why does he need them and not everyone else?
I think actually that in itself is actually a problem that I have with the movie, because like logically, don't you think like the sun would be very bright, like people would need some sort of, like they can't even see it, see the sun, it would be way too bright. So I would say yes, that is a problem. But it's not just because I wouldn't say that's just because like there's no way he's going to see it if he doesn't have those things on.
But everyone else
I'll
can see it.
I'll agree that's a problem. I guess it should be blinding them, but it's not. I don't know why, but yeah, I think that is a problem.
I mean, I always just sort of hand waved it away as like this miniaturized sun just isn't quite as bright as the regular sun, and it's a little safer to look at from a distance, but it's stupid.
I understand, but like I actually did this test myself. So like, let's say you have something really bright in your room, and you're like you go like a certain distance from it, it would still like be pretty bright on. It'd be hard on the eyes,
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
But listen, like, is making a sun in your apartment dangerous, SK?
Yeah. If I, yeah, that is pretty dangerous.
So wouldn't you want safety precautions?
Well, I'm not Otto Octavius, so I mean,
Otto Octavius is a brilliant scientist.
When it comes to like science and stuff like that, I would be very protective. I would be pretty cautious. I've even told, like, when it comes to like scientific experiments or labs, like I'm a little too cautious at times. I don't know why. I mean, that's just me. I mean, I don't
science, you fucking pussy.
Can I ask something?
Even if like I'm honestly not buying. I'm not buying the characterization that Otto, even being 1,000,000,000,000% sure that this is going to work out perfectly, wouldn't invest in safety precautions anyways, especially for the inhibitor chip. The inhibitor chip, if it gets damaged, the tentacles will control him. The whole purpose of the inhibitor chip is that the tentacles don't control him, as in he cares about safety to some degree with these tentacles. But he doesn't care enough to make sure that it never gets damaged. I mean, man, you must think really lowly of Otto.
It would only get damaged if an experiment would end up going wrong, and he doesn't believe.
Or if he just gets electrocuted, because electrocution is all it takes to destroy it.
Yeah, he doesn't think that's going to happen.
Oh my god.
So then he should.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get shot.
I don't think
so
that
I'm
a
gonna
car
go,
crash is gonna happen to me.
I don't think I'm gonna get fucking shot. So here in Brazil, I'm just gonna go through every street corner and just walk by with my money on my hands, waving it around, saying, "Yeah, come here, guys, come rob me."
Wait, there's a large precedent that in Brazil you will definitely get shot, though.
Yeah, but I'm arrogant.
But like, there's
It's
a
simple
precedent that you will get shot. You can't be 100% confident in something there's a precedent against.
Oh, so but there is no precedent for what Otto is doing because he did no experiment prior. This is the first time he's testing it.
So he thinks it'll work.
But
in your example, there's a precedent against.
I've never been robbed. There's no precedent against me as well. I've never been robbed.
It's called statistics. In Brazil, you are very likely to get shot.
Yeah, and this experiment is very likely to end all of New York City if it goes wrong by even the most slight miscalculation.
And Otto, they make a clear point that Otto doesn't believe it's gonna go wrong.
Dude, that's not an argument.
That's not.
No,
that's not.
Because it's consistent to his character. It's an established trait that they're adhering to. He's he's overconfident, so he does something that is overconfident. I don't see the problem here.
I'm going to explain the problem. Kronos just went to statistics. In any experiment, you have to calculate the statistics of all these variables going wrong. Some will 100% be high, given how experimental this is. Now, given that he's just refuted Marcus's point on this has to apply for Doc Ock now.
What are the what happens if he miscalculates? What happens if this thing goes wrong? What are the stakes?
I'm gonna blow up the city.
Okay, so seems like arrogance doesn't cut it. He has to make sure that this doesn't go awry.
Right, he thinks it's not gonna happen. Like,
I
that's the
don't
point.
fucking care that he doesn't think that it's going to happen.
Why?
The stakes are so high that he has to use safety precautions anyways. It's stupid of him to not do that. It's not arrogant of him. It's stupid of him. It's ridiculously stupid of him. I don't know how we're not getting this across.
I just want to say, if you want to use statistics as an argument to refute Marcus, you've got to be consistent with Doc Ock here then. As simple as that.
He ran the calculations. He thinks they are 100% correct.
Nope. He has to do statistics of all the likelihood of risks happening. Regardless if his calculations are correct, those statistics there would still exist. Marcus could still be 100%. He's never going to get rolled because he hasn't been rolled before. You've just used statistics as your example. You would need statistics there. The double standard is being shown here. You can't use that
tell
and
me,
then
tell me what
defend Doc Ock.
statistics Doc Ock would use. List me what statistics Doc Ock would use.
He would have to use statistics for every single instance of what could go wrong and the likelihood of it. That is the point of a risk assessment.
He thinks there is zero likelihood of it going wrong. He thinks he's
Yeah.
100% correct.
So you're telling me he's going to put on a risk assessment, no risk, no risk, no risk, and that's going to be granted? That's even more control of the permits being granted now, isn't it? So you want to go down that path, you're going to go down the Tokatriva's path. This statistic point shoots you in the foot, regardless what route you take.
No, there is a risk, but the risk is only if he is wrong. He thinks there is no chance of him being wrong. Therefore,
yeah,
he
but you've
ignores
just
the risk.
But you just refuted Marcus for saying that. Saying he doesn't think there's going to be a risk. He ignores the risk. You can't just then apply it to Doc Ock and then refute Marcus.
That's not okay. Oh, hang on. Something going wrong is not dependent on whether or not, like, because again, the experiment going right or wrong is within Otto's control, and he believes that what he's done he believes he's done the accurate calculations. He believes he's done it correctly. All right. With Marcus going out there in public, he doesn't believe that he can control what people do. But in this case, Otto believes he can control what the reactor does.
Okay, so then you go down the route. He is saying there is no risk in the risk assessment, which means he can't be given the permit because that's an incorrect risk assessment.
What are you talking about?
Because you're saying Otto believes there's no risk. Yes, that's what you're saying.
Well, yeah.
So
he believes there's no risk because he's correct.
Yeah. So when he has outlined that in a risk assessment, outlined the risk, he has to use that reasoning. How did he get a permit based on that then?
Well, again, we've brought up real-world examples.
Nope, you can't use real-world examples because this never happened in the real world. I don't care about real-world examples. They don't happen in the real world. We've never done this in the real world. That doesn't apply.
You're basing whether or not he would get a permit for this off things in the real world.
I'm basing it based on a basic scientific principle. The experiment in the sun has never happened in the real world.
That's based on the real. I don't get why is it not valid to use real world examples where similar things that do have similar risks were accepted.
They don't have similar risks. This will destroy the planet, not just the city, the planet.
Okay, let's say the hyperloop were to go wrong and like literally the. Yeah.
No, I just said this would destroy the planet, not the city.
Well, there's risks either way.
No, but you just said there's a similar risk. Destroying the city is not the same as destroying the planet.
So are you saying it would be approved if it would only destroy the city?
I'm saying you're going it's a similar risk, but if this is destroying the planet, it has such a lower chance of being approved. This should never be approved, especially if he's going, yeah, there's no risk because my calculations are correct. In no way would that be approved.
The risks that, okay, okay, okay. Let's say the hyperloop were to go wrong and the hyperloop were to go wrong. Let's say the hyperloop were to go wrong and the hyperloop were to go wrong. Let's say the hyperloop were to go wrong and the hyperloop were to go wrong. Let's say the hyperloop were to go wrong and the hyperloop were to go wrong. Let's say the hyperloop were to go wrong and the hyperloop were to go wrong. Let's say the hyperloop were to go wrong and the hyperloop were to go wrong. Let's say the hyperloop were to go wrong and the hyperloop were to go wrong. Let's say the hyperloop were to go wrong and the hyperloop were to go wrong. Let's say the hyperloop were to go wrong and the hyperloop were to go wrong. Let's say the hyperloop were to go wrong and the hyperloop were to go wrong. Let's say the hyperloop were to go wrong and the hyperloop were to go wrong. Let's say the hyperloop were to go w The risk is actually that the city would get destroyed, not the planet.
And I'm going to say why that's wrong. It's more than the city, because based on how nuclear fusion works and how it has a gravitational pull, it will pull in the rest of the planet. It will start off with the sea and then it will go further.
Okay. So okay. So yeah, it is a risk to. So it only sucks in the metal from like it doesn't suck in people. You know what I mean? It only sucks in like the metal objects that would be magnetic.
So then it would destroy buildings. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So
if it does, if it does,
the point is, sorry. Yeah, go on.
okay. So if it does it on a planetary level, imagine how many buildings are destroyed, how many infrastructures, how many people die, and you're going with a risk assessment with, I don't believe there's risk because my calculation is correct, and you're going with that's going to be approved on a planetary level. Do you understand how contrived that would be? If that isn't a possibility.
Well,
if you want to use if you want to use a real world example,
you're allowed to.
if
Why
if you
wouldn't
want
it
to
make
use
sense? Again, we
if
were
you
able
want
to
to,
pull real world examples. Why can't we pull those examples?
okay, you want to pull a real world example on a planetary level? I'm going to do that. CERN. When they were doing the collided particles, there was fears that it would cause a black hole, destroy the Earth. United Nations and all sorts had to get involved, had to ensure it was all being done. They wouldn't let it go ahead until it was certain. What you're saying is it will go ahead by going, no risk, because my calculations are correct. That is your basis. That would not get approved, even using real world examples, because CERN exists.
I don't know. What are you saying? Like, are you saying Zen?
CERN. It's a scientific project that works with collided particles. It's what discovered the Higgs boson.
Sad?
CERN. CERN.
Oh, CERN. Okay.
Yeah, there was literal fears. There was literal fears it was going to cause a black hole.
Just a really quick example here. So SK,
Yep.
tomorrow morning I'm gonna drive to work. It's less than 2 minutes from my house. I'm 100% sure I'm gonna get there, almost to an arrogant level. If I don't wear a seatbelt and I get in a crash, is that a dumb mistake on my part for not wearing a seatbelt?
I have a question. So, do you believe that you're within control of how other drivers operate on the road?
Doesn't matter. I feel like I'm in control of my car enough that whatever comes my way, I'll be able to accurately avoid it.
No. Okay. No. This is I know what you're doing. We went over this earlier. This is a false equivalence.
No, it's not, because I believe I'm in 100%. I believe I'm in 100% control of the scenario.
So you believe you can control the other cars that are around the area?
I don't need to believe I can. All I need to know is that I believe in my ability to avoid whatever potential effects they may have on me.
The cars around the area would be the reason you would end up in some sort of accident that would require you.
I don't believe that's a risk.
What do you mean you don't believe that's a risk? If it's within your control what they do, then yes, that makes sense. But they're not within your control.
No, because I'm arrogant, and I believe that my driving is stronger than whatever they could do.
We look at the situation with Otto Octavius. He believes that he's within control of how everything goes. When
So
you're
do
on
I.
the road, you're not in control. So you believe you can control how other people drive?
I don't have to.
Yeah, you do.
No, because all I have to believe is that I'm in control of the situation.
That's your basis. That's what you're basing it off, SK. Just that you're in control 100%.
Yeah,
whether you actually are, whether you actually,
Otto is 100% in control. When you're driving on the road, you're never going to be 100% in control of
You know what though? Otto doesn't have precedent for this thing working, but I have precedent for all of my successful drives.
True.
It's not even
There's
that.
no precedent for the sun.
It's not even.
Like this is playing with stuff that no one else has tried before.
And
That's
also,
not even that.
isn't in direct control of the sun. Like on
So what we're
calculation,
arguing
sure.
is that Otto doesn't have.
Sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
I was going to say. So what we're arguing is Otto doesn't have control, and we're showing how. And you're going, Otto believes he has total control. That's okay. So why is it not okay for Thought to use example where he goes, no, I believe I have control, despite you pointing out where he couldn't have control, where he doesn't have control, where there would be flaws or risks.
Wait. I'm sorry. I didn't. What was the? You said why would you have problem with blank not having control? I didn't hear the last part of what you were saying.
Okay. So also you've set the precedent that Ark has control, therefore it's fine, even though we're pointing out how he wouldn't have control and it doesn't make sense. And Thought is using an example where he believes he has complete control and you're pointing out where he wouldn't. Can you not see the double standard in what you're doing there?
Okay, so
My
in terms of
response would
auto,
be different.
You could do mental gymnastics all you want. There's still double standards.
Are you
No, these aren't double
100% certain, without a shadow of a doubt, that you will not get into a car crash?
Yeah, I could say I am.
Ignoring the
I
fact,
could literally say I
ignoring
am.
the
I
fact,
understand.
ignoring the fact that it's illegal to drive without a seatbelt.
Okay, and are you saying that Ankh is 100% certain, like righteously without a shadow of a doubt, that this experiment that's never happened before, that this miniature sun dealing with nuclear fusion, which has never happened before, is going to be 100% without a shadow of a doubt, 100% successful based on the calculations, which, by the way, we know are not 100% successful because of the fact that it reached containment?
right? But he thinks it's successful. He thinks
It doesn't matter. It does not
Why
matter
does
that he thinks it is, because he is objectively wrong.
So if a character makes a mistake and that they based on something that they believe is
SK,
correct,
the point that I'm trying to make is that it's a character flaw. The point that I'm trying to make is that it is a character flaw that Dr. Octopus does this, the experiment goes wrong and people lose their lives because of it. His overconfidence, his arrogance is a character flaw. It does not matter if he thinks it is right. That's the point. The point is that he was wrong. That's why this event has any significance on the story and plot as a whole at all. There is zero defense for this being a righteous move.
I didn't say. Where did I say it was righteous?
No, yeah,
You
you said
were
it
saying-
was stupid. You
I was
just also said that it makes sense with this character because he's arrogant. But like to be arrogant at this point is arrogant, unrealistically arrogant. It's arrogant to a level that doesn't exist. That would never exist because no one is that stupid to try to destroy the entire city. What?
Again, we literally went over the Hyperloop example with Elon Musk.
And I told you to fuck off with that example when there's sand that exists, which is closer. That does not work.
Why doesn't it count?
Because it's not it's not equivalent. If you want to do the close equivalence, you would go with sand.
Speaking of the CERN, I've been Googling it in the meanwhile. I can't find anyone. I mean, I've seen people also ask why is CERN dangerous, and it says no. Can CERN create a black hole? The answer on Google says no. I'm not finding anyone being concerned over it on Google.
There are some theories that do suggest that it would create black holes, but being tiny quantum black holes, and these could expand to destroy the Earth.
Yeah, I'm not finding them on Google.
Just search black holes, the first result that appears.
Is there a point where we're ready to just move on because we've argued this and SK just clearly isn't going to get this through his head? Like, it's just going in one ear and out the other.
Sure, I mean,
like we've been stuck on this.
Yeah, we've been going around in circles for a while.
Like 4.5 hours on this now.
4 hours, but yeah. Yeah, I think we should just move on to something else at this point.
Let's move on to the deal. Maybe.
I feel
no.
like
Even
here's the
then.
thing. Because here's the thing. This is a debate, right? And we've got people that are like neutral observers here, and they're seeing the merits of the arguments. And I think that people have come to a consensus. I'm happy to move on because at this point we're all just repeating what we've been already saying.
All right.
Yeah, I'm on Southpaw's side here.
In about 3 to 5 minutes, I gotta head to dinner. So if we wanted to cover like a smaller topic to talk about, like is there anything like there's less of a point of contention about the film to talk about?
Sure.
Have
why
you gone
is
over the cops?
Yeah, that's the one I was going to bring up. Why does
Where's
the
the
police?
cops?
Yeah, why does the police never follow Walk wherever the fuck he goes in this film? Like every time we see Ock going from one place to the next, police are never after him. So I'd like to
Where's the
know
police
if
helicopters?
yeah, I'd like to know if you have
Yeah,
a
like
defense for that.
the police were there after after
At the bank.
after the hospital scene. Like they could have followed him to the warehouse and like knew what was going on and then
I would say
arrested
it's
him right
more of
there, or like try to
I-
take
Or
him
caught
down
him.
before he
The
started.
issue is, I would say the issue is present in the bank scene where Otto is like he's fighting Spider-Man and May and the police are there. So it's like, okay, you have a confirmed sighting, you know where he is. Like, can't you send
Okay.
like a police helicopter or?
Wow.
Otto cannot conceal his tentacles, and he makes a fuck ton of noise and impact tremors whenever he moves. Okay,
Depends on
that
when the
means
movie
that
wants
everyone
him
in
to
his
make the
immediate area is going to. Oh, that's true. That is true. That it depends on whether the film decides he has ninja powers or not. But the idea is he sticks out like a sore thumb. Okay, he can't conceal his tentacles. It's not like an Into the Spider-Verse. They're not retractable. They can be concealed under like a layer of his coat. He rips that layer off in the bank. He doesn't have it for the rest of the film. So he has no way of hiding himself. There's going to be a lot of people in New York. Did you guys know that New York has a lot of people? Like a lot of
Yes,
people.
I'm
A
very close to
lot
New
of
York.
people. Do you know that like cell phones
I
were a
live an
thing
hour
back
away
in
from New York.
do you know like cell phones were a thing back in 2004? And even like if they didn't have cell phones, they would have home phones. And there's these 3 digits that you can dial to call the police very quickly and say, "Hey, tentacle mad scientist man is traveling through my area now. The guy that's all over the news." And then they just simply go to where he was last reported, and they can easily track him from there at any one point in the film. He travels to like I want to say a dozen different times, like a dozen different locations throughout the movie, going a dozen round trips without ever being pursued or caught by the police.
What I was gonna say is I'm about to head in to eat dinner. I just want to say thank you for having me on. I know we disagree on it, but it was nice talking to you guys about the movie. Well, I guess we'll have to do a part 2 to this because obviously there's still a lot more to talk about.
Mhm.
But yeah, I just I wanted to thank you guys for having the discussion and yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, sure thing. It's
Always happy
good
to have
having
you.
you. Yeah, good to have you back.
But yeah, I gotta head out. See you guys later.
Bye.
I had a question for Jeb. I typed in black holes and I've scrolled all the way down and it's no longer giving me the see more results. I still can't find anyone like being afraid of the CERN thing.
Okay, I'll link an
Should I
example
try
where
YouTube? Yeah.
Can
if you could
uh,
send it to me, please.
can I add someone to this call perchance?
Yes.
yes.
Okay, let me
I'm
see
actually
if
interested in this.
they're available. Oh wait, they're not right now. Well, are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
There
Jesus Christ.
Even Tim spoke now. Oh jeez.
I haven't spoken in 4 hours, and all I can see is
So-
good fucking God.
I was gone for 40 minutes, so because I had to eat. So I have a question. Like, I know we were talking about Doc Ock and the experiment. Did we get to any other parts of Doc Ock?
No, we were stuck
Oh
in that
no,
for a
we
while.
barely scratched the surface because SK just this movie is gospel to him. He cannot relent on any point. He can't concede.
I can understand that because I was the same way with Last Jedi up until like a few
You
days
were.
ago.
You were.
Yeah, but I ended up realizing that was badly written. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna get to that at some point.
It's fine.
So I can relate to that feeling with SK with Spider-Man 2.
I mean, I just
so-
it's sometimes like the thing is when when you get to have to bring up arguments like with the ones we brought up for the experiment, I really don't see how you can defend it like that. And Kronos, you're still here and you still think that it's fine for him to be arrogant like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just I don't, I don't see how, dude. It's just we brought so much saying how retarded it is to do that, and you just to defend it saying that he's arrogant. It's
Yeah, but if a character is arrogant, like you could use that defense for literally every movie. Like literally any movie, all you can say, yeah, this character was arrogant. Same thing like this character was stupid, so this plot convenience was okay. Like that's a common defense for any plot convenience in a movie.
I mean, there's like character flaws. They can exist when you have stuff like Infinity War, for example, when Star-Lord, when he hits Thanos, like that's something that is in character for him to do. So like that's fine for him to do that.
I have a problem with that scene.
You do?
Yeah.
I mean, I have a problem in terms of Doctor
Nebula-
Strange, but I'm saying like in terms of just Star-Lord.
Oh, I don't have a problem with Star-Lord hitting him. My problem is that Nebula just doesn't do anything.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, yeah, with that I agree. I'm just saying, like, it is in character for Star-Lord to hit Thanos. That's the point I'm making. Like, regardless of it making sense that he got to that point or not. Like, if no one's stopping him in terms of Doctor Strange or even Nebula.
Well,
I'd say Infinity War is pretty decent for the most part, if I remember. One thing I do think is pretty strange is, like, why didn't, Doctor Strange, you know how he's able to cut off people's arms with the portal? Like, why did he try to do that with Thanos? Like, that's a bit weird.
I mean, yeah, Infinity War has a lot of problems like that. It's definitely
If
not
you
a
have,
tight script.
And I'm actually going to invoke TASM 2 positively for this argument, is that if you have someone who is overconfident or arrogant, but they're operating within a field that they're not familiar, then the choices they make are a lot more understandable. So the example I'm giving is like Harry Osborn not wanting to do the tests because he doesn't really understand the science, and two, he doesn't really think that it can kill him anymore. That's more understandable than Ock not having safety precautions while clearly understanding every single one of the risks and it being his life's work and field of study. So that's two examples where you can have one villain be overconfident and arrogant and something bad happen because of it, and another where it's the same situation and that be way, way more poorly written.
Haldo, the whole thing with Haldo is fine because you see, Haldo was just sure that not telling Poe her plan would work out fine. And so it is.
This is something I finally conceded with. Like, they could have actually, I think they could have potentially made that work okay, no, actually, here's the problem with that. The problem is they treat Poe like he's in the wrong, even though he saves everyone. So it's like he was never shown to be cocky in the beginning, but the movie treats him like he was arrogant. And like, if Haldo had told him the plan, then he wouldn't have, even thought about, trying to go up against her plan. So, and also, they try to degrade Poe in order to elevate Haldo, which is not good writing.
Yeah.
Someone in chat asked, ECUM, how well do you think this movie delivered the Spider-Man No More storyline?
Not very good, to be honest.
Yeah.
This is something I want to talk about. I think Peter's arc might be the strongest out of like the four main arcs, which would be MJ, Harry, Doc Ock, and MJ, but it's still not great.
You listed MJ twice, by the way.
Darn it.
So May is the strongest arc in my opinion. The Spider-Man No More arc has this issue where it has a really good middle overall. Not a fan of the fact that he just like lets that dude get beat up in an alley in broad daylight and doesn't do anything about it. I think that there's a couple things that could have been done to fix that. But the main issue with the arc is the fact that a big thing that's driving it is the fact that he can't be with MJ because he's Spider-Man and MJ's a cunt.
Yes, that's the problem.
That so the whole thing that's driving the emotional stakes of the plot isn't working. The other thing is, what's interesting is the movie establishes at the very beginning like how financially strapped Peter is. He can barely even pay his rent with his two jobs, and so he loses his pizza delivery job, and then when he stops being Spider-Man, well, he's going to lose his Daily Bugle job too, because Spider-Man was the one that was paying his bills at the Daily Bugle. He was like the pictures of Spider-Man that he was taking were the things that he was selling to Jay Jonah. They were the only photos that Jay Jonah were interested in from him. So when he quits being Spider-Man, he's lost his only other source of income, but they don't really like address that. So there's an issue there. And then the whole payoff, the ultimate payoff to the film, to this arc, the Spider-Man No More arc, comes from the whole retarded car scene in the cafe.
Yeah.
Like he gets his powers back randomly while he so first off, when he has his powers, he doesn't need glasses, but he needs glasses for much of that scene. And then suddenly he gets his spider sense powers back, and like that allows him to survive with MJ. And then like the whole thing is happening like what's getting his powers back is this deal that Ock made with Harry, which is so stupid, and we haven't even been able to get to that point.
Yeah.
But I know that SK is going to resist on that too. He thinks that this is an 8 out of 10 movie, and it's not. There's so many issues with this.
I think I think him regaining his powers is likely the most contrived moment in the entire film, because without it, Peter dies.
Yes.
Also, him losing his powers, because that's not really explained how that works. I know what defense is. I know what defense is as well. Well, it's linked to the power of faith, but the movie never established that.
You know what? If I was to try to compare these, like, The Last Jedi and Spider-Man 2, right? In terms of how poorly written they are. So, like, The Last Jedi, that's having your kneecap blown off and then getting hit with a golf club for several hours and then tossed out of a 100-story building and then getting run over by an 18-wheeler after you hit the ground. Okay, so it's mad overkill. Pretty cool Mortal Kombat fatality though. Spider-Man 2 is like having its throat sliced over and over again before finally being decapitated. Where it's like it's definitely bad. It's not quite as insane as TLJ is, but it's bad. It is it's bleeding in very critical areas in numerous ways.
I would give both of them a 4 out of 10.
I mean,
that's generous.
I mean, it depends on each person's
I know for
number readings.
Might be generous, but how about for Spider-Man 2? Is that generous for Spider-Man 2?
Yes.
I mean, in terms of writing, I think Spider-Man 2.
Wait, are we talking about just writing, or are we talking about like overall?
Overall, I give
overall,
it a 4
okay.
Because I will say the cinematography is really good. The soundtrack is great. You have the action sequences, which are really solid, and you have the ideas that are really good on paper, but they're just bad in execution. So
But I mean, being good on paper and bad in execution, you could also have a bad idea that's bad on paper but good in execution. For example, if you think about Alien, is a film that is a very, very simple concept, and it executes it very, very well, which is way better than something like TLJ that has those grandiose ideas but executes them poorly, very poorly.
But I wouldn't say Aliens, because I watched that with Grant Paulson. I watched both the Aliens movies are excellent movies. I wouldn't say the second one has bad ideas. I think it's a really great sequel with a lot to say.
So for me, like writing wise, Spider-Man 2 might be like a 2 or a 3 out of 10. It doesn't function. And even like the Spider-Man No More arc is heavily damaged in multiple areas. Then you have I mean the Aunt May stuff is good. Okay? That's all really good. MJ, awful. The Ock plot, awful. So overall, though, like if we have to factor in every little facet of filmmaking, like if writing was like 50% of the grade, right? Like it's the single most significant facet of whether this movie functions. But then you have to factor in, of course, there's many other aspects of filmmaking that it's a craft that requires skill. Probably like a 5 out of 10 or a 6. Like it's really solid directing and pacing, and the acting is overall good. And the score is good. The fights look cool. Good old rule
the
of
train
cool
scene
is in effect.
excellent.
No, it's not.
The train
It's
scene
just
is-
cool.
Wait, why is it bad?
Okay.
Do you want to go over it?
Do we
I
want to?
actually have the.
Yeah, I actually do want to hear this.
All right.
This.
Oh wait.
So are we in the watch? Post a watch together link.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it here so everyone get it in. Okay. Where did you share, Jeb? Oh, it was the lads, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, train fight here. Okay.
I think I'm going to
opening
dip
up
out
right-
for a bit. I'm gonna go get some food. If I can come back, I will. But thank you for having me on, Marcus.
Of course. It's been a lot of fun talking to you again.
All right. See
Yeah.
you in a bit.
Yeah.
Good talking to you. Thought. All right.
All right. 4 people were in. Is it there someone who's not?
Hang on,
So
I
please
think
let me know
that's
when
me.
this
Hang on.
Jeb sent. Give me a second.
All right. Okay.
Do I press the play or no?
Now everyone's here. Okay, so we can play it now. So let's go beat by beat.
Okay.
Actually, because of copyright, let me take out the audio. We're gonna have to pause this quite a bit.
Yeah.
Actually, let me put the cover on. So okay, so we can play it until something happens. That's a very nice shot.
Cool shot.
Yeah.
Yep. Nice little edit.
Cool.
All right, now I want you to keep in mind, what are each of Ock's tentacles doing in any
They're
given
climbing
second
up
of the
the
fight?
building.
Well, like during the fight, just keep
Yeah, pay
keep
attention
in
to his
mind, like
arms.
pay attention. In fact, we might have to slow down the video when
Is
they actually
there
get to
a way to
fighting.
do it? Okay, here, just put it 0.5. Oh fuck, gotta start again apparently. Wait, is it not working? Or is it?
Here, I know where we were. I can get it.
I tried to put it on 0.5, but it didn't work properly. So I guess we're gonna have to play it like this.
All right.
Where is she? Oh, she'll be just fine.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Swings with the left arm, and if you see his
So-
top right arm, pay attention to it.
Yeah, there's like one arm that was like reaching for it, and then suddenly gets knocked away because he kicks the other tentacle. So you've got 2 arms that are up in the air. Kind of weird. Like, what are they doing exactly?
Nothing. And he tries to swing
Yeah.
with his actual arms as well. He tries to hit Spider-Man.
Now he only has 1 tentacle that's fastening him to the building. So I was wondering, what's the purpose of having that second one attached to the building as well just now? Seemed like it could have been useful, but all right. Like, what is that what's top right doing? Let's move that back a couple seconds.
He
Like,
just
look at
drops.
top right or bottom right. Yeah, it's not doing anything.
Yeah, top right drops, bottom right it's doing it nothing.
Top. Hey, top left. What you doing, buddy? What you doing there? Come on. Attack him.
So are you trying to say this is bad choreography?
Yes, this is bad choreography.
It is bad choreography.
Which if the choreography in your fight is not good, and we're talking about like The Last Jedi. Also, the
Yeah,
blade.
I would agree.
Sorry, he has tentacle blades. He could use them to stab him in the arm, in the leg. Blades can be used for more than just killing. Also, if you're gonna say that Ock needs Spider-Man alive, we'll keep that in mind. We'll keep that in mind. No. We'll keep that defense in mind because there's stuff that Ock is gonna do in this scene that could have easily killed Spider-Man.
Wait a
Right.
second. Look at this defense in chat. Because it's easy to use 8 arms.
Okay, so
Sorry.
here's the thing. These arms, they are autonomous. They can all go at once while he's unconscious. They're artificially intelligent. Did you not remember that part of the film?
Do you not remember
Yeah,
when they killed a bunch of people in the fucking in the fucking hospital scene while Doc Ock was passed out? Like he couldn't have been controlling it.
God damn it, stop bringing up TLJ instead of an argument. It's like you resort to it, Southpaw. So there's this thing. There's this movie that we've been criticizing for like 3 years, and we've had all kinds of arguments presented against it, and people are starting to go back on those arguments because now we're targeting their loved ones. I think it's very worth bringing up hypocrisy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that Spider-Man 2 is not good.
And like making comparisons with TLJ just makes it clear why the stuff we're criticizing is a problem.
Like if you're gonna resist us on this, then sure, go ahead, defend TLJ. If that's the point that we're at. But all right. Okay. So this part's pretty cool here, right?
Yeah. Except for the fact that he tries to hit, that he hits Doc Ock and his arms don't try to block the webs.
Oh yeah, later in the fight, his arms are shown to be perfectly capable of blocking the webs at a much shorter distance, but they can't like block the webs at a longer distance here. That's weird.
Yeah.
And they do it again pretty soon.
Yeah, and Doc Ock's arms also don't try to deflect this thing.
Yep.
He just falls back.
Yeah.
That actually could have killed Doc Ock if it was a little closer to him.
Yes,
or if the hand landed just a couple inches to the right.
Yeah.
Like, then Spider-Man doesn't have a way of getting MJ back. I mean, yeah. We'll go ahead and just proceed. Right, so pay attention to, like, how easily he snaps this big metal clock hand in half.
Just snaps it.
By the way, love that frame.
Oh yeah,
love the CGI Ock in this frame here.
So good.
That's one thing. The special effects are pretty good in this movie. I will say that.
Yeah,
for the most part, I'd say.
But I mean, like, a movie isn't made to be paused, so I'm not going to mark that against the film. Yeah. It's funny dated CGI. That's all.
Yeah.
All right, so his arms again. They don't block these webs here.
Great face. And they don't try to cut the webs, even though they have the tentacle blade in them as well.
They could do that. Yeah.
He doesn't try to grab the webs. He doesn't try to do that. And you could say, oh, Spider-Man is stronger than him. Later on in this fight, we're gonna see that that's not the case.
Yeah. All right, so look at this fall. Doc Ock is not going to survive this.
But he does. Remember,
he's just built different.
He's
a lot of people use the defense. Well, his arms give him super strength, and I'm like, that shouldn't be the case.
Like
we're gonna try to do our best. He's gonna fall headfirst onto the train. Marcus and I went by this frame by frame, and he literally falls headfirst onto the train. The arms do not cushion his fall.
Yeah, he didn't even fall to his back, dude.
But no, you see, Ock being super durable is fine because rule of cool.
I did the math on this, by the way. It's embarrassing.
See this? They're upside down. They're literally upside down here.
Yeah, they
first.
Right.
But SK said, "Well, the arms take the impact first," which
no,
they don't.
They're literally
they go head first.
Clearly head first.
Yes, exactly.
Like, I'm just gonna play that again. Like, look at that.
And Kronos, if it did take the impact, he still would be dead by the amount of kinetic energy. It's in the millions. I'm not kidding you.
Yeah, they're falling from a skyscraper at like.
Is basically a Gary Stu in this movie. Like
he
can fall on top of buildings. He can get crashed into the cars, the poles. Let's not forget he can get electrocuted and still survive.
He gets
I love the
electrocuted
part where he
twice.
gets electrocuted by water.
Yeah.
When there's water inside, let's not forget. Yet he survives that.
Yeah. So. Right.
Okay. Oh, so now the amazing, part with the bridge.
All right. So.
Oh, so there
now
he
his
blocks
tentacles block his webs.
Yeah.
They were able to do that this whole
time.
time.
And also, see what he does after he blocks the webs. He pulls Spider-Man, so he clearly is stronger than Spider-Man.
Or Spider-Man maybe follows his momentum, I guess. Like, kind of, if he gets pulled, Spidey will, like, go along with it to sort of, like, get flung at him.
But
That part is-
I think it's weird because of the movement that Spider-Man does. Like, look here. It seems like he's falling, and then as he's falling, he's being pushed. He doesn't seem to be doing that intentionally. He's just going with the momentum.
I can't believe I missed that part. Like, I was able to get a lot of the other stuff, but I missed that part very specifically.
Like, see that he even screams.
I like that. Like his tentacles didn't try to hit him in midair as he was coming at him like that. And his tentacles are just fucking watching Spidey do this. Like, why? Why, tentacles? Don't you want to protect your creator, your owner? Okay, so funny that.
How did Doc Ock get down, though?
Exactly.
Yeah, how did he know to get down when he's facing away from the bridge? Rule of cool, right? All that matters is.
Oh yeah, I remember this song.
The funny thing, so it's nitpick territory here, okay? But what just happened right here? Spidey is not even. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna rewind it back to 1, 3. Okay, so like, what's happening right here is when you actually go by frame, Spidey's arm isn't actually on the tentacle at all. His head is literally like stuck to the tentacle itself. But that, again, nitpick territory because it doesn't look like that in motion, but trust me, it's there.
Yeah.
Wonky CGI here, of course. Again, we're going frame by frame, so that's not unfair. It's not fair to the film. I get that. I'm not marking it down for dated CGI. Don't worry, guys. We're mainly marking it down for choreography. So now, would you guys like to tell me why it is that Doc Ock does not use his tentacle blades in the scene? Does it have something to do with him wanting Spider-Man alive? Is that the defense? Is that the final defense?
Well, that would be a bad defense because he could still stab him, and that would injure Spider-Man, and he wouldn't be able to fight more after he gets stabbed.
No, it's a tri-blade, you see, and tri-blades are deadlier. Yes, someone actually tried to use that argument against me.
Oh no, I'm saying like there are plenty of moments where he could have captured Spider-Man a lot sooner if he was confident.
Yeah. Also, yes, these tentacles are autonomous. They're AI controlled. Ock is not the only one controlling them. The hospital scene only happens because they can move around even when he's not conscious. The reason why Otto Octavius is evil in this film is because his tentacles are AI controlled, and they talk to him, and they convince him to be evil. Anyways, fling Spider-Man at the bridge. So, for those that answered the previous question with, well, Ock can't use the tentacle blades because he wants Spidey alive. What is this? What happens if this bridge is not designed in such a convenient way that he can do this rule of cool little squeeze through these gaps?
Also, like, the design is so weird. It's like they just have openings right here. That's a weird design right there.
Well, I mean,
just for that thing could happen.
Maybe it's an actual bridge. I'm not entirely sure. But I also want to highlight something here. Pay attention. So they're on like the back of the train, okay? And Ock flings Spider-Man. Again, Ock is on the back of the train, right? And then, hang on. He's gone. There's no Doc Ock, guys.
Must have been the wind.
Ock is both behind Spider-Man when he flings him, and then he's going to be on the other side of the bridge when Spidey squeezes through it. And then the best part here is Ock is facing away.
And he has the Pikachu face.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Oh, I didn't expect him to come from where I just flung him through a bridge that I totally knew that he was going to survive getting thrown through. Oh, but remember, guys,
this is the
best Spider-Man movie. Okay, by the way, Spidey cannot fucking pull his velocity here. Ock is dead. Like, Spidey
especially
just tackled him
if you just look
full
at
force.
this tentacle in the foreground. It tries to grab onto the train. Spider-Man hits Doc Ock so fast that he doesn't even have time to grab onto the train. So, like, it's very fucking fast. There's no way Doc Ock survives that.
Yeah, he's dead. But nope, he's perfectly fine. Also, finding it hilarious how many times he gets punched in the face by Spider-Man and it survives, despite being like he's a pudgy middle-aged motherfucker that doesn't. It's not like he's a seasoned, MMA fighter that's used to getting punched in the face. Nope. All right, let's continue.
Just pausing for copyright.
Right. Okay, so I want to highlight something here. Again, Doc Ock's tentacles, they're very loud when they move, okay? And he's about to pull some crazy Ninja Gaiden bullshit where he's going to travel from this side of the train to the top of the train to the other side of the train and then underneath the train. And I want you guys to tell me if you think that it's plausible that Doc Ock, with all his tentacles, can fit underneath the train, because that has to happen for this scene to continue the way that it does. I'll show you, right? So
I also like how he has this snaky thing to grab Spider-Man, but he didn't try to use it earlier, like a bunch of times where he had the chance to use it, but he didn't.
Yep. That's cool. Yep. All right. So now this next part here is a bit nitpicky, okay? Because we're going to. Okay. So again, Ock now is on the top of the train. He's moving to the top of the train. Now, pay attention to where Spider-Man is oriented here. So his spider symbol on the back is facing towards the front of the train, right? Where the train is headed. So he does this dramatic turnaround. And now, suddenly, his front spider symbol is facing the front of the train. He completely did a 180 from one cut to the next, which is not very consequential. It's a nitpick. But it's like, yeah, a little continuity fuck up there too.
So now Spider-Man is on top, looking for
Yep.
Doc Ock, and we can't hear Doc Ock for some reason.
Yep. And right, so tentacle under the train. How did Doc Ock get under the train?
Like, there is no space under the train, and we know that because we see a bit later how it is under the train.
Jose. So this is the extended edition of the fight, I think, but this is like these are the same shots that show up in the theatrical cut. All of the stuff that we've shown so far is in the theatrical cut too. So, yeah. All right. Right, and then he just ninja'd his way to the other, like to the same side of the train where he started. Like he legit fucking circled around the train without anyone hearing him. Also, I just love the black dude that's just like completely unaware of this. Like,
He's just like, what is going on?
My favorite part, actually, the white chick across from him is like got that. Oh god, that's a great face. Hang on, don't hit play yet. I gotta get a screenshot of that shit. Yeah, great little freeze frame. Blessed freeze frame. I love it. All right, gonna just post that. And right, now I'm back. Let's go.
Okay. So he just fucking hits Spider-Man.
Yeah.
He expects Spider-Man to survive that for some reason. Instead of using the snaky
knows what he could have possibly landed on that could have killed him if he's supposed to be alive. If Ock needs Spider-Man alive here. Yeah.
Then Spider-Man is just able to catch up to the train while swinging.
Cool shot,
yeah, that's a cool shot.
Just Spider-Man is able to catch up to the train while swinging. Like, yeah, that's okay. Spider-Man could just go at like what 60 miles per hour while swinging. That's pretty fast. But whatever. I think it's gonna become a bigger issue later. Again, the tentacles don't block the.
That I think is from the extended edition, but I want you to like pay attention to what Spidey just did to Doc Ock here. So he's got his webs right here, and then kapow!
He actually hits his head.
Yeah, Ock's
But
dead
that's
here,
not in the,
y'all.
That's not in the theatrical cut. That's in the extended cut.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It's only the extended cut, which is.
We're just saying the extended cut has more issues.
Oh yeah, especially.
I've never seen the extended cut before.
This is the first time that an extended cut little shot shows up in this fight so far. So, anyways,
Oh, by the way, Spider-Man hits Doc Ock so fast that the people inside the train they fall back. So yeah, that is very.
Oh yeah.
Use the snaky thing, you retard. Use the snaky
Yeah, I
thing.
don't like the added stuff they put into this.
Let me
I
just
prefer
pause
like
for
the
cooking.
theatrical cut of the fight.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, same. I mean, just
Agreed.
it is better in the theatrical cut just because it
In
has
terms
less
of progression, it's better.
Yeah, it gets kind of repetitive. Sometimes you can have too much of a good thing. Well, I mean,
Yeah, good thing,
not in
yeah.
this scene's case. This isn't a good thing. Has the illusion of being a good thing though. Everyone
Yeah.
could have fooled everyone.
Just copyright, but yeah, trying to get Spider-Man to survive that.
Right.
Oh, duh.
So, yeah, Ock is holding Spider-Man down, waiting for this to happen. But remember, guys, he needs Spider-Man alive. That's why he doesn't use the tentacle blades. Okay. Okay.
He totally has reason to believe. By the way, Spider-Man is
Oh,
like,
yeah, you know
super
what?
knocked out after he stops the train, but after getting hit by an oncoming train, he's fine. By the way, he just swings.
No, Ock just knew. He had no reason to believe that wouldn't work.
True.
Exactly as it did.
Yeah, Ock was arrogant. He knew that Spider-Man wouldn't die.
Yeah. Oh God. Right, so this right here establishes that Ock has no issues whatsoever with possibly killing a civilian. You know, he's trying to slow down Spider-Man here. Interesting that he throws them one at a time.
Yep. Like he gives Spider-Man an opportunity to save them both, which slows him down less if he had thrown them
They
both
should
at
throw them
once.
both. They should throw them both.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And also don't get it considering he needs Spider-Man to come to him, because if he doesn't come to him, he can't grab him. And you could say he's just trying to stall him to try to destroy the brakes of the train or get it to go to full speed. But that also doesn't work because Doc Ock is just waiting there to throw the other person. So him throwing one at a time also fucks that up.
It feels like this is just adding more choreography to this fight and extending it longer than it has to go.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you're asking why is it that Ock does this, I don't have a fucking answer. Right,
Because
so
he's-
pay attention to this, right? So Ock is going to he's going to floor it with the speed control lever thing, right? Now listen, so what I'm gonna do, Spider-Man's going to land behind Ock, and I'm gonna say, hit him, okay? I'm just gonna keep on saying hit him, alright? Just to highlight this, alright? Okay, here we go. Alright, hit him, 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 Spider-Man, hit him, Spidey, hit him, Spidey, hit him, Spidey, hit him, hit him, hit him, hit him, hit him, hit him, hit him. He doesn't hit him.
Yeah.
Isn't that the same problem? Oh wait, you brought this up. Like you showed a clip of your upcoming critique, and I remember when it was Doc Ock threw Aunt May down. Like he had so many opportunities to hit Spider-Man, but waited until Spider-Man rescued Aunt May.
Yep.
You mentioned that in a teaser to your critique.
Mm-hmm.
That actually is a much bigger issue than a lot of people think, because if Doc Ock had hit Spider-Man, then Aunt May would have died, and then the Spidey No More arc wouldn't have happened, which means the entire movie wouldn't have happened.
There's also the fact that Doc Ock was trying to kill Spider-Man in that scene, so he could have killed them both. And
What
and
is are you trying to defend that scene?
No,
Math?
I'm
okay,
criticizing it.
Okay, good. Oh yeah, it's very consequential him not doing that.
Because
just this as well, just it reminds me a lot of the Far From Home thing with the drones, and it's so bad. Like
I just want to highlight, by the way, that Doc Ock's plan involved he has to rip out the speed control lever after making it go at top speed, and he knows for a fact that the train that it's not going to have fail-safe emergency brakes in the event of such a malfunction like this, and that actually happens. The train's emergency brakes break during an emergency, and they break in the BREAK way, not the BRAKE way, which is very silly to me. I feel like unless you specify that this is a very special kind of train that hasn't been designed with these emergency brakes. It's just silly to think that the city of New York has public transportation locomotive vehicles that don't have emergency brakes in case of emergencies like this. Okay. Also, what? So Ock, when he's doing this, he does risk the train derailing and killing everyone on board, and possibly even Spidey too, because there's no way that he can guarantee that Spidey's going to stop the train, or that he's not going to die trying to stop it. Like, what happens if Spidey dies trying to stop the train? Like, what if it plays out a little differently, where his webbing doesn't slow down the train at all, and the train just goes overboard, and Spidey gets fucking pancaked between the ground and the front car. Uh-oh. There goes his deal. But he's very lucky that it plays out the exact way that it does. Yeah, the brakes are gone. Which is like, how are the brakes gone? Just by ripping out the speed control lever. So he takes off his mask. He takes off his mask outside the train.
And the kids
that's not
have it later.
Yeah, the issue isn't him taking off his mask. The issue is the kids inside the train later on have it somehow. Right.
Yeah, this shows how
Mhm.
big of an issue it is. Oh fuck.
Oh,
the
well, I mean,
rest
that's the train fight in general, right?
is,
So
I think Jeb sent the link for the rest of the fight as well. Did he?
yeah.
Let me see
Yeah.
here. Yeah, stop the train. You did. Very good job, Jeb. You're a very good host.
Yeah.
Okay, here. Okay, so it's like.
I'm gonna have to head off. It's like 2 a.m. here.
Same. I'm tired, especially after that debate.
Yeah, I was just gonna finish watching this train fight, the train scene, and then hop off as well, end the stream.
Yeah. Night, everyone.
That's actually, yeah. But okay.
Good night.
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 Aye.
Okay, so thanks guys everyone for watching the stream. It's been a lot of fun. We debated Spider-Man 2. We're probably gonna continue debating as well. We went on for 4 hours and 40 minutes today, which is a
Yeah.
oof,
So I will
lot.
say, I was conflicted when I started this stream, but I definitely, like, I was at like a 4 out of 10.
Mhm.
Like when I walked in the stream, I might decrease it to a 3. I'm still thinking about it, but it does have more issues than I picked up on when I rewatched it a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, dude, it's there's even more issues once we get to them, especially with Doc Ock. So it should be fun, and should be fun trying to argue with this kid again. Yo, yeah.
I'm so excited for critique.
Yeah, it's gonna be
But
great.
thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Oh, dude, it's actually it was really fun talking to you. Yeah, you're a very nice guest.
Yeah.
I would be happy to have you on at some other point.
I know I mentioned earlier in the stream that I changed my stance on TLJ a few days ago when I looked in. So I do want to rewatch that movie and take a deeper look at it and potentially discuss it in the future, and see why my stance has changed and debunk some of the defenses for it.
Mm-hmm.
Since I've defended it for a very long time, so
Oh yeah,
I
I've
understand
seen
those
that.
defenses very well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well,
No,
I'd be
love
happy to actually
Spider-
go through the film with you at some point if you want to, because I haven't seen that film since it came out. I think I haven't seen it
I've
in a long
seen it
time.
so many times.
I imagine.
Spider-Man 2 and Last Jedi, I love both those movies, but this was the year where I found out that both of them are not well-written movies.
Yeah, this year has been quite the ride in terms of that.
Yeah. I've made a lot of progress as a film fan, I will say that. Where I was like in the summer and where I am now, drastic change, I will say that.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for having me on. I hope you have a great night.
Yeah, you too.
I'm very excited to do this again in the future.
Sure. Should be fun. And thanks everyone for watching. Today was like our biggest stream yet, so thanks everyone for tuning in to watch Artisms, and it was a really great stream, even if I did get upset at SK at some points, but it's just friendly. We're still friends. I still like to talk to him. But it was just Some points were a bit iffy, but we'll get to that again in the next time we stream this. So yeah, thanks everyone for being here today. Thank you TOJ Fan for joining us. And I'll see
You're
everyone
welcome.
next
Have
time.
a great night.
Bye.